Chapter 748. Yang Kai did not know how many years this Saint Pill in the jade bottle had been stored here. Throughout the countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor, the pill cloud had been gathering world energy for this pill, nourishing it. Such a Saint Pill was no longer a simple pill, its value was immeasurable. Especially for an alchemist like Yang Kai, it had great research value. If he could figure out the mystery behind the formation of pill clouds, Yang Kai would be able to refine pills with pill clouds in the future. All kinds of thoughts quickly intertwined in Yang Kai's mind, his expression fluctuating. Inside the jade bottle, the pill cloud exuded a subtle attractive force, drawing in the surrounding world energy. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and glared coldly at the thin man. The other party was also grinning at Yang Kai, but the moment he turned his head, a green light suddenly burst out from the thin man's hand, and in an instant, the entire room was wrapped in a poisonous mist. Heh, you stupid bird, don't blame father for being ruthless. The thin man saw Yang Kai motionless as he was surrounded by his poisonous mist and chuckled in a low voice. Saying so, the thin man formed a blade with his fingers and sent out a surge of yuan qi, stabbing straight towards Yang Kai's chest. At this moment, the thin man erupted with all his strength, vowing to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. A saint pill with pill clouds, and one that had been stored here for at least 1,000 years. Not only did Yang Kai want such a treasure for himself, but the thin man also had the same idea. As long as he could obtain this saint pill, this trip to the sea would be a great harvest. Even if he could not obtain anything in the following journey, it did not matter. Inside the green poisonous mist, the thin man's face was filled with fanaticism and ferocity. Kung Chong. Yang Kai's figure did not move, but a spark burst out from his chest, not even breaking his skin as he stared coldly at the thin man. The smile on the thin man's face quickly disappeared, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Soon his face distorted. He had used all of his strength in that attack, but not only did he fail to kill Yang Kai, his finger was also fractured. The moment he poked Yang Kai's body, he felt as if he was poking steel. His opponent's body was unbelievably hard. Idiot! Yang Kai calmly patted his chest and smoothed out the creases on his clothes. If you don't do it, I have no reason to kill you. You're courting death, my friend. How did you? Even a transcendent can't resist my bone-eroding poison smoke. How did you manage to escape unscathed? The thin man's eyes trembled violently as panic filled his heart. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Seeing the thin man make a gesture of fleeing, his figure flickered and blocked his path, sending a palm strike towards the thin man's throat. The thin man's eyes bulged out as he covered his neck with both hands. His throat made some noises, but he couldn't say a single word. After staggering a few steps, he fell to the ground and died. A peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, Yang Kai could easily deal with him now. Without waiting for the thin man to die, Yang Kai grabbed the remaining jade bottles and hurriedly opened them, confirming that there were no pills with pill clouds inside before quickly rushing outside. What happened? What happened inside? The three cultivators outside just happened to rush in and ran into Yang Kai, so they hurriedly asked. Although the confrontation between Yang Kai and the thin man had been concealed, Yuan Qi's sudden burst of power had alerted them, so naturally they had come to investigate. Run, the barrier inside has been triggered. Yang Kai's face paled as he shouted. The three cultivators glanced behind Yang Kai, and upon seeing the green poisonous fog, their expressions became solemn and they didn't dare to rush in, hurriedly following Yang Kai. What happened inside? Hai Wanggu saw the four of them in a hurry and couldn't help asking. There was a barrier in that room. When my friend and I were investigating, he accidentally touched it, Yang Kai quickly explained, his face turning green as he spoke. Where is he? Hai Wanggu's expression changed. He's dead. Dead? The group of people suddenly became horrified. After arriving here, everyone had been walking for more than half a day without encountering any danger. Originally, they thought that this ancient ruin was extremely safe, but now that one of them had inexplicably died, it made them feel slightly uneasy. How come you're fine? Hai Wanggu's pair of bright eyes stared closely at Yang Kai as he asked in a deep voice. I was a little far away, but it seems that I was also poisoned. Yang Kai coughed lightly, the green color on his face changing even more rapidly. As soon as they heard him say this, Everyone quickly moved away from him, afraid that they would be implicated. Yang Kai secretly observed the situation and his heart suddenly calmed down. Just now, before the thin man had attacked, he had first released a cloud of poisonous fog, so it was likely that he had been prepared to give the same explanation as what Yang Kai had just said. Yang Kai was just borrowing his means to explain the cause of his death. The room was still filled with poisonous fog, so it was likely that no one would investigate it carefully. Moreover, Yang Kai had deliberately inhaled a little of the poisonous fog, making his explanation even more convincing. There must be a barrier inside. Hai Wanggu muttered in a low voice before suddenly turning to look at Yang Kai. Did you obtain anything? Only these few jade bottles. I quickly brought them out before leaving, Yang Kai said as he handed the jade bottles to Hai Wanggu. Everyone had a disappointed look on their faces. They had found too many jade bottles, but they had never found any useful pills inside. Hai Wanggu's expression was also not very good, looking at Yang Kai with some distrust. They had not encountered any barriers along the way, but now that they had encountered one, it was very likely that there was some kind of treasure inside this room. Otherwise, why would the original owner have placed such a barrier? You didn't hide anything? Hai Wanggu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't have a universe bag, so even if I did, where would I hide anything? Hai Wanggu swept him with his divine sense, and after confirming that he was telling the truth, he nodded lightly. Although a universe bag was a very convenient storage artifact, not everyone on Tongxian realm could possess one. When he was in Bold Independent Union, of all the people Yang Kai had met, only a few captains from Bold Independent Union were qualified to be equipped with universe bags. This time, most of the cultivators who had followed the Seven Family Alliance into the sea didn't have such a storage artifact. Does Senior not trust me? Yang Kai looked at Hai Wanggu coldly. Hai Wanggu explained lightly, it's just a routine question. Little brother doesn't need to mind. Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and instead opened the jade bottles with some helplessness. Originally, he didn't expect to find anything in these jade bottles, but when he opened them, Hai Wanggu couldn't help showing a shocked expression, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, carefully inspecting one of the jade bottles. At the same time, everyone smelled a pleasant medicinal fragrance. Hai Wanggu was surprised as he poured out all the pills in the jade bottle. There were about a dozen of them, most of which were already wasted, but there were still 2 pills that stood out from the rest. These 2 pills had pill veins on them and were filled with rich world energy. It was because of these pill veins that they had not lost their medicinal efficacies and were still in good condition. Spirit pills! Hai Wanggu exclaimed. The group of people was also extremely excited as they stared towards the pills in Hai Wanggu's hand, their eyes flashing with ecstasy. These 2 pills were not only spirit-grade pills, but also spirit pills that had formed pill veins, making them several times more valuable than ordinary spirit-grade pills. Yang Kai stood to the side, coldly observing the expressions of the crowd, his expression indifferent. He had also checked these jade bottles just now and knew what was inside, but he didn't take them away. To him, these spirit pills with pill veins weren't of much value. He could refine them himself, but the saint pill with pill clouds was something he needed to obtain. Throwing out these jade bottles successfully attracted everyone's attention, making them no longer pay attention to him. Hai Wanggu's pair of old hands trembled as he quickly opened the other jade bottles. Sure enough, he lived up to everyone's expectations and found a few more pills with pill veins. There were spirit-grade pills and mysterious-grade pills, all of them perfectly preserved. Sure enough, there are good things in that house. Hai Wanggu kept nodding as he laughed heartily. Their 7 Family Alliance was just a small family. They couldn't afford to hire powerful alchemists, so naturally they couldn't obtain spirit-grade pills with pill veins. Now that he had obtained a few, he couldn't be happier than ever. If you find more jade bottles later, don't turn a blind eye to them. There may be some pills inside. Hai Wanggu said as he put away his harvest. Everyone quickly nodded. None of them had considered this aspect before. Only now did they remember the legendary pill veins. Little brother has done a meritorious deed. There was also a foreign cultivator who patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately, praising him. No one mentioned the thin man who had died. All of them had just met by chance, so even if he died, no one would cry for him. Yang Kai kept coughing, his expression pained as he said sadly, "It's a pity that the friend who went in with me didn't come out." Hai Wanggu looked at him, and although he didn't agree in his heart, he still said, "Little brother can rest assured after we return we will give him a share. If we can find out where his friends and relatives are, this Hai will definitely send them his share. Let's not talk about this for now, take this detoxification pill. This is a pill refined by my Hai family's chief alchemist. It should be of some help to your injuries." With this harvest, Hai Wanggu not only no longer doubted Yang Kai, he even began to care about him, handing a pill to Yang Kai as he spoke. "Many thanks." Yang Kai took the pill and examined it a little to determine that it was indeed a detoxification pill, and that it had not been tampered with before directly popping it into his mouth. Sitting down cross-legged, he pretended to circulate his secret art and said, "You go first, I'll catch up later." Chapter 749. Although with Yang Kai's current strength, he didn't put these people who had come to the ancient ruins this time in his eyes. With his soul-devouring insects, anyone below the Saint Realm was no match for him. However, because he wanted to use the strength of this group of people to explore the situation inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai had concealed himself and followed behind them. Now that he had a good grasp of the situation, Yang Kai planned to leave this group and act on his own. He was very curious about the source of the Yang attribute energy, and wanted to find out what it was. And right now there was an opportunity. Yang Kai felt that with Hai Wanggu's temperament, he shouldn't care about his own life or death. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Hai Wanggu slowly shook his head. "That won't do, how can I leave you here alone?" It seemed that because of Yang Kai's performance just now, Hai Wanggu had become somewhat concerned about him. His face filled with concern as he turned to one of the Hai family cultivators and ordered, "Fourth brother, stay here and take care of him. When his injuries are stable, catch up." The cultivator who was ordered quickly nodded and stood beside Yang Kai, assuming a defensive posture. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, only able to say, "Many thanks for senior's kindness." Hai Wanggu gently nodded, "Good. Heal yourself as soon as possible, then catch up with fourth brother. We'll rest up ahead and wait for you." Saying so, he led the others forward. Yang Kai was helpless and could only pretend to circulate his secret art. The cultivator called fourth brother also remained silent, standing not far from Yang Kai like a wooden stake. After half an hour or so, Yang Kai stood up again. "How is it?" Fourth brother quickly asked. "It shouldn't be a problem." "Then let's catch up," fourth brother quickly said, his face filled with urgency. Following the tracks left behind by Hai Wanggu along the way, after a stick of incense worth of time, the two of them caught up with the rest of the group. However, when Yang Kai saw the situation of the group, his expression couldn't help becoming solemn. Originally, there were about 20 people in the group, but now there were 6 or 7 missing. Furthermore, the remaining people had a look of lingering fear on their faces. While he pretended to be recuperating from his injuries, it was obvious that they had encountered some sort of danger. As for the 6 or 7 people who had disappeared, it was easy to guess what had happened to them. This ancient ruin was indeed not a safe place. Seeing Yang Kai and the cultivator called fourth brother return to the team, Hai Wanggu just gently nodded, his expression ugly. He didn't say much. What happened just now? That fourth brother walked to the side of a cultivator from the Hai family and asked softly. There was still a look of fear on his face as he explained softly. There seemed to be many inexplicable restrictions here. I accidentally triggered one of them and several people died. The fourth brother's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. While they were talking, suddenly a sharp howl came from afar. Hai Wanggu, who had been sitting in place, quickly opened his eyes and stared suspiciously in that direction, muttering softly, "Chung family." Saying so, he hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. "Everyone, please come with me. There seems to be some movement over there." About 5 kilometers away from where Hai Wanggu and the others were resting, a large group of people had gathered, all of whom had heard the howl coming from this direction. Many cultivators had rushed over. These cultivators were led by the masters from the 7 family alliance. Wave after wave of cultivators arrived here. After arriving here, everyone stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone was shocked and inexplicably excited. In front of them, there was a huge transparent ball of light that was exuding shocking energy fluctuations. It was unknown what material this transparent ball of light was made of, but inferring from the energy fluctuations it was emitting, it was definitely a high-grade artifact. And it was completely intact. However, at this moment, in front of everyone, there was an invisible barrier that blocked everyone's path, making any cultivator who wanted to approach the ball of light unable to do so. One cultivator after another tried to approach it, but all of them were pushed back by a gentle force, none of them able to get within 500 meters of the light ball. When Hai Wanggu led Yang Kai and the others to this place, the scene was lively, with at least a few dozen people gathered. Looking at the light ball, Yang Kai's brow rose as he secretly paid attention to it. A familiar aura came from the crowd, and when he followed this aura, Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Over there, the Saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was smiling towards him with a strange expression on her face. Yang Kai turned his eyes away and pretended not to notice. This woman seemed to have some skill, not even a speck of dust on her body. Moreover, her beautiful eyes were brimming with excitement. She looked particularly happy. It seemed that this underwater adventure had allowed her to enjoy excitement and pleasure that she had never thought she would experience before. Silly girl. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Brother Chung, what's the matter? Hai Wanggu stepped forward and asked a second-order transcendent old man. The roar just now was from this old man. The Seven Family Alliance had been established on this nearby island for a long time and had a special method of communication with each other. So when he heard the other parties roar, Hai Wanggu knew he was calling for help. Many people had the same question as Hai Wanggu, so one by one, the transcendents gathered around Old Man Chung and asked him questions. Let's wait for everyone to gather first, then I'll explain, Old Man Chung said. No one asked any more questions and simply waited quietly. As time passed, more and more teams joined in. Obviously, they were all people who were searching for treasures in the vicinity. More and more people gathered, soon more than 100 people had gathered. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was coming, Old Man Chung said, "That's it, probably no one else is coming." Brother Chung, can you explain why you called us here? Of course it's for that artifact. Old Man Chung smiled faintly and pointed to the light sphere not far away. The power of this artifact is unfathomable. I don't know what kind of effect it has, but when we tried to find it, we were blocked by an invisible barrier. I believe all of you saw this clearly just now. With the strength of my Chung family's team alone, we can't break through this barrier. So I want to ask all of you to work together to break through this barrier. Hai Wanggu's brow wrinkled for a moment before chuckling. Brother Chung, there is no problem in working together. But there is only one artifact. If we break through this barrier, who will obtain this artifact in the end? Everything can be discussed. Old Man Chung didn't answer directly, instead pointing to the back of the light sphere and saying, behind that artifact is a palace. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a very important place for this ancient sect, otherwise, they wouldn't have used such an artifact to protect it. As long as we can break through this barrier and enter, what need do we have to worry about not finding anything good inside? Maybe there are even better secret treasures in there. In the end, this is just your guess. Hai Wanggu frowned, but it is worth a try. Someone agreed with Old Man Chung. Many masters quickly discussed this matter and after a short while, reached a consensus. Although Hai Wanggu had raised some doubts before, it was undeniable that this artifact was extremely attractive to him. After reaching a consensus, everyone quickly set about making arrangements. Each of these transcendent realm masters led a team of varying numbers, ranging from 10 to 20 people. Hai Wanggu returned to Yang Kai and the others and explained the decision he had just made. Everyone, we need to contribute our strength to see if we can break through this barrier. If we can, not only can we obtain this mysterious artifact, but we can also enter the palace behind it and search for it. There are many benefits to be had, so I ask all of you to do your best. Old Hai can rest assured. We will do our best to live up to your trust. Someone immediately shouted excitedly. Hai Wanggu nodded with satisfaction. A moment later, all the arrangements had been made. More than 100 people all stood not far from the invisible barrier, each of them holding their breaths as they secretly prepared. The old man surnamed Chung stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, please listen to my orders. This barrier's defense is a bit strange. It seems that we must use our greatest strength to break it in an instant. Otherwise, no matter how much we attack, it will remain unscathed. Everyone nodded. Old Man Chung swept his eyes around and slowly raised his hand, his expression dignified. Everyone present also condensed their yuan qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. Suddenly, Old Man Cheng's large hand swung down fiercely. The moment he waved his hand, the power of his colorful martial skills and artifacts burst out and struck forward. Hong Long Long. The entire ruin seemed to shake. Of the cultivator present, although there weren't many transcendents, less than 10, the rest were all cultivators at the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage or above. Even so, the number of cultivators present was not small, so the combined power of their attacks was earth-shattering, shocking everyone present. Countless energy beams bombarded the invisible barrier, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to spread out in the air. It was as though hundreds of pebbles had been thrown into a calm lake, causing halos to ripple out. The invisible barrier seemed to be extremely resilient, and after being hit by these attacks, it caved in a lot but remained undamaged. After everything had calmed down, everyone's expression became ugly. The attack just now had failed to break the barrier in front of them. Old Man Chong clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and shouted, "Let's do it one more time. Please don't hold back. The sooner we break this barrier, the better it will be for everyone." Everyone doesn't want to waste time here, right? He could also see that although the attacks just now were quite powerful, most people had not used their full strength, undoubtedly underestimating the defensive strength of this barrier. Hearing him say this, the cultivator who had held back just now no longer dared to take any chances and simply waited for the next attack. After another round of preparation, Old Man Chung raised his hand again, his pair of eyes sweeping the crowd majestically. Everyone who was targeted by him immediately condensed their yuan qi. Chapter 750. After observing for a while, Old Man Chung gave everyone sufficient time to prepare before waving his hand once more. If this invisible barrier was in perfect condition with the cultivation level of this group of people, even if they worked hard for a few decades, they probably wouldn't be able to break it. However, the primordial ruins had existed for too long, and all the restrictions had weakened greatly. The same was true for the barrier in front of him. When the second wave of attacks bombarded the barrier, it caved in even more, but this time it seemed to have reached its limit. Gotcha! Many small cracks appeared in the air, and very soon those cracks spread out in all directions, and even more cracks appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone cried out in surprise and paid close attention. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. With a crisp sound like a mirror being shattered, the invisible barrier suddenly broke open. The moment the barrier was shattered, all the cultivator present seemed to have been prepared. Without waiting for the orders of the Transcendent Realm Masters, all of them displayed their movement skills and rushed forward. The Transcendents leading the Seven Family Alliance were also the same. Every one of the masters from the Seven Family Alliance stared greedily towards this light sphere, reaching out their hands to grab it before they could even reach it. Among the people who had just worked together, a torrent of open strife and covert struggle suddenly broke out. Yuan Qi was unrestrained, pushing and shoving each other, afraid of falling behind others. Yang Kai didn't move, just coldly observing the changes in the situation. The Saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land also didn't move. In addition, many of the more suspicious cultivator also stood in place. They were aware that they weren't strong enough and that even if they rushed over, they wouldn't be able to seize the mysterious artifact, and instinctively felt that there was danger ahead. Naturally, he did not dare to act rashly. They could only wait for the others to rush over and check out the situation first. Sure enough, before those people could get close to the glowing ball, a pure white halo suddenly spread out with the ball as the center. That halo carried a mysterious energy fluctuation that was as fast as lightning. The cultivator who had been rushing forward saw this scene, and all of their expressions changed. Their expressions changed greatly. Even though they were prepared, they were still caught off guard by this halo. No one was able to react. The moment they saw the halo, they were wrapped in it. In an instant, these people's movements became stiff and they tumbled to the ground. None of them had the strength to resist. Yang Kai's face went pale, and without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. The moment the halo swept over the cultivator in front of him, Yang. But even with Yang Kai's current speed, he was unable to escape the pursuit of the halo. He had only just retreated a short distance before the halo enveloped him. Yang soul. Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled. Yang Kai only felt the earth in front of him shake, and he had the illusion that his soul was about to be stripped away. He didn't dare to neglect. Quickly stabilizing his figure, Yang Kai held his breath and stabilized his soul. Quickly, Yang Kai glanced around and found that the cultivator who had been vigilant and hadn't rushed forward to grab the artifact had all fallen to the ground like Hai Wanggu and the others. Even the saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was the same. However, she seemed to have held on for a while. Before she fell, she faintly glanced at Yang Kai, her red lips squirming a few times, but no one knew what she wanted to say. Yang Kai guessed that she was asking him for help. How could he have the leisure to pay attention to her? Yang Kai couldn't even protect himself right now. After being covered by that inexplicable halo, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was being grabbed by an invisible hand and was about to be pulled out of his knowledge sea. Shocked, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mystery was hidden in this situation. So he quickly immersed himself in his knowledge sea. Opening his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai was unable to avoid this fate. After persisting for less than 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai's vision blurred as his soul left his knowledge sea and entered a white world. One figure after another appeared in front of him, each of them wearing a look of panic as they glanced around in shock, unable to understand what was going on. These people were all soul avatars and were the cultivators who had gathered together before. In fact, there were more than 100 of them here. "Hey!" A shout came from the side, causing Yang Kai to turn his head vigilantly only to find that the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess was hiding in a secluded corner and waving towards him. Yang Kai frowned, but under her continuous urging, he walked over to her. She was also a soul avatar now, so without the ability to change her appearance, she was able to reveal her original appearance. "Do you know where this is?" The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess looked around and asked quietly. "How would I know?" Yang Kai frowned. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he wasn't certain. "I can see that you've been resisting for longer than anyone else here. Your true strength isn't just at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, right?" The Saintess frowned as she looked Yang Kai up and down, suddenly a trace of surprise flashing across her beautiful eyes. "Hey, why is your soul avatar?" Closer to Yang Kai, she felt a burning aura emanating from Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her coldly. The Saintess smiled lightly. "Rest assured, I won't speak nonsense. Do you cultivate some kind of special soul skill?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining any further. Normally, he could hide the fact that he possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. Even when using his conflagrated knowledge sea to fight, as long as he didn't display his conflagrated knowledge sea's power, he could deceive others, but when his soul avatar left his knowledge sea, it would inevitably show signs of burning. Saying so, Yang Kai squinted towards the Saintess in front of him, his heart filled with surprise. This Saintess had a mysterious power on her body that prevented Yang Kai from prying. So Yang Kai didn't know what her cultivation was before. But at this moment, with only his soul avatar here, Yang Kai was able to see through the Saintess' cultivation at a glance. First Order Transcendent. She wasn't much older than him, but she also possessed such strength. This Nine Heavens Holy Land was really amazing. "I think it's best if we take care of each other, what do you say?" The Saintess suddenly suggested. Originally, she thought that with so many people going into the sea together, there shouldn't be a problem. However, on the way to the ancient ruins, some unexpected situations occurred one after another. Only then did she realize that there were dangers in the ancient ruins that she couldn't resist. Now that her soul avatar had been forcibly dragged here, the Saintess naturally wanted to find a helper to take care of each other. "I don't take burdens with me." Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. The Saintess curled her lips and said, "You're too arrogant. You haven't seen my methods yet, so how do you know I'm a burden to you? Perhaps you're actually a burden to me. When the time comes, if there's any real danger, it's hard to say who will take care of who." "Then why don't you let me see your methods?" Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression indifferent. "Once I see them, I'll consider whether or not to cooperate with you." The saintess' pretty face became cold as she snorted, no longer willing to talk to Yang Kai. From childhood to now, although she had very little contact with men of her generation, she had never thought that there would actually be such a bad-tempered and arrogant person like Yang Kai in this world. It was as if he was the most powerful person in the world and no one else was worth mentioning. This guy is really annoying. While the two of them were talking, the Seven Family Alliance and the cultivator they had gathered were also whispering to each other, discussing the current situation. Look up there. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and looked up. What they saw was a few large golden characters floating in the white void. Extremely dazzling. Soul Battle Hall. For large characters, each stroke bold and powerful, exuding an indescribable charm. What's more, these words were not written in an ordinary way, but instead were engraved with spiritual energy. Even after experiencing the flowing time great emperor for countless years, the thick majesty exuded from these four large characters had not been erased, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. After a single glance, they quickly averted their eyes, as if they continued to stare at it, their soul avatars would be destroyed. Soul Battle Hall? Could it be understood as a place for divine sense battles? So, is that ball of light a soul-type artifact? Our soul avatars were forcibly dragged here so that we could fight. Everyone began to discuss amongst themselves, and soon they were able to sort out some of their thoughts, all of which were similar to Yang Kai's conjecture. Hai Wanggu waved his hand, motioning everyone to calm down, loudly declaring, if this is really the interior of an artifact, and our soul avatars were forcibly dragged here, then if we want to leave, we must first find an exit. Everyone, don't stay idle. Look around and see if there are any hidden mysteries in this place. Hearing him say this, everyone quickly split up and began searching. This white and empty space seemed to be huge and vast, but when everyone began searching, they quickly discovered that this space was extremely strange. No matter how they moved, they could not escape from a radius of a few kilometers. After searching for a long time, no one was able to find anything suspicious, causing everyone to feel somewhat discouraged. The Seven Family Alliance's transcendents were also searching, constantly releasing their divine senses, but no matter how hard they tried, this white space was like a forbidden room with no blind spots, imprisoning everyone here and blocking their way out. Did you find it? The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess suddenly came to Yang Kai's side and asked as if nothing had happened, seemingly having forgotten all the unpleasantness she had with Yang Kai before. Chapter 751. In this vast white world, everyone was like a headless fly, so the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess once again came to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, glancing over at her for a moment before suddenly chuckling. What are you laughing at? The Saintess frowned. I just found that you really are a bit hateful. Then why did you come here to talk to me? I don't know the people here, and if they recognize me as the Saintess. Since arriving here, she had been hiding, not daring to appear in front of others. After all, the masters of the Seven Family Alliance who had received her on the island would definitely remember her appearance. The Saintess had always been a symbol of nobility and purity. If today's matter were to spread out, not only would her reputation be damaged, but the dignity of Nine Heavens Holy Land would also be damaged. As such, she was very afraid that someone would recognize her, so even if she didn't like Yang Kai, she could only seek him out to discuss this matter. We probably won't be able to leave. Yang Kai continued to shake his head and sighed slightly. Really? The Saintess' beautiful face paled. Are we going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives? It's very likely. Yang Kai nodded. Don't scare me, I haven't even found the Holy Master yet. The Saintess really began to panic. After these few contacts, Yang Kai could see that this silly girl's mind was relatively simple, and didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. This was probably related to her status. Unlike Yang Kai, who had wandered the world from a very young age and was accustomed to great winds and waves, no matter what he encountered, he was able to remain indifferent. I heard that your Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Masters are all found by the Saintess? Do you have any special method to determine whether or not a person is the Holy Master? Yang Kai suddenly became curious and asked. Why do you ask? I naturally have my own methods. The Saintess couldn't help becoming a little vigilant. This is something only the saintess of our 9 heavens holy land can do. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. I'm just curious. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. If you don't want to say, then forget it. The saintess remained silent, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would continue to inquire about the secrets of the Holy Land, so she quietly moved away from him. As time passed, more than 100 cultivators continued their search, but to no avail. Gradually he became anxious, panicked and uneasy. All kinds of emotions began to spread in this vast white space. As the cultivators searched, they also cursed under their breath. The masters from the 7 Family Alliance also wore ugly expressions. They also realized the seriousness of the problem. The ball of light had forcefully pulled everyone's souls into this inexplicable space. If they couldn't find a way out, then they could only wait for death here. Everyone present, all of them were at least at the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage. Their souls had left their bodies while their physical bodies were still outside. Although nothing would happen to them in the short term, once too much time passed, their physical bodies would inevitably die. When their physical bodies died, their divine souls would also become rootless trees. Like water without a source, if it couldn't find a suitable body to enter, it would quickly disappear. The fear of death spread, and the atmosphere in the crowd gradually became subtle. Yang Kai looked on coldly, secretly feeling that something bad was about to happen. He quietly drifted around the crowd, secretly vigilant. The 9 heavens holy land saintess also acted strangely, seemingly determined to follow Yang Kai. Wherever he went, she followed him, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to her, letting her follow behind him. After an unknown amount of time, everyone gave up searching for a way out because there was simply no way out. Everyone stayed in place to rest, their faces extremely gloomy. Suddenly, the sound of quarreling came from a certain direction. It seemed that because 2 cultivators were quarreling, neither of them willing to back down, the more they quarreled, the fiercer they became, as if they were about to fight. This quarrel was like a fuse, igniting the irritation of many people. Old man, if it weren't for your insistence on breaking that invisible barrier, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation today. Now that we're all trapped here, what do you think we should do? Someone suddenly shouted at Old Man Chung. Following his shouts, more and more cultivators began to join in the condemnation, as if everyone felt that the reason for this disaster was all because of Old Man Chung. Even many people from the 7 Family Alliance were glaring at him with disgruntled expressions. Old Man Cheng's expression became gloomy as he sneered meaningfully. Everyone, what you're saying isn't right. Although I was the one who gathered everyone here, before we broke that barrier, no one objected or tried to stop me. Didn't you all want to enter the palace behind the barrier to search for treasures? Now that things have come to this point, why are you all trying to pin the blame on this Old Man Chung? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? No matter what, it was you who led everyone to this point. If you can't find a way out, you can only wait for death. That's right, your Chung family must be responsible for finding a way out. Otherwise you'll suffer. The 7 Family Alliance is responsible for this. We're all going to die here, so before we die, we won't let you off so easily. Everyone seemed to be filled with righteous indignation, as if they were facing a common enemy, all of them shouting out at the same time, as if they were ready to go all out if the 7 Family Alliance didn't take responsibility. Seeing that he was the source of all this trouble, Hai Wanggu's expression also became gloomy. Before coming here, did this old master say that where there are benefits, there will be risks, and that life and death will be left to fate? You knew that this trip would be risky, yet you were still tempted by the benefits. My 7 Family Alliance has no obligation to protect your safety, so whether you live or die, what does that have to do with me? With these words, everyone's mood was not very good. So Hai Wanggu's words immediately made the atmosphere even more tense. Old Man Chang grinned as he glared at the cultivator who had just spoken to him and coldly said, "You want me to die? You don't have the ability." As he spoke, a sharp spiritual energy burst out from his soul avatar and like a snake with fangs, it slammed into the cultivator's body. With a pitiful scream, the cultivator didn't even have the chance to fight back as his soul avatar was directly shattered. His cultivation was only at the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage, so under the attack of a first-order transcendent like Old Man Chung, How could he possibly survive? Silence filled the air as everyone suddenly fell silent, their eyes trembling as they stared towards the spot where the cultivator had disappeared. None of them had expected that this old man Chang would actually kill a cultivator without any warning. But soon the expressions of the several people around the dead cultivator became strange, a look of comfort appearing on their faces, as if they had been greatly nourished, even their soul avatars becoming slightly thicker. Hai Wanggu raised his brow as he stared in amazement. At the same time, all the transcendents present discovered something that surprised them. The dead cultivator's soul avatar actually turned into a burst of spiritual energy that was absorbed by the several cultivators around him. It was because they had absorbed the spiritual energy of the dead cultivator that their soul avatars had visibly grown stronger. Yang Kai also saw this scene and couldn't help smiling inexplicably, muttering under his breath, "This is going to be fun." "What's wrong?" The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess asked nervously. She had been following behind Yang Kai a moment ago and hadn't seen much, so hearing Yang Kai suddenly say this made her feel a little confused. "Many of the people here will probably die." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. As the two of them spoke, the expressions of the Seven Family Alliance's transcendents fluctuated, all of them glancing around at each other, all of them clearly interested. If an average person wanted to cultivate their soul, it was much more difficult than cultivating their physical body. If one didn't have a good soul secret art, they could only take pills to nourish their soul, and even then they would have to take these pills over a long period of time to see the effects. However, in this strange space, there seemed to be some kind of inexplicable principle that allowed any soul avatar that died to be absorbed and swallowed by others. This was a huge temptation to anyone. However, this situation was also accompanied by risks. When someone's soul avatar collapsed and died, the remnant energy contained all the memories and experiences of that person's life. If one absorbed too much of this energy, it was likely that their mind would be affected, causing them to lose all sense of who they were. At that time, their mind would become chaotic and they would either go insane or lose their mind. When Yang Kai absorbed the soul avatars of others, he first used his demon eye of annihilation to purify the impurities, leaving behind only the pure energy. If not for this, he would have long since become someone else. Although the benefits obtained in this way were very small, they could avoid future troubles. On top of that, his enemies' insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao would be completely preserved. This was what Yang Kai needed the most. However, the people present obviously didn't think so much. There had never been a secret art that allowed a cultivator to directly absorb the soul avatars of others to strengthen themselves. Even if there was such a thing, it was extremely rare and precious. After seeing the few people around the dead cultivator reap the benefits, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance were inevitably tempted. Looking at each other, they all grinned. A series of transcendent spiritual energy burst out without warning. In this place, they didn't have physical bodies or artifacts to use, so the only thing they could use was their own soul skills. Various soul skills struck the crowd, and before the foreign cultivator could react, more than a dozen of them died, their soul avatars scattered. The masters from the Seven Family Alliance rushed out and arrived at the position of the dead cultivator, frantically devouring the remnant soul avatars they had left behind. Whether it was Old Man Chang or Hai Wanggu, both of their old faces were filled with excitement. At this moment they felt as if they had become stronger. Devouring a single person's soul avatar was equivalent to 1 or 2 of their years of cultivation. They didn't take the lives of these foreign cultivators seriously, and were more than happy to see them all die. That way, they wouldn't have to share the treasures they obtained from the ancient ruins with outsiders. Now that such a temptation had appeared, they naturally wouldn't hesitate to kill without mercy. Chapter 752. In this vast white world, the temptation and ready-made conditions in front of them drew out the dark side of the Seven Family Alliance's masters, and without a word, they began a slaughter, killing more than a dozen people in an instant. After feeling the benefits they had obtained, the expressions of these people became even more restless. The foreign cultivator was silent for a moment before finally reacting, one of them roaring, "I knew you were up to no good. Brothers, let's fight them." In an instant, more than 100 soul avatars were divided into 2 camps, the Seven Family Alliance on one side and the foreign cultivator on the other. A desperate struggle broke out inside the soul battle hall. Without artifacts, martial skills, or physical strength, the only thing everyone could rely on was the strength of their souls and the soul skills they cultivated. The two camps of cultivator collided with each other, constantly scattering soul avatars and transforming them into streams of energy that were absorbed by nearby cultivators. After swallowing the soul avatars of others, these cultivators also became more and more agitated, their murderous intent filling the air, as if each of them wanted to monopolize the benefits here and kill everyone else. After all, the Seven Family Alliance's cultivator was much stronger, each of them having one or two transcendents. When they took action, they could easily end the life of a foreign cultivator with a single blow. However, among the foreign cultivators there were also several transcendents. These people joined forces with their own helpers and were more or less able to hold on for some time, causing the Seven Family Alliance no small amount of damage. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they continued to scream and disappear. This cruel and crazy scene was almost unacceptable to the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess, her tender body trembling as she watched the melee, not even noticing someone approaching her. Yongkai frowned, wanting to see what kind of skill this woman had, so he didn't lend a hand, simply watching from the sidelines. When she felt the approaching crisis, the Saintess awoke from her stupor and her seemingly delicate soul avatar suddenly erupted with a destructive force, destroying the soul of the cultivator who was approaching her. The Saintess frowned when she saw the remnant soul energy of the dead cultivator circling around her. She didn't absorb it like the others. Instead, she took the initiative to distance herself from it. Her face was full of disgust. Yongkai secretly nodded. He felt that this woman was more or less capable, and her judgment was not bad. She knew that if she received such benefits for free, there would be endless troubles. As if feeling that Yongkai was observing her, the Saintess secretly glanced at Yongkai. Her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. She didn't know if Yongkai would act like the others and suddenly attack the people around him. If that was the case, she felt that she wouldn't be able to resist. From Yongkai's body she felt a kind of pressure, especially that burning hot aura, which made her feel a bit of dread. Yongkai, on the other hand, no longer paid attention to her and instead continued to watch the melee with great interest, his expression indifferent. At this moment the battle had become one-sided. The foreign cultivator was originally a mass of scattered sand, so under the attack of the Seven Family Alliance's masters, they had no choice but to join forces to counterattack. Although they had achieved some results at the beginning, in the face of absolute strength, they were quickly defeated. After the few transcendents were killed, the remaining immortal ascension boundary cultivator couldn't do anything. Letting them scream and beg for mercy, the masters of the Seven Family Alliance simply turned a blind eye, smirking as they scattered their soul avatars and reaped the benefits from them. Gradually, the hundreds of cultivators were reduced to less than a dozen, all of whom were Seven Family Alliance's transcendents. It seemed that because they had swallowed too much of the soul avatars, at this moment the drawbacks of their soul avatars finally broke out. All of them seemed a little anxious, each of their soul avatars exuding a chaotic and evil aura. After ignoring each other for a moment, the dozen or so people began fighting again. What do we do? What do we do? As Yongkai was observing the situation, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess came to him for the third time, an anxious and helpless look on her face that made Yongkai quite amused. What do you mean, what do we do? Yongkai asked knowingly. What if they decide to attack us? The Saintess panicked. Although she was a first-order transcendent, there were still so many people left from the Seven Family Alliance. Once they all rushed over, she wouldn't be able to resist, so even if she was somewhat afraid of Yongkai, at this moment she had no choice but to find a way to tie herself to him. You are you, I am me. Yongkai raised a finger and shook it slowly, keenly aware of her intentions. Aren't you afraid you'll die here? If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster, and if it's a disaster, it can't be avoided, so what's the use of being afraid? Yongkai chuckled meaningfully, his indifferent expression causing the Saintess to be surprised, glancing over at him from head to toe. What do you want to do? The Saintess immediately became vigilant. The malicious intent in Yongkai's eyes gave her goosebumps, quickly saying, Don't forget, I saved you before, you should know how to repay me. Yongkai shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, I don't want to do anything to you. There's no need to be so nervous. The saintess obviously didn't trust him, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to peer directly into Yang Kai's heart. After a moment, her expression relaxed. She could feel that Yang Kai really didn't have any malicious intentions towards her, but she was certain he was up to no good, causing her to feel a little uneasy. Her heart was filled with regret. If she had known that this trip would be so dangerous, she would never have come to the bottom of the sea. She had even used some tricks to shake off the two holy landmasters. She had simply dug her own grave. The saintess wanted to cry but had no tears. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her, and instead continued to pay attention to the divine sense battle. The dozen or so masters from the Seven Family Alliance knew each other very well, so their battle was also quite fierce. Moreover, under the influence of the spiritual energy they had swallowed, these dozen or so people no longer feared death, so after only an hour or so, victory and defeat had been decided. Of the dozen or so masters, almost all of them had died, leaving only two who were still struggling to survive. Hai Wanggu of the Hai family and the old man surnamed Chung who had gathered everyone here before were both second-order transcendents, so in this battle, they undoubtedly held the advantage in terms of strength. However, after such a fierce struggle, both of their soul avatars appeared somewhat weak, so after fighting for a while, both of them sat down cross-legged and began to adjust their breathing. Seeing this scene, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess immediately urged Yang Kai to take advantage of this opportunity to kill these two old men. Yang Kai kept shaking his head, indicating that his courage was too small and that he didn't have the strength to do so, causing the saintess' pretty face to distort in anger. From beginning to end, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of fear. When he was watching these people fight, he even had a look of relish on his face. This kind of behavior was either because he had absolute confidence in himself or because he was stupid and ignorant. The saintess couldn't see him as the latter, so she had never expected him to give up such a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If she were to go up alone and launch a sneak attack, she wasn't sure she could win, so she could only stand in place and hesitate. For Yang Kai, killing Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung wouldn't be difficult. In fact, it could even be said that it would be extremely easy, but he didn't want to expose his strength in front of outsiders. If it were someone else, it would have been easier to deal with. He would have just killed them to silence them, but this Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess had previously offered him a helping hand, even if that wasn't what Yang Kai needed. However, if he really wanted to kill this woman, Yang Kai really couldn't do it. He wasn't a vicious person who would kill without reason. Yang Kai was now having a headache over this issue. If only he could knock her out right now. While thinking about this, Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung seemed to have finally discovered that there were still two outsiders left. Yang Kai and the saintess had been hiding far away and hadn't participated in the melee, cleverly avoiding the previous chaos, but now that the number of people had been reduced, they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung glanced at each other and suddenly grinned. "Brother Chung, why don't we deal with that side first? Then we can decide who wins and who loses?" Hai Wanggu seemed to still have some sense of reason and proposed. Old Man Chung frowned for a moment before nodding slightly, a fierce look appearing on his face as he said, "That's a good opportunity to replenish our spiritual energy first." Saying so, the two men stood up at the same time and stared towards Yang Kai and Old Man Chung. Neither of them seemed to be in a hurry, simply walking over step by step, their expressions filled with confidence. Not far away, the two men swept their eyes over Yang Kai and the saintess, their expressions suddenly becoming dull as they stared at the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. "You..." Hai Wanggu pointed his finger at the woman, his brow furrowed. "Aren't you Her Highness the Saintess?" Old Man Chung also looked like he had seen a ghost, completely dumbfounded. The murderous intent and hostility between the two men dissipated the moment they recognized the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. "It's me." The saintess nodded lightly. "How come you're here?" Hai Wanggu frowned and asked, seemingly thinking of something. "Could it be you came here with my Seven Family Alliance?" "And I just wanted to enjoy the scenery, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen," the saintess calmly replied. "Then this is..." Hai Wanggu looked towards Yang Kai suspiciously. The saintess hesitated for a moment before quickly replying, "He's my retainer." Yang Kai's expression flashed as he glanced over at the woman in front of him. Her answer seemed to indicate that she wanted to take care of him, while also wanting to stand on the same side as him. As a retainer of the Saintess, he must be a member of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. With such an identity, Yang Kai estimated that both Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang would be wary of him. Sure enough, after hearing the Saintess say this, the expressions of the two old men became strange, as if they wanted to flatter her but were also hesitating. Their mood was directly reflected in the fluctuations of energy coming from their soul avatars. These fluctuations were fluctuating, sometimes stable, sometimes dangerous. Obviously, they weren't as respectful as they appeared on the surface and were clearly plotting something. Chapter 753. Perceiving their malice towards her, the Nine Heavens' Holy Land Saintess' beautiful face changed slightly, suddenly waving her hand and sending out a subtle force from her soul avatar. This force was quite strange and didn't carry the slightest murderous intent or malice, but when this energy appeared, it was like a shower of light falling from the sky, covering Yang Kai, Hai Wanggu, and Old Man Chang before disappearing into their soul avatars. The three old men all frowned, not knowing what the Saintess was trying to do. But strangely enough, after she did this, Kai Yang suddenly felt his heart calm down a lot. His body gave birth to a comfortable feeling from the inside out. It was as if he had distanced himself from the troubles of the secular world, and from now on the thought of retreating into the mountains and forests. This made him lose interest in everything in front of him. His heart clenching, Yang Kai quickly focused his mind and expelled this feeling of laziness from his mind. Turning to Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the irritability in these two old men's soul avatars seemed to have been smoothed out and were no longer as violent as before. Both of them seemed to have become much more clear-headed. The soul skill the Saintess had just used seemed to have the effect of calming one's mind. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang glanced at each other and frowned. After a moment of silence, Hai Wanggu said, "What happened just now? Your Highness Saintess saw it, right?" The Saintess' pretty face changed as she forced a smile. "Yes, but you can rest assured that I won't speak of it. I also don't want others to know that I was here. What we need to do now is find a way out of here as soon as possible. What do you think?" Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang both remained silent, their brow furrowed as if they were contemplating something. The Saintess was a little uneasy. Although she had used her special soul skill to help Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang temporarily stabilize their minds, these two people's natures weren't very good. Once they started having evil thoughts, even her soul skill couldn't control their thoughts and actions. Quickly turning her eyes to Yang Kai for help, she asked for help. Yang Kai pretended not to see her. The Saintess couldn't help grinding her teeth in anger. After a while, Hai Wanggu suddenly asked, "Brother Chang, what do you think?" Old Man Chang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Since it has come to this, either we don't do anything or we go all out." Hai Wanggu grinned ferociously. Sure enough, Brother Chang is worthy of his reputation, thinking the same thing as this Hai. As she spoke, she coldly glanced at the Saintess. She snorted coldly, "So what if she's the Saintess? Here no one cares about your status. Even if you die here, no one will know." The Saintess' expression finally changed. She knew that these two old men were going to silence her in order to keep this secret. With so many foreign cultivators dead, the 7 family alliances' losses were not small. If the truth of the matter were to spread out, it would cause great damage to the Hai family and the Chang family. Moreover, this was indeed the best place to silence someone. While talking, their soul fluctuations fluctuated again, revealing a violent and evil aura. Without saying a word, 2 pure and dangerous soul consciousness attacks suddenly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai's strength seemed to be relatively low, so Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang naturally wanted to deal with him first. Then they would find a way to deal with the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Yang Kai's expression became cold. The moment these 2 attacks were about to reach him, he suddenly dodged. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang were both surprised. "I'll help you contain one. You should be able to win one-on-one, right?" Yang Kai said to the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess before turning to Hai Wanggu and smiling contemptuously. "You old dog, come with me. Little brat, you don't know death." Hai Wanggu coldly snorted, easily angered by Yang Kai, hurriedly chasing after Yang Kai. If it was any other time, Hai Wanggu wouldn't have been so obedient, but at this moment, whether it was him or Old Man Chang, both of them had swallowed so much spiritual energy that their minds were somewhat muddled. It could be said that their actions were mostly driven by instinct, so when Yang Kai provoked them, they naturally chased after him. "Hey!" The saintess anxiously shouted and was about to explain something to Yang Kai when suddenly seeing Old Man Chung attack her, her pretty face paled and she hurriedly used her soul skill to defend herself. Yang Kai had already led Hai Wanggu far away, not wanting to fight him, instead constantly avoiding his divine sense attacks while taking the opportunity to observe the situation of the Nine Heavens Holy Land saintess. Yang Kai had originally intended to let this saintess kill Hai Wanggu, so that he wouldn't have to expose his strength and the secret of his conflagrated knowledge see in front of this woman. Moreover, he also felt that with the background and heritage of this saintess, she should have the ability to do so. Although her cultivation was a minor realm lower than Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung, Nine Heavens Holy Land and the Seven Family Alliance weren't on the same level. From the soul skill this woman had just displayed, it was clear she had the ability. However, after observing for a while, Yang Kai found that something was wrong. Under Old Man Chang's relentless pursuit, the woman only knew how to dodge and defend, not even showing any intention of fighting back. From her demeanor and actions, it was clear she had the conditions and opportunity to fight back, but she simply didn't take advantage of it. It wasn't that she didn't grasp the opportunity, but rather that she didn't seem to have any desire to fight Old Man Chung. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed and couldn't help shouting, "Fight back! Why are you always running?" The saintess wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. But before she could finish speaking, Old Man Chang's killing move had already arrived, forcing her to dodge. "Little brat, you should worry about yourself." Hai Wanggu chased after Yang Kai, not leaving his side even a single step as he snickered. Yang Kai glanced over at him coldly before his figure flickered and he changed direction, rushing towards the saintess. A moment later, he caught up with her pace and anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you fighting back?" The saintess grit her teeth and replied, "You already know the answer. Why would I ask when I already know the answer?" Yang Kai was confused. "I am the saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land. I know, so what?" Yang Kai suddenly found this woman's words to be somewhat incomprehensible. "You don't know what the saintess can't do?" As she rushed forward, the woman stared at Yang Kai with some amazement. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Where the hell did you come from, poor boy?" The saintess saw that he didn't seem to be lying and her beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. "The saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land cannot kill anyone. Who set that rule?" Yang Kai's face went black. He found that his wishful thinking was about to fail. "It's been this way since ancient times." The saintess hurriedly explained, "We can't kill. Once we violate this taboo, a flaw will appear in our secret art." "What kind of bullshit secret art is that?" Yang Kai was furious. He had never heard of such a restrictive secret art. However, in other words, if the restrictions were too strict, then the secret art she cultivated was bound to be very powerful. "Then why don't you take action?" The saintess fled with Yang Kai while sizing him up. "You look so relaxed, why do you want me to take action?" Yang Kai couldn't help grinning, his heart filled with helplessness, guessing that this time he wouldn't be able to borrow a knife to kill them. "Although I can't do it myself, I can help you. If you're afraid you aren't their opponent, you don't need to worry," the saintess hurriedly said. "How are you going to help me?" The saintess didn't say a word, suddenly sending out a soul skill into Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The moment this soul skill penetrated his body, he couldn't help feeling a strange sensation, as if he had formed some kind of connection with this Nine Heavens Holy Land saintess. It was as if she had bestowed some kind of strange blessing upon him. Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy was rapidly becoming stronger. Moreover, there were also some mysterious thoughts flashing through his mind. A variety of secret arts he had never heard of before flowing through his mind. Yang Kai felt like he could freely use these secret arts. This feeling was strange and completely baseless, but Yang Kai firmly believed it. Suddenly coming to a halt, Yang Kai stood in place and took a deep breath, his eyes flashing brilliantly. The Nine Heavens Holy Land saintess also hurriedly stopped and stood behind Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes staring at him nervously. "Little brat, I want to see where you're going to run now." Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung roared. Although these two juniors weren't as strong as them, they were still able to run very fast. If they hadn't taken the initiative to stop, it was likely they wouldn't have been able to catch up. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung both had a belly full of anger as murderous intent flashed across their faces. Yang Kai slowly turned around and stared at them, his brow furrowed, seemingly still immersed in the confusion he had just experienced. After a moment, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand and sent out a burst of spiritual energy, summoning a giant golden sword mid-air. This giant sword was formed purely from Yang Kai's spiritual energy, and was several dozen meters long. The golden sword gave off a scorching aura that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. An unparalleled sense of oppression descended from the sky, causing Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung, who had been glaring at Yang Kai with malevolent eyes, to tremble. Under this oppressive pressure, they felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making them feel as if they were about to be crushed to pieces. They couldn't even muster up the will to resist, their hearts instantly filling with fear. The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess' tender body also trembled slightly, her pretty face filled with a look of disbelief as she stared towards Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had just discovered some kind of great secret. Yang Kai stared at the giant soul sword for a moment before waving his divine sense and sending it down towards Old Man Chung. A violent shockwave swept out and Old Man Chung didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he disappeared under the giant sword. Hai Wanggu, who had been standing nearby, was also sent flying by the shockwave, his footing unsteady. Is that the profound heavenly sword? Yang Kai frowned, turning to the saintess and asking. The latter nodded unconsciously. Yes. Chapter 754. Old Man Chung had been killed in a single blow and Hai Wanggu, who had luckily escaped, was now like a stray dog, desperately trying to escape from Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly but didn't move. The giant sword that had just killed Old Man Chung transformed into a rope and caught up to Hai Wanggu. No matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't avoid it and was directly tied up. Yang Kai waved his hand and the rope that was binding Hai Wanggu suddenly pulled him back. Is this the imprisoning heaven chain? Yang Kai asked the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Interesting, how did I suddenly become proficient in these soul skills? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Also, my spiritual energy seems to have become much stronger. What did you do to me? Can we talk about that later? The saintess' eyes flashed, seemingly unwilling to answer. Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't ask further. The two soul skills he had just used were things Yang Kai had never seen before, but he was able to use them freely and proficiently, as if he had been cultivating them for a long time. It was impossible for him to know all of this for no reason, so the only explanation was that this woman had done something to him. It was as if she had directly instilled these two soul skills into Yang Kai, allowing him to instantly gain insight into these two soul skills. Moreover, the spiritual energy Yang Kai displayed wasn't too strong. Normally, he would only be able to fight evenly with Hai Wanggu, but with this saintess' help, he was able to kill Old Man Chung in a single blow. Yang Kai's heart was filled with doubts and dissatisfaction. What do you plan to do with this person? The saintess pointed to the bound Hai Wanggu and asked. What else can I do? Yang Kai grinned and the rope binding Hai Wanggu suddenly burst into flames. With a scream of despair, Hai Wanggu's soul avatar was incinerated, not even leaving behind a single trace. In the entire soul battle hall, only Yang Kai and the saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land remained. They looked at each other. Under Yang Kai's intense gaze, the saintess seemed a little uncomfortable and avoided his eyes. What's your name? Yang Kai asked. Enling, what about you? Zhang San. Enling Er's pretty face immediately turned green. Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude really annoyed her. However, due to his identity, he couldn't flare up, so he could only be angry inwardly. Now, can you tell me what you did just now? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. That move of yours seemed very strange. Do you have to know? Enling Er pursed her red lips. Yang Kai nodded seriously. If I don't figure it out, how do I know if it will harm me? You don't have to worry about that. It won't do you any harm. Furthermore, I have no motive to harm you. I still want to be clear about this. Good. Enling Er took a deep breath. Since you insist, I'll tell you. After saying so, she fell silent, as if she was sorting out her words. After a while, she continued, "You should know about our 9 heavens holy land. Every holy master is brought back by the saintess. We use some special methods to find a suitable candidate, and if they pass the test, they will become the next holy master of the holy land. As for what method we use to find a suitable candidate, please forgive me for not being able to explain. I can only tell you that it has something to do with the secret art I cultivate." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Presumably you've also heard that before the holy master is found, there are many different kinds of holy masters. There are many different kinds of people. Their aptitudes vary greatly, but once they enter the holy land and become the holy master, they will undergo an extraordinary transformation. You will be reborn and achieve extraordinary achievements. This has a lot to do with us saintesses." "Oh? What do you mean?" "We were born to be the holy master's cultivation furnaces. Everything we cultivate, everything we master, is prepared for the holy master. Find him, bring him back to the holy land, and instill all the knowledge we have learned over the years into him. This is the value of our saintess's existence. Moreover, because there was more than one saintess in the holy land, the benefits the Holy Lord could obtain were enormous. This was also why every Holy Lord had the ability to transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. That was because he wasn't cultivating alone. Depending on the number of saintesses, it could be 3 to 5 people helping him cultivate. It could also be 7 or 8 people helping him cultivate. These people were all his furnaces, and the benefits they obtained from cultivating would all belong to him. With such a method of cultivation, it is difficult for the Holy Land's holy master not to become powerful. It's that amazing." Yang Kai was stunned. "This is the Holy Land's secret. Don't you dare reveal it to me," and Linger warned seriously. "Don't worry, my mouth is sealed tightly." Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. "So, the reason why I can master your 9 heavens holy land soul skills is entirely because you instilled everything you learned into me? And what you have mastered is what I am proficient in. The saintesses do not kill during their lifetime, but can use this special method to assist the holy master. On top of that, the benefits we bring to the holy master are not limited to just this. You also felt it just now. With my assistance, your spiritual energy will become much stronger." Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. "I'm not the holy master, am I? How could you use it on me?" And Ling sighed faintly, biting her red lips as she said, "Although I don't want to admit it, you probably have the aptitude to become the holy master." "Are you kidding me?" "It's true. I just wanted to help you improve your spiritual energy so you could fight those two. I had no intention of instilling the Holy Land's divine skills into you, but for some reason you were able to comprehend them. Let me ask you, how many divine skills did you comprehend just now?" "Just 2 of them. 2 of them is already quite amazing. Even with the help of our saintesses, it is not easy for a holy master to comprehend the Holy Land's divine skills. It is likely that he will need to try many times before he can thoroughly master a certain divine skill. You being able to comprehend 2 of them in an instant is already enough to explain the problem," and Ling said with a look of admiration. Yang Kai's eyes darted around. "How many divine skills have you comprehended in total?" 9. And Ling smiled faintly. "Do you want to learn?" "As you wish." Yang Kai didn't comment, putting on a look of disinterest. "I can give you everything I know, but you must agree to one condition." Yang Kai's expression sank. He hated it the most when others haggled with him. "Come back to the Holy Land with me. When the time comes, not only will I help you with the divine skill, but my other 3 sisters will also help. You will grow in the shortest time possible." "You want me to go back with you and become a holy master?" Yang Kai grinned. "Yes, I think I've found the right person, although you're a bit annoying," and Linger said truthfully. "Not interested." Yang Kai chuckled and slowly shook his head. "You..." And Linger's almond eyes widened, a look of shock appearing on her face. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to so bluntly refuse. The holy master of 9 heavens holy land, who didn't want to be? The 20 to 30 islands occupied by the 7 family alliance were bustling with noise and excitement as foreign cultivators flooded in, all of them hoping the saintess would take a liking to them. Once one was chosen, they would reach the heavens in a single bound. Wherever Ling went, the situation was similar to this island, overcrowded with people, young and old. But now, when she took the initiative to make this request, she was actually refused. And Linger couldn't help feeling like she was in a dream, staring at Yang Kai blankly, unable to speak. If I want strength, I'll cultivate it myself. Why would I need to rely on you women? Yang Kai snorted. Wouldn't that be the same as eating soft rice? Do you still not understand what benefits becoming a holy master brings? And Ling Er's brow furrowed slightly. Becoming a holy master not only means you will become an overlord of this world in the future, it also means you will obtain many things that most people would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. Wealth, fame, status, beauties, you can have anything you want. Does that include you? Yang Kai stared at her wickedly. And Ling Er's expression suddenly became somewhat unnatural, but she quickly nodded. And I am the Holy Master's cultivation furnace, not only me, but also my 3 sisters. As long as you want it, no matter what you do to us, we won't resist. You can enjoy the blessings of having multiple lovers. Very tempting. Yang Kai licked his lips, a perverted expression appearing on his face, seemingly quite tempted. Then you not going? Yang Kai sneered, his expression changing faster than one could flip the page of a book. Shaking his head, there are always gains and losses. Becoming a holy master brings such great benefits. Presumably the price one has to pay isn't small, right? And Ling Er's pretty face changed slightly as she stared at him deeply, gently nodding. There is a rumor in the Holy Land. Although there is no basis for it, I think it should be the price the Holy Master has to pay. Let's hear it. Every Holy Master doesn't live long. It seems that the one who lived the longest only lived for 300 years. 9 Heavens Holy Land was a great force, and with so many saintesses as his cultivation furnaces, the Holy Master's strength would definitely improve rapidly. In just a few dozen years, he would reach the Third Order Saint Realm. The Third Order Saint Realm had long transcended the level of mortals, and their lifespan would be greatly extended. Only living for 300 years was obviously a sign of death. Even the Third Order transcendents of some great forces could live for several hundred years. When he heard that he had to pay such a price, Yang Kai no longer had any thoughts of becoming a holy master. 300 years might seem like a long time, but for a master who pursued the martial Tao, it was nothing more than the blink of an eye. Yang Kai believed that if he didn't become a holy master, after 300 years, he would still be alive and well. Perhaps he would even be wandering the world with Su Yan and his little senior sister, living a carefree life. How could he be willing to sacrifice himself for such a small benefit? But have you ever thought that by paying such a price, you can enjoy a lifetime of glory? This is something many people can't achieve in their lifetime, and Ling Er still tried to persuade him. Yang Kai chuckled. After 30 years, I will be able to stand on equal footing with your holy master. 30 years. And Ling Er stared at him in shock. Your tone is quite big. Chapter 755. In order to stand on equal footing with the Holy Master, one would need to at least be a Third Order saint. And Ling Er didn't think Yang Kai could achieve this. She simply thought he was just a young man spouting nonsense. Just wait and see, Yang Kai chuckled, his face filled with confidence. You really won't consider it? There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head, however. The way you chose the Holy Master is a bit too hasty. How can the master of a great force decide on such a casual matter? It's not hasty. And Ling Er refuted with some excitement. The secret art we cultivate is related to finding a holy master. If there is a suitable candidate, as long as they are within a certain range, we saintesses can sense them and determine they are the most suitable candidate to become the holy master. Your situation is another type of selection. If we really can't find the first type of person, we can only ask the Holy Land to step in and find some young people with good aptitude. Through indoctrination, we can see if they can comprehend the Holy Land's divine skills. Although today's matter was an accident, you have passed my test and are eligible to enter the Holy Land. And your performance was particularly excellent, so you are quite qualified. Yang Kai sneered. Can you guarantee that the person you choose will be loyal to your Holy Land? Yes. And Ling Er nodded. After entering the Holy Land, they will change their views. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he wasn't clear about the inside story, he estimated that 9 Heavens Holy Land would use some special methods to brainwash the people they chose. Good, let's not talk about this for now. Young Kai didn't want to continue inquiring about the secrets of Nine Heaven's holy land. The more he learned about this kind of thing, the worse it would be for him. Saying so, Young Kai sent out a burst of energy from his soul avatar and, before Enling could react, wrapped her up. "What are you doing?" Enling pretty face changed. While she was talking, she suddenly found herself unable to move. The other party's soul energy was far stronger than she had expected. The energy that wrapped around her soul avatar contained a scorching aura. Young Kai looked her up and down, his eyes flashing with a very complicated light. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes, according to my temperament, I should kill you to silence you." "Kill me?" And Ling-Er's beautiful face turned pale. "Do you think you know too much?" "This is one of the reasons." Young Kai nodded calmly. "I know that much. Once you return alive, I estimate your Nine Heavens holy land won't let me go. Either you will capture me and make me your holy master, or you will directly kill me to protect your holy land's secrets. Neither of these is what I want to see. Why are you so suspicious?" And Ling-Er frowned and looked at him faintly. "I won't tell anyone about what happened today. And don't forget, I saved you before. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Don't mention it." Young Kai curled his lips disdainfully. "In fact, I didn't know what to do with you. If I really killed you, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life and perhaps even develop a heart demon. But if I took you out with me, I wouldn't feel at ease." Hearing him say this, and Ling-Er's tense demeanor couldn't help relaxing as she asked softly, "So now you know what to do?" Young Kai grinned, stretching out his hand and grabbing towards her soul avatar. And Ling-Er's face was filled with shock as she tried to struggle but was unable to move at all. Before the big hand could touch Ling-Er though, it suddenly withdrew. An irresistible suction force emerged from the giant hand and Ling-Er's vision blurred for a moment before her soul avatar fell limply to the ground, extremely weak. Stubbornly raising her head, she glared towards Young Kai with a look of hatred, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "It turns out you've comprehended more than 2 divine skills. Sorry, in fact it's 3. Young Kai smiled. "Is this one called Great Heavenly Attraction?" And Ling-Er pursed her red lips tightly, not saying a word. "Profound Heavenly Sword. Imprisoning Heaven Lock. Great Heavenly Attraction." Young Kai muttered to himself, "Your Nine Heavens Holy Land's divine skills are really good. Both convenient and practical." "How is it convenient?" "This is the result of more than 10 years of bitter cultivation." Hearing his evaluation, and Ling-Er was immediately enraged. Young Kai didn't care and simply stared at the delicate mass of spiritual energy in his hand. This mass of spiritual energy had been stripped from Ling-Er's soul avatar and was now sitting cross-legged on Young Kai's palm, petite and dignified, motionless. This was Ling-Er's soul brand. With this brand in hand, Young Kai could control Ling-Er's life and death at will. "To be on the safe side, I'll accept your brand. I hope that after we leave this place we'll never meet again in Sky Sea Pavilion. And when the day comes that I can stand on equal footing with your holy master, I'll come to your Nine Heavens holy land and return this brand to you," Young Kai said as he took her brand into his soul avatar. And Ling-Er looked at him angrily, unable to resist. Although she was also proficient in Great Heavenly Attraction, her soul was not as good as Young Kai's, so she couldn't resist. This man was really hateful to the extreme. She had clearly made a very beneficial proposal to him, but he didn't agree and even tried to control her. "Hey, I really don't have any malicious intentions towards you. Don't look at me like that." Young Kai was helpless and kept shaking his head. "You're hateful." And Ling-Er ground her teeth and cursed, venting the grievances in her heart. Okay, I'm hateful. I'm the most hateful person in the world. You just need to rest, don't be angry." Young Kai quickly comforted her. With her soul brand, Young Kai also felt relieved. Although doing this would cause some damage to this woman, as long as she rested for a while, she would be fine. Young Kai only took her brand and didn't harm her soul avatar. And Ling-Er ignored him in a fit of pique. She sat alone at the side, looking extremely pitiful. After observing for a while, Kai Yang leapt up and flew out. This white world was indeed the interior of the soul-type artifact. Young Kai also understood the function of this artifact. It was similar to the situation everyone had encountered. It could forcibly pull other soul avatars into this magical space. For Young Kai, this was a good thing. His current divine sense cultivation was stronger than his physical body, so once he encountered a powerful enemy, he could use the power of this artifact to force others to engage in a divine sense battle with him. In such a battle, Yang Kai would likely have a lot of advantages, so he really wanted to take this artifact into his own pocket. The more than 100 people who had come in before had examined this place several times but hadn't found anything special. The only place where there was a mystery was the one in the sky where the 4 words, Soul Battle Hall, were engraved. Flying to the location of the 4 words, Yang Kai carefully examined it, his expression extremely focused. As time passed slowly, and Ling also recovered from her previous injuries and blinked her big eyes towards the sky. After a while, she flew up and stood beside Yang Kai and asked, "Are you looking for an exit, or do you want to refine this artifact? You're not angry?" Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. He found that this woman seemed to easily forget some things. This was also the case before. Yang Kai had repeatedly given her the cold shoulder, and although she had left in a fit of anger, she had come back after a while. "I'm angry." And Ling nodded heavily. "But I decided not to be angry with you for the time being. The most important thing is to get out of here alive." "Smart girl." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "I want to refine this artifact. Since it's a soul-type artifact, I can use my divine sense to refine it, but I haven't found a good way to do so. What do you suggest?" And Ling looked carefully and pondered for a while before saying, "You might as well try to refine these 4 words. They may be the core of this artifact. As long as you brand your divine sense into these 4 words, you should be able to refine it." "That's what I was thinking." Yang Kai nodded and sternly said, "You should stay away." And Ling glanced at him strangely, and although she was a little confused, she still obediently moved away and hid in the furthest corner. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai's soul avatar sitting motionlessly in the void, seemingly brewing something. Suddenly, a berserk and terrifying scorching aura spread out from his body. A dazzling golden light blossomed in that instant, and the entire divine battle hall seemed to show signs of shaking. The 4 words were directly wrapped in a raging fire and began to burn. And Ling mouth dropped open as she stared in shock, her tender body trembling slightly. She had thought that Yang Kai cultivated some kind of special soul skill or possessed some kind of soul-type artifact, which was why his soul avatar was emitting such a hot aura. But now, after seeing the scene in front of her, she suddenly realized that he didn't cultivate a special soul skill at all. The reason his soul avatar was emitting such a hot aura was entirely because of his spiritual energy. A variant spiritual energy, a conflagrated knowledge, see? And Ling was thoroughly shocked. And from the looks of it, his ability to use his spiritual energy had obviously reached a very high level. No wonder he wanted to refine her soul brand. It turned out that it wasn't just because he had learned some of the Holy Land's secrets, but also because of himself. He obviously hoped she could help him hide this secret. Now she might really be saved. The power of a conflagrated knowledge was no ordinary divine sense, and this young man's strength was also not to be underestimated. Even if this soul-type artifact wasn't low-grade, it likely wouldn't be able to withstand such a violent burning aura. While Ling was overjoyed, she was still thinking about how to make Yang Kai agree to go to the Holy Land with her. A holy master with a conflagrated knowledge. This was a precedent that had never appeared in the Holy Land before. With such aptitude and capital, once he became a holy master, he would be the most powerful holy master in history. Chapter 756. At the bottom of the ocean, somewhere in the ancient ruins, within a radius of 1,000 meters, there were more than 100 cultivators lying on the ground, most of them dead. Only a man and a woman still exuded vitality, but they were still in a coma. In front of these cultivators, there was a glowing sphere that was exuding some strange energy fluctuations. As this energy fluctuated, the light it emitted flickered, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Suddenly, a trace of golden light flowed out from the glowing sphere, and when this golden light appeared, the surrounding air gradually became scorching hot. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the golden color quickly spread throughout the entire glowing sphere, turning it golden like a blazing sun. The scorching feeling in the air became even more intense. Kacha. The sound of something breaking rang out, At the same time, two spiritual energy streams shot out from the glowing sphere, circled around it a few times and then shot down. The golden glowing sphere gradually dimmed, and after a while, no more light came out from it. With a groan, Ling slowly and painfully opened her eyes, her hands supporting her tender body as she straightened her upper body and looked around. Not far away she found Kai slowly crawling up. The two of them exchanged a glance and smiled. Inside the Soul Battle Hall, after finding the right direction to refine the artifact, Kai had been using his powerful divine sense to burn the 4 words. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it wasn't until just now that he had succeeded in subduing the artifact. After going through so many trials and tribulations together, Ling suddenly felt that Kai was much more pleasing to the eye. Kai also felt that this little girl wasn't bad, it was just that sometimes she was a bit silly. When he was refining the artifact, she didn't disturb him, instead just quietly watching from afar. After subduing the soul-type artifact, it was simple to leave. All Kai needed to do was use his divine sense to open an exit and the two of them could escape. Their soul avatars had been away from their physical bodies for a long time, so they weren't quite used to it. Kai was fine. After all, whether it was his spiritual energy or physical strength, he was much stronger than Ling. On the other hand, after confirming that Kai had returned, Ling sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to adjust her breathing. Kai also rested for a while, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with his body, he stood up and walked towards the location of the soul-type artifact. Now that he had refined it, this artifact naturally belonged to Kai. Arriving in front of it, Kai's divine sense swept it into his knowledge sea. Carefully inspecting the situation of this artifact, Kai's spirit shook as he secretly praised it. Worthy of a treasure left behind by an ancient sect, this soul-type artifact was definitely saint grade. Even after experiencing the endless flowing time Great Emperor, this artifact's power had not been reduced much. Now that it was being nurtured in Kai's knowledge sea, it was only a matter of time before it was restored to its original strength. Kai was very satisfied and felt that this trip had not been in vain. Obtaining a pill with pill clouds before had already made him overjoyed, but now he had obtained a soul-type artifact that was very suitable for him. It could be said that his harvest was greater than anyone else's. Taking back his divine sense, Kai looked around and saw that Ling was still meditating while Hai Wanggu and the others had already died. Kai thought about it for a moment before walking over to the corpses and taking all their universe bags. After searching through them, he kept the good stuff and threw away the rest. Standing in place, Ling waited for about half a day before slowly opening her beautiful eyes. After adjusting her breathing, she had finally recovered. Seeing Kai seemingly looking after her, the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess couldn't help smiling, a hint of sweetness filling her heart. Lightly stepping forward, she came over to Kai's side and asked, "Should we go back now or continue exploring?" "I want to continue. There is one thing I want to figure out. As for you." "Do as you please," Kai said faintly before stepping forward. Seeing Kai's somewhat cold attitude towards her, Ling pouted and quickly followed without saying a word. Arriving at the main hall in front of them, after a brief search, Kai couldn't help but frown. This hall was originally protected by the Soul Battle Hall. Hai Wanggu, Old Man Chang, and the others had joined forces with more than 100 cultivator to break the invisible barrier, and had originally intended to explore this hall and search for treasures. But unexpectedly, after the barrier was broken, everyone's soul avatars were pulled into the Soul Battle Hall, causing their original plan to fail. Now when Kai and Ling came back to take a look, they were surprised to find that this place had already been looted by someone else. The hall had been turned upside down, leaving behind nothing of value. Did someone else come here to explore? Ling guessed. Kai nodded lightly, agreeing with her statement. Although more than 100 of them had been pulled into the Soul Battle Hall, there were still many others who were active throughout these ancient ruins. Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but it was likely these ruins had already been thoroughly searched. After realizing this, Kai didn't waste any more time and directly left the hall, following the direction of the source of the Yang attribute energy. Although it had been a month or two since they arrived at the seabed, the Yang attribute energy here was still constantly being produced. Kai really wanted to know what was on the other side. And Ling didn't say anything to annoy Yang Kai, simply following behind him obediently. Yang Kai knew that she still hadn't given up and wanted to persuade him to return to Nine Heaven's holy land with her, so he deliberately ignored her. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai felt that he was getting closer and closer to the source of the Yang attribute energy, but amidst the fluctuations of this Yang attribute energy, Yang Kai was keenly aware of a special fluctuation. It was the power of the void. Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong, thinking that he wouldn't be able to gain anything this time. Sure enough, after turning a corner, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt and he frowned helplessly as he stared ahead. And Ling saw his strange expression and quickly turned to look, but after a single glance, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "A void corridor?" Not far in front of them, about 10 meters above the ground, there was a dark hole. It was a void corridor. The Yang attribute energy and the power of the void that Yang Kai felt were all coming from this hole. How could there be a void corridor here? And Ling was also surprised. Void corridors weren't very common. It was said that a long time ago, during a great battle between masters, they tore through space and left behind traces. However, there was also a saying that void corridors were naturally formed. Through studying the mysteries of void corridors, there were now some masters who were able to use the power of the void to construct something similar to void corridors, allowing them to teleport 10,000 kilometers in an instant. Soaring Heaven Sex Chu Ling Xiao had such an ability. However, doing so consumed a great deal of energy, so even masters like Chu Ling Xiao weren't willing to easily construct them. However, these void corridors constructed by masters were very different from orthodox ones. Whether it was in terms of stability or distance, they weren't on the same level. And Ling couldn't help but be a little surprised that there was a void corridor in the ancient ruins. Yang Kai didn't know where the other end was connected to. It might be someplace in Tongxian realm, or it might be a separate mysterious small world. It was impossible to predict what would happen next. "Let's go back," Yang Kai said faintly. Although the source of the Yang attribute energy was very interesting to him, he wouldn't rush into a void corridor rashly. If he ended up teleporting to the star field, he wouldn't be able to find his way back. As he said this, he ignored An Ling and leaped up. "Wait for me!" An Ling shouted and hurried to catch up. A short time later, the pair arrived at the barrier of the ancient ruin, passed through it, and found themselves in the sea. In an instant, Yang Kai felt a huge pressure from all directions, as if it was trying to crush him to pieces. Under this huge pressure, Yang Kai quickly circulated his yuan qi to push aside the surrounding seawater, suddenly feeling much more relaxed. And Ling eyes and hands were even sharper, directly jumping into Yang Kai's yuan qi barrier and staying by his side. "You woman!" Yang Kai glanced sideways at her. "What's wrong? Don't you saintesses boast of being noble and holy? Casually standing next to a man you're not familiar with and even so close to him, is it really appropriate? Who's casually standing next to you?" And Ling was unconvinced. "Didn't I tell you that you are fully qualified to be the holy master? If you don't have this qualification, I won't be with you even if I die. If you dare mention this to me again, I'll rape you first and then kill you." Yang Kai's expression was fierce. "You're just saying it, but you don't actually mean it." And Ling seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's nature, and was not afraid at all. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, stared at her fiercely, and laughed coldly. "You like to provoke me, don't you? Do you believe that I won't take care of you right now? You dare." And Ling glared at him. Yang Kai smiled brightly, and retracted most of his yuan qi. The barrier that was originally large enough to wrap around the two of them suddenly became small. And Ling cried out in alarm and quickly moved closer to Yang Kai, afraid that her body would be exposed to the seawater. Yang Kai continued to slow down the release of his yuan qi, and the barrier became smaller and smaller. The noble and holy saintess continued to move closer to Yang Kai, her small hands tightly gripping his clothes, her pretty face turning pale, and she secretly gritted her teeth, but didn't dare say anything. A moment later, and Ling face turned red. As the defensive shield shrank, she had no choice but to cling to Yang Kai like an octopus, her two plump breasts being squeezed by Yang Kai's sturdy chest to the point where they were somewhat deformed. Even if she was unwilling in her heart, she had no choice but to maintain this humiliating position. "You bad guy, you're a demon." And Ling bit her red lips and breathed out in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes watery. Chapter 757. Looking at Enling's embarrassed and angry appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, his mood suddenly becoming carefree. "Your Highness Saintess, how do you feel?" As he spoke, he purposely blew a breath of hot air into her delicate earlobes. Enling's earlobes immediately turned red as if they had been dyed red. The sound of her heart beating like a war drum came from her chest. The saintesses of 9 Heavens Holy Land grew up in the Holy Land from an early age, and were instilled with a certain philosophy. That was, their entire lives were dedicated to the Holy Master, and everything they had was prepared for the Holy Master. In 9 Heavens Holy Land, the saintess was a symbol of nobility and holiness. Never before had she been so intimate with a man. Feeling the majesty of his body, Enling's heart was in turmoil, secretly regretting how she had provoked such a wicked man. Yet, this evildoer managed to pass his test and comprehend 3 of the 9 Heavens' divine skills at once. The heavens are really blind. Enling bit her red lips and no longer dared to speak. Seeing her aggrieved appearance, Yang Kai no longer teased her and instead continued to fly upwards. After a long time, the two broke out of the sea and returned to the surface. Enling, like a frightened rabbit, quickly broke away from Yang Kai, gasping for breath as she glared at him with resentful eyes. "I'll solemnly tell you about what happened on the seabed. It's best if you don't mention it in front of the people of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Otherwise I'll really kill you. I can also promise you that I will never do anything to harm your 9 Heavens Holy Land. Nor will I publicize your secrets. Like I said before, it's best if we never meet again from now on in Sky Sea Pavilion. This way it'll be good for both of us." Yang Kai said seriously, "I understand, I won't mention it again." Enling nodded lightly. "Farewell. I hope you find your holy master soon." Yang Kai smiled brilliantly and quickly left. Looking at his disappearing figure, Enling's expression was complicated. She had never thought that there would actually be someone who would refuse such a good thing. She had always thought that when she found the Holy Master, that person would be overjoyed and couldn't wait to return to the Holy Land with her as soon as possible to enjoy the riches of the world. However, Yang Kai's reaction and attitude had shattered her previous thoughts. When he left, he didn't have the slightest reluctance to leave. Clearly, he really didn't want to be the Holy Master. Oh no! Enling was shocked again. She suddenly remembered that she had been missing for so long. Uncle Qian and the others were probably worried to death. The archipelago on the sea was in a state of panic. The people from the 7 Family Alliance and 9 Heavens Holy Land had scoured almost every one of the nearby 23 islands in the past month. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the whereabouts of the saintess. Facing the wrath of 9 Heavens Holy Land, every member of the 7 Family Alliance was terrified. The leaders of the 7 Family Alliance gathered in a palace that was originally the temporary residence of 9 Heavens Holy Land's people, but now it had become a place filled with smoke. Qianning's face was gloomy to the extreme as he glared at the leaders of the 7 Family Alliance and roared, "It's been more than a month yet you still haven't found the whereabouts of the saintess. I'll give you 3 more days. If I don't see the saintess in 3 days, I'll flatten all your islands." "Protector Qian, please calm your anger. We will definitely send more people. No matter what, we will find Her Highness the Saintess." A first-order transcendent cultivator nodded, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Originally, the arrival of 9 Heavens Holy Land was a great honor for their 7 Family Alliance, but who knew such an incident would occur, causing them to be implicated? "Protector Qian, could it be that the saintess followed that group of people into the sea?" Someone guessed. "Into the sea?" Qianning coldly snorted. "How could the saintess do such a senseless thing? But besides the sea, we've searched everywhere. Didn't the people who went into the sea return as early as 3 days ago? There was no trace of the saintess. If she really went into the sea, she should have returned by now. But under the sea, there were also many casualties. Could it be that the saintess has impudence?" Qianning roared. "What kind of character is the saintess? Even you lowly people were able to return alive. How could something have happened to her? I don't care what methods you use or how many people you send. If I don't see the saintess in 3 days, you know the consequences." Scram! The 7 leaders of the 7 Family Alliance were annoyed but didn't dare show it on their faces. In front of Nine Heavens' holy land, a small force like theirs was nothing, so naturally they didn't have the courage to provoke Qianning. But before they could leave, a maid suddenly rushed over, a look of joy on her face as she shouted, Protector Qian, the saintess, she's back. Back? Qianning raised his brow and hurriedly ran out to greet the maid, eagerly asking, Where is she? The maid turned around and pointed. Qianning looked in the direction she was pointing and saw Enling walking briskly over there. Qianning burst into tears, so excited that he couldn't speak, the big stone in his heart finally falling to the ground. When Enling arrived, everyone quickly saluted, Greetings, Your Highness Saintess. Enling nodded lightly and said somewhat guiltily, Uncle Qian, I've troubled you this time, I'm really sorry. It's good you're safe. Qianning smiled, looking much more relaxed. Were you injured? Enling slowly shook her head. Where have you been these days? When I went out last time, I suddenly had some enlightenment and found a place to enter retreat. I never thought more than a month would pass, Enling said softly, her expression somewhat unnatural. Qianning looked at her suspiciously, keenly aware that the saintess was lying, but he didn't know why she would do such a thing. However, seeing her safe and sound was a blessing from the heavens. He didn't intend to pursue the matter and just nodded. That's good, that's good. Turning his head to the maid, he said, Bayer, help the saintess rest. And Bayer nodded quickly. The leaders of the Seven Family Alliance all glanced at each other, and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Oh. On one of the islands, Yang Kai found a secret room and after paying a few crystal stones, stepped inside. This secret room was built by the Seven Family Alliance specifically for cultivators to use when they needed to enter retreat. The cost of using it was far lower than an ordinary inn. However, inside this secret room, there were many barriers arranged to prevent interference from the outside world, and the Seven Family Alliance was also responsible for the safety of those who entered, so it was definitely worth the cost. As such, it was very popular with foreign cultivators. A chamber like this could be found in most cities. After all, there would often be a martial artist who had a flash of inspiration and needed to go into seclusion. If they went out, it would be very convenient to have such a chamber. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai carefully inspected it and determined that the barriers arranged inside were not bad, and were able to withstand a certain degree of impact while also having an early warning function. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai took out the pill with pill clouds and placed it on his palm, carefully examining it. Yang Kai didn't rush to leave here, partly because he couldn't wait to see how this pill was refined, and partly because he wanted to stay and monitor Enling movements. It wasn't that he wanted to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but this matter was too important for him to be careless. If Enling sold him out, he would likely become an enemy of Nine Heavens' holy land. Once such a behemoth was provoked, the consequences would be endless. Yang Kai had inexplicably learned 3 of Nine Heavens' holy land's divine skills, and Nine Heavens' holy land obviously didn't want such a secret art to fall into the hands of an outsider. Once they learned the truth, they would only have 2 choices: either kill Yang Kai to silence him or force Yang Kai to become the new holy master. Depriving Enling of her soul brand was really a last resort. Through this soul brand, although Yang Kai didn't know everything this woman did, he could still subtly perceive her mood fluctuations, making it the perfect tool to monitor her. Not thinking about it too much, Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into the pill in his hand. This was a saint pill. It was a saint-grade mid-rank pill. Alchemists who could refine saint pills were rare, no matter which era they were in. Even Du Wan, a famous character, was only a saint-grade low-rank alchemist. With his means, it was impossible for him to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill unless his luck was incredibly good. Of all the people Yang Kai had come into contact with, only the old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, could easily refine a saint-grade pill. When an outstanding alchemist observed a pill, they could infer the level of the person who refined it through the traces and medicinal efficacies on its surface. Looking at the saint pill in his hand, Yang Kai was deeply shocked. Although his experience wasn't very rich, he could still see how easily the person who refined this pill had refined it. There was no trace of unnaturalness on the pill's surface and it was smooth and round. That person's alchemy level had obviously reached a transcendent level, perhaps even on par with Li Lao. However, too many years had passed, and Yang Kai didn't know which ancient great force had left behind this ancient ruin. So wanting to spy on the identity of this alchemist was somewhat unrealistic. What was most valuable was that this St. Pill's pill cloud was filled with rich world energy. Not only did this cloud maintain the integrity of its medicinal efficacies, but it also constantly gathered world energy to nourish the pill as the flowing time great emperor passed. Now, however, the energy contained in this Saint Pill was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai estimated that even if a Saint Realm Master were to swallow this pill, they wouldn't be able to withstand the energy it released. For a single pill to become like this, it could be said to be a miracle. Yang Kai immersed his consciousness in this pill, carefully analyzing the technique used by the alchemist, as well as the process of forming this pill. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the scene from countless years ago, but he couldn't see it clearly. Everything was shrouded in fog. Chapter 758. Time flew by and a few days passed. During these days, Yang Kai had been in retreat in his cultivation room, prying into the mysteries of this Saint Pill, but his gains were minimal. During these past few days of monitoring, Yang Kai found that Enling seemed to be very calm and had no intention of betraying him. However, for some unknown reason, the people from Nine Heaven's Holy Land didn't leave this place and instead stayed here temporarily. Yang Kai was certain that after experiencing the disappearance of their saintess, they didn't feel it was safe to set out now. Shaking his head, Yang Kai no longer paid attention to Enling's situation and instead focused all of his attention on the pill in his hand. After spending a few days, Yang Kai still hadn't been able to obtain much information from it. Now there was only one method left. Perhaps this method would allow him to obtain some useful information, or perhaps he wouldn't be able to obtain anything at all. Either way, it was a gamble. That was to take it. Using his own body to feel the medicinal efficacies of this pill, and feel the secrets of the pill cloud, he would be able to explore the process of forming this Saint Pill. However, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, not knowing whether or not he should use such a method. Pills with pill clouds were too rare. This pill was a mid-grade Saint grade pill. Once it was consumed, it would be impossible to find such a pill again. Moreover, because of the pill cloud that covered the Saint Pill, Yang Kai didn't know what this pill was for. Was this Saint Pill a healing pill or a cultivation aid pill? Or was it a cultivation enhancement pill? Or a detoxification pill? Yang Kai didn't know anything. The only thing he was certain of was that it wasn't a poison pill. Moreover, after experiencing the flowing time great emperor for so long, the energy contained in this pill was simply too great. Yang Kai was worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Although he had the unyielding golden skeleton which could accept an unimaginable amount of energy, the capacity of his meridians and physique was limited. Once too much energy entered his meridians and physique in a short period of time, if the unyielding golden skeleton couldn't absorb it in time, it would put a heavy burden on his body. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai's hesitant look gradually became firm. He decided to give it his all. This was such a great opportunity. If he didn't try it, he would always keep it in his heart. No matter how much time passed, he would always think about this problem. Rather than that, he might as well take it now and wait for the medicinal effect to dissolve, then everything would be clear. After thinking it through, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room and paid the person in charge of the secret room a fee of 10 days. He also told them that without permission, no one was to disturb him. The person in charge of the secret room naturally agreed. Returning to the secret chamber, Yang Kai reinforced the restrictions and barriers set up in the secret chamber, keeping them in perfect condition. Only then did he take a deep breath and sit cross-legged in his original position. Calming his mind, Yang Kai directly threw the Saint Pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately activated the true Yang secret art and waited for the medicinal effect of the pill to erupt. In just 3 breaths, a hot stream was born in his lower abdomen. This hot stream was like magma, burning Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. When this hot stream was first born, it was only like a small stream, not too strong, but in the blink of an eye, this small stream grew into a river, and then a fierce ocean. Kai Yang could even hear the movement of the huge amount of energy in his abdomen. It was like the rolling waves of the sea, extremely violent, and this violent energy was still being produced. His expression changing, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be on fire. His yuan qi fluctuated up and down, and the pores all over his body opened involuntarily. Countless amounts of energy leaked out from these pores and flowed into the air. The true yang secret art circulated even faster, and his meridians were filled with the medicinal effect of the pill, causing them to swell and ache. The medicinal effect was pervasive, following Yang Kai's meridians and penetrating every inch of his flesh and blood. At this moment, Yang Kai was like opening a door full of explosive energy. While he was enduring the baptism of this violent energy, he also had to see the hidden mysteries behind this door. Multitasking was extremely difficult. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. The medicinal effect flowing through his meridians and flesh, following the circulation of the true yang secret art, showed no signs of being absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Instead, it was all rushing towards his mind. When it rushed to his mind, it was as if it had entered an invisible black hole and was completely swallowed up. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and quickly immersed himself in his knowledge sea, his soul avatar manifesting. At this moment, a golden knowledge sea was continuously pouring in energy from the outside, and the burning flames of the sea were accepting and assimilating this energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized. It turned out that this saint pill was not a healing pill, nor was it a pill to assist in cultivation, but a pill to enhance one's soul. In that moment of absent-mindedness, as the surging energy poured in, his entire knowledge sea began to tremble. The soul battle hall and the demon eye of annihilation floating above his knowledge sea seemed to show signs of instability. That small heaven-grade high-grade divine soul sword was blown away by the storm and disappeared without a trace. Cursing in his heart, Yang Kai had thought that no matter how much energy this saint pill contained, with the special properties of his unyielding golden skeleton, he should be able to absorb all of its medicinal effects. But he had not expected that this saint pill was actually a pill to enhance one's soul. As a result, the unyielding golden skeleton had no place to use it. Although the space within his knowledge sea was extremely vast, there was a limit to how much it could hold. With such a huge amount of energy pouring in, sooner or later his knowledge sea would explode. Yang Kai's expression became ugly, as he could only try to stabilize the turbulence in his knowledge sea, while trying to think of a way to resolve the current crisis. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his entire knowledge sea suddenly flashed with a 5-colored light. As this 5-colored light flashed, the energy pouring in from the outside gathered in a single direction and disappeared. Yang Kai was startled and quickly turned to look in that direction, a moment later grinning from ear to ear. What had helped him swallow that huge amount of energy was actually the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained this soul-nourishing treasure, the old demon had said that the 5-colored soul-warming lotus could grow. As long as it was given enough time, it could grow to 6 colors, and eventually 7 colors. This process could be very long, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Once it reached 7 colors, the help that the soul-warming lotus could bring to a cultivator was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai had already obtained unimaginable benefits from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. The reason why his spiritual energy was so outstanding, far exceeding his physical strength, was mostly because of the soul-warming lotus. Therefore, he could understand how much help the 7-colored soul-warming lotus could bring him. The old demon had also said that although the growth of the soul-warming lotus was slow, it could be artificially accelerated. After harvesting it, one could often take some soul-nourishing pills or precious treasures to accelerate its growth. Strictly speaking, this was a kind of investment. After the cultivator took these pills, they would share the effects of the soul-warming lotus. Although the benefits obtained in the short term would be divided, in the following time, the soul-warming lotus would return those benefits back to the cultivator. Since the beginning, every time Yang Kai took a soul-nourishing pill, a lot of energy would be diverted to the soul-warming lotus. However, all of this was done silently, so Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to it. Now, when this unimaginable amount of energy poured into his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus's effect was directly demonstrated. It frantically swallowed the energy, reducing a lot of pressure on Yang Kai. At least now, his knowledge sea was much more stable. Immediately refreshed, Yang Kai tried his best to drive the energy pouring into his knowledge sea towards the soul-warming lotus, while controlling his knowledge sea to accommodate the excess energy. However, he was still struggling. The amount of energy was simply too huge, so much so that even Yang Kai was a little scared. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly used his spiritual energy and began to spy on the mysteries of the true alchemic way. He had to constantly consume his spiritual energy to keep up with the current situation. The energy pouring in from the outside was divided into two general directions, most of which was absorbed by the five-colored soul-warming lotus, while the other was accommodated in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, supplementing his constant consumption. The soul-devouring insects on the five-colored island also played a role. They lived by devouring this kind of energy, so now that such a situation had occurred, they were naturally happy to see it. After exhausting all his means, his knowledge sea gradually stabilized. With all kinds of assistance, the energy pouring in and consumption were basically balanced. Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. This time, he had taken the saint pill without understanding its function, almost making a fool of himself. Not paying any more attention to the situation in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai diverted his attention and began to spy on the mysteries of the saint pill through its medicinal efficacies. At this moment, Yang Kai's lower abdomen seemed to be hiding a small sun that was constantly emitting a huge amount of energy. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai was stunned. He found that the saint pill's medicinal efficacies were only being released a little, and compared to the total amount of energy stored inside it, it was no more than 1%. However, when the pill cloud dissipated and the medicinal efficacies were released, Yang Kai was able to see some traces that he had not been able to see before. The selection of the pill's materials, the control of the flame, what kind of spirit array was used during the refinement, the mood and technique of the alchemy grandmaster at the time, and all kinds of other things could be figured out. Vaguely, Yang Kai's thoughts followed the traces of the pill that had been refined countless years ago, and entered a new world. In that new world, all kinds of mysteries about alchemy were presented to him one by one. With a subtle mood, Yang Kai was intoxicated, imprinting every detail into his divine sense, allowing his understanding of alchemy to rise to a new level. Gathering all these traces together and gradually reconstructing the situation at that time, Yang Kai seemed to see the scene of the Saint Pill's initial formation, covered by the pill cloud, appearing in front of him. Chapter 759. Back in the archipelago, in the palace where Nine Heavens Holy Land resided, Qianning once again met with the Saintess and proposed that they continue on their journey. Since the Saintess returned, he had already proposed twice, but each time he was refused by Enlinger. This time was no exception. Qianning couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Although the status of the Saintess in the Holy Land was higher than his, he had followed Enlinger out this time not only to ensure her safety but also to lead the team forward. Young lady, finding the Holy Master is your task. You shouldn't remain here, no matter what your reason is. I know. Enlinger frowned, her pretty face slightly pale, but I don't know why. These days I've been feeling uneasy, like something big is about to happen. Something big? Qianning's expression changed slightly. What kind of big thing? Enlinger slowly shook her head and muttered, I don't know, I can't explain it. Qianning was stunned and stared at her suspiciously for a moment before slowly nodding. Since that's the case, we'll stay here for a while. When young lady has made up her mind, we'll leave. Looking at Qianning's departing back, Enlinger's forehead suddenly began to ooze large drops of sweat. What she said just now wasn't to deceive Qianning. She really did have such concerns. She didn't know why, but these days Enlinger had been having some bloody and unpleasant visions. She thought that this had something to do with Yang Kai depriving her of her soul brand, but after investigating it, she found that there was no connection between the two at all. Oh, inside the secret chamber, Yang Kai spent a full 10 days in retreat before fully absorbing the efficacies of the Saint Pill. He had managed to pry into the mysteries of the formation of the Saint Pill and the mysteries of the pill cloud. Although it wasn't much, it was still a harvest, which made him very satisfied. Even his understanding of alchemy had improved a lot. After the Saint Pill's efficacies were fully absorbed, Yang Kai felt as if his whole person had become somewhat different from before. His body was light. His knowledge sea was clear and his spiritual energy was undoubtedly much stronger than before, but there was also a strange feeling in his knowledge sea. As soon as this feeling appeared, it made it much easier for him to use his spiritual consciousness. Frowning, Yang Kai quickly immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea and carefully examined it. His soul avatar had just manifested. Young Kai was stunned. During this period of seclusion, he had been prying into the mysteries of the pill cloud. He didn't pay much attention to the situation in his sea of consciousness. When he discovered the huge changes in his sea of consciousness, he couldn't believe it. It was only natural that the blazing seawater divine sense energy would become denser. The demon eye of annihilation and the soul battle hall were still floating in the air without any changes. The biggest change was the island formed by the multicolored soul-warming lotus. At this moment, the island was flickering with multicolored light. It was dazzling and exceptionally beautiful. Young Kai took a closer look and was surprised to find that the island, which should only have 5 colors, now had an additional color. It had turned into 6 colors. This additional color was a little fainter than the other 5 colors. But it was truly born. The multicolored soul-warming lotus. Young Kai was stunned for a moment before he threw his head back and laughed wildly. After obtaining the soul-warming lotus, he hadn't thought about it. In his lifetime, the soul-warming lotus would grow and evolve. After all, according to the old demon, the process was too long. But who would have thought that the absorption of the saint pill's medicinal efficacies would directly cause the multicolored soul-warming lotus to evolve to a new level, only one step away from reaching its final 7-color form. With each additional color, the effect of the soul-warming lotus would double. Young Kai could feel that the current soul-warming lotus's soul-nourishing effect was indeed much stronger than before. Moreover, this effect was constantly being produced. As long as Young Kai possessed the soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy would continue to grow. The harvest this time was simply unimaginable. It took nearly 10 years to evolve from the multicolored lotus to the multicolored lotus. During this time, Young Kai had taken a large number of pills, and this was not even counting the nutrients provided by the previous owner of the soul-warming lotus. Young Kai didn't know if he would be able to see the soul-warming lotus evolve to its final form before his time was up. However, he was already satisfied. Looking at the island emitting 6 colors, Young Kai couldn't help giggling foolishly, unable to control himself for a while. At this moment, a strange movement came from his soul. Young Kai's brow furrowed as he hurriedly investigated. A moment later, his brow furrowed. It wasn't that something was wrong with his soul, but the soul brand that belonged to Enling was emitting an unusual fluctuation. This woman seemed to have encountered something that frightened her, causing her heart to tremble. The soul brand gave off an extremely uneasy feeling. What kind of danger could she have encountered? Young Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although her strength wasn't too high, only a first-order transcendent like him, she was still the saintess of 9 heavens' holy land. Her status was revered in the outer islands. Who would dare harm her? Puzzled, Young Kai stepped forward and walked out. After breaking through the layers of barriers in this secret room, Young Kai had just walked out of the door when he heard a burst of mournful cries and screams. Not far away, there was also a series of loud noises, as if the entire world was trembling as a terrifying pressure pressed down on him. Young Kai paled and quickly circulated his yuan qi to resist this tyrannical pressure. On the island, there was a mess as countless people rushed in one direction, as if there was something terrifying chasing after them. Hong. With a loud bang. Young Kai almost lost his footing as the secret room behind him cracked and crumbled under the violent shockwave. Young Kai glanced around, but couldn't find any trace of an enemy at all. Quickly releasing his divine sense, he detected an aura not far away in the sky that made him feel extreme dread. Looking up, Young Kai saw a giant sword 1,000 meters long chopping down from the sky, carrying with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum that almost tore space apart. Profound heavenly sword? Young Kai's expression became solemn as he recognized this as one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. He had also obtained the inheritance of this move from Enlinger and had even used it before, but the profound heavenly sword he used was a soul skill while the one in front of him was a martial skill condensed from his yuan qi. Whether it was its attribute or power, the two were vastly different. Kacha. As the giant sword slashed down, an island was split into 2 halves. Young Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at the beautiful figure in the void. The profound heavenly sword was displayed by this person. It was a woman in a spotless white robe, with a beautiful face and a graceful figure. The aura on her body was somewhat similar to Enling Er's, both exuding a noble and holy feeling, but in addition, there was also a faint death chi. It seemed that her vitality had been extinguished, and at this moment, she was nothing more than a walking corpse. Yang Kai felt a sense of horror for no reason. The giant profound heavenly sword was held in the small hand of this woman, and with a few casual slashes, an entire island not far away was shattered and sunk directly into the sea. The people on the island, under her terrifying attack and tyrannical pressure, could not even muster the will to resist, and countless people died. The blue seawater was dyed red in an instant. This doomsday-like scene was horrifying. The woman stepped forward and arrived above another island, continuing to wave the profound heavenly sword in her hand. In an instant, another island was destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, 3 islands had been destroyed by her hand. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he watched this woman's anger spread to the island he was on. Not daring to remain, he quickly used his movement skill and flew away. His movement seemed to have attracted the woman's attention, and a ray of light shot out from her side, like a fanged snake, rapidly closing in on Yang Kai. Imprisoning heaven chain. Yang Kai was shocked and finally determined that this woman was from Nine Heavens' holy land and was most likely a high-level figure. Otherwise, how could she have cultivated the Nine Heavens' divine skills? What made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy was this mysterious woman's cultivation. Without a doubt, she was a Saint Realm master. The imprisoning heaven chain chasing after him was incredibly fast, and the Yuan Qi was also extremely rich, so Yang Kai was unable to escape. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai unfurled his wind and thunder wings, and his speed suddenly increased several notches, disappearing from the spot like a bolt of lightning. The imprisoning heaven chain tried to bind Yang Kai, but it only managed to bind the afterimage he left behind as he moved. From a distance, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai's back, a look of suspicion appearing on her pretty face as her tender body flickered and she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was not far behind Yang Kai. Feeling the murderous intent and chill behind him, Yang Kai's hair stood on end. Taking advantage of the woman not having time to act, he once again disappeared, at the same time hurriedly restraining his aura and flying off in a certain direction. The woman stopped midair and tilted her head, her eyes darting around as she accurately located Yang Kai's position. Although she had found Yang Kai, she didn't rush to take action and instead stared off in a different direction, her brow furrowed slightly, a look of pain appearing on her face. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. He really didn't understand why such a powerful master was targeting him. But Ling should know something about this situation. The most important thing right now was to find this woman and ask her for an explanation. In front of the palace, the masters of Nine Heavens' holy land were gathered, all of them staring blankly towards the woman floating in the sky. "Grandma Nan!" Linger called out, her tender body trembling as large tears suddenly flowed out of her beautiful eyes, making her look extremely sad. "Saintess Nan is here, could it be? The holy master has fallen?" Qianning's lips trembled as his face paled. Chapter 760. While these people were talking, Yang Kai had already arrived and rushed over to Linger, frowning as he stared at her. Linger burst into tears as she glanced over at Yang Kai and anxiously asked, "Why are you here? Why haven't you left yet?" "I can't." Yang Kai calmly shook his head. "That woman's divine sense is locked onto me." Linger covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling as she stared towards Yang Kai with some sympathy. "Who is she? Why is she targeting me? Does it have something to do with you?" Yang Kai looked annoyed as he asked several questions in a row. "You're that little brat who hitched a ride before?" Qianning squinted towards Yang Kai, his expression ugly. Originally, this kind of situation was enough to give the people from Nine Heavens' holy land enough headaches, but now Yang Kai had suddenly appeared here and was constantly questioning them. Qianning's anger suddenly showed signs of erupting as he waved his hand and shouted, "Scram! Do you think you have the right to speak here?" Saying so, a Yuan Qi suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he didn't bother hiding his strength, casually waving his hand and dispersing Qianning's attack, his body remaining motionless while his expression remained calm. Qianning was stunned as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected that this little brat would be able to so easily resolve his attack. I have no intention of becoming enemies with you. I just want to figure out why that woman is targeting me, Yang Kai said with an impatient look on his face as he shot a cold glare towards Qian Ning, indicating his position and attitude before turning his eyes back to Enling. Uncle Qian. Enling raised her hand, stopping Qian Ning's restlessness before turning to Yang Kai and smiling bitterly. You being targeted is your own fault. What do you mean? It's probably because you've learned the 9 heavens divine skills. As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of the several transcendent realm masters from 9 heavens holy land all changed greatly as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Qian Ning was even more dumbfounded. Look at Yang Kai. She then looked at Enling and exclaimed, How did he learn the 9 heavens divine skills? The 9 heavens divine skills were something that only the highest echelons of the Holy Land were qualified to learn. Even Qian Ning had never learned it. You're courting death. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned ferocious. He hadn't expected that Enling would reveal such a great secret in front of so many people. Once this secret was exposed, he would have no choice but to stand on the opposite side of 9 heavens holy land. What does it matter? Enling smiled bitterly. They're going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter if they know. Young miss, what's going on? Qian Ning asked hastily with a shocked and bewildered expression. Obviously, he had some guesses in his heart. Just as you thought. Enling wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and whispered, The man in front of you. You've passed my test and comprehended 3 9 heavens divine skills at once. Everyone was flabbergasted, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After a long silence, Qian Ning seemed to come back to his senses and said with difficulty, Then wouldn't he be the perfect candidate for the Holy Master? Enling nodded lightly. The look Qian Ning and the others directed towards Yang Kai suddenly changed, becoming respectful and expectant. But it's too late now, Grandma Nan has already found this place. Enling smiled bitterly as she listened to her. The expressions of Qian Ning and the others also suddenly became gloomy. I don't care what Holy Master you're talking about. You'll have to explain this matter to me. Who is that woman? You should know her, right? Yang Kai temporarily suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and pointed towards the woman standing midair, who was staring towards them coldly. Enling had already exposed his secret, so there was no point in holding her accountable now. Yang Kai only wanted to figure out who this woman who had suddenly appeared was, and why she had chosen to kill so many people without saying a word, even locking her divine sense onto him. It's Grandma Nan. Enling replied softly. Grandma Nan? The only surviving saintess of the Holy Land's previous generation. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and asked in surprise, Is there some kind of internal strife in your 9 heavens holy land? Why would the previous generation's saintess be so hostile towards you? Enling shook her head bitterly. Grandma Nan is very good to me. How could there be internal strife? And do you remember what I said to you? What? As the saintess of 9 heavens holy land, she will not kill a single person in her lifetime. What does that have to do with the current situation? Yang Kai was puzzled. That's only the first half, there's another half. Enling voice trembled slightly, showing the panic in her heart as she muttered, Not killing a single person in her lifetime, but after death she will slaughter 1,000,000 corpses. Yang Kai's expression was dull as he frowned. What does that mean? The saintesses of the Holy Land really won't kill any living beings in their lifetime, but once they die, if their bodies aren't destroyed in time, they will fall into the Asura's path, slaughtering all living beings who can sense their Tao. This is probably a drawback of the secret art we cultivate. Enling took a deep breath. So after the death of every saintess, their bodies will be quickly burned to avoid a situation like this. Before we set off, Grandma Nan was fine, so how could she suddenly? Yang Kai suddenly realized why he felt a faint death chi from this woman. According to what Enling said, this previous saintess called Grandma Nan should already be dead. The dead could still move. Yang Kai had seen this before. The coffin-carrying man was one of the living dead. He had passed away many years ago, but there was still a strong obsession in his heart. His tyrannical cultivation and obsession supported him, so even after his death, he continued to fulfill his responsibility and search for a savior for the ancient demon clan. In other words, this saintess called Grandma Nan should also have a strong obsession in her heart, Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to support her actions. Saintess Nan and Holy Master's hearts were tied together. Probably because Holy Master fell, Saintess Nan. Qianning sighed heavily. What the hell is your Nine Heavens Holy Land doing? You actually released such a dangerous person. Yongkai was furious. Being targeted by a Saint Realm Master made him feel like he was about to die, so naturally his mood wasn't very good. What's the point of saying all this now? And Ling glared at him. Because we cultivate the same secret art, Grandma Nan has already found me. If anyone in this nearby archipelago can't resist her, I'm afraid they will all die. After killing me, she will go after my 3 sisters. Only when she destroys them will she stop her slaughter. Until then, she will regard any living being she encounters as an enemy. The most powerful person in the nearby archipelago was Qianning, a trivial third-order transcendent, so it was impossible for him to resist the previous generation's saintess who was a Saint Realm Master. No matter what, young lady and the future Holy Master must not meet any mishaps. Qianning's expression suddenly became firm as he stared at Yongkai solemnly. Little brother, although you haven't entered the Holy Land yet, since you have passed the young lady's test, you will become its Holy Master sooner or later. Please take the young lady and leave this place quickly. Even if you have to survive, the young lady will protect your safety with her life. Yongkai's expression remained indifferent. Although Qianning's words made him feel somewhat moved, it was impossible for him to become the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. Qianning was simply playing the lute to a cow. You two hurry up and leave, we'll hold them off for a while. You think too highly of yourselves. Yongkai coldly snorted, you're courting death. Besides, where can the 2 of us escape? There is no place nearby where we can. Before he could finish his words though, Yongkai's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a possibility, turning his gaze towards a certain location out in the sea. And Ling also seemed to have thought of this possibility and exchanged a glance with Yongkai, both of them understanding what the other was thinking. While the 3 of them were speaking, Saintess Nan, who was hovering in the sky, had been watching with cold eyes, not in a hurry to act, a look of hesitation flashing across her face. Obviously, the reason she had when she was alive was preventing her from acting at this moment. But obviously this wouldn't last long as a cold murderous intent gradually began to radiate from her body. Little brother, if you die it's fine, but if you survive, I hope you can go to the Holy Land and take over the position of Holy Master. The Holy Land cannot be without a Holy Master. Qianning patted Yongkai's shoulder heavily and exhorted. Yongkai was speechless. Go run as far as you can. Qianning took a deep breath and stared towards Saintess Nan in the sky. The expression on the other party's face was constantly changing, and gradually, the previous hesitation were replaced by a ferocious and violent one. A thick murderous intent overflowed from her body, and the outer island suddenly became like a ghost town. Yongkai didn't dare to hesitate. Grabbing Ling and spreading his wind and thunder wings behind him, he shot off like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Saintess Nan waved her hand and unleashed a barrage of attacks at them. Qianning, together with the other masters from Nine Heavens Holy Land, all wore dignified expressions as they rushed forward. Uncle Qian and the others. And Ling turned around and said anxiously, they're dead. Yongkai's expression became solemn as he increased his speed, bringing Ling to the surface of the sea. Releasing his yuan qi, he wrapped the 2 of them in it and quickly sank into the sea. While sinking, Yongkai glanced up and saw Qianning's group explode into a bloody mist mid-air. None of them had lasted more than 3 breaths against Saintess Nan. After killing Qianning and the others, Saintess Nan still refused to give up, waving her profound heavenly sword and quickly destroying the island where Qianning and the others had been standing. Large chunks of land sank into the sea, causing countless deaths and injuries. In the next moment, the huge profound heavenly sword was thrown out by Saintess Nan, breaking through the obstruction of the sea and chasing after Yongkai and Ling. Yongkai felt a chill run down his spine as he pushed his true qi violently, pushing his speed to its limit, but he was still unable to escape. The giant sword continued to advance through the sea without any hindrance, directly splitting the dark blue water in half. Chapter 761. Looking up amidst the blue water, a massive sword exuding a shocking energy fluctuation was chasing after them, the murderous intent radiating from it causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. Behind this giant sword, Yang Kai also vaguely saw the figure of the previous generation's saintess. She had also chased after them, seemingly determined to kill Yang Kai and Enling as soon as possible. As they dove deeper, Yang Kai hurriedly whispered into Enling ear, "If you want to live, do something. Now is not the time for you to grieve." Hearing this, Enling nodded quickly, sending out a strand of Yuan Qi into Yang Kai's body. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the flow of Yuan Qi in his body become much faster. The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess secret art allowed Yang Kai to enhance his combat effectiveness for a short time, which was why he had brought Enling along with him when he was escaping. As the Yuan Qi burst forth, the profound heavenly sword, which was also one of the Nine Heavens divine skills, also shone brilliantly in Yang Kai's hands. However, even with Enling support, Yang Kai could only create a profound heavenly sword a few dozen meters long, far inferior to Saintess Nan's. The two Nine Heavens divine skills rushed towards each other in diametrically opposite directions and collided a moment later. A huge muffled bang rang out as Yang Kai's profound heavenly sword was instantly reduced to dust. The surrounding seawater churned violently, the resulting shockwave pushing Yang Kai and Enling down a great distance. Saintess Nan's figure also seemed to be hindered for a moment, but soon she was able to catch up again. "What kind of weakness does your Nine Heavens Saintess have?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. "None unless one is stronger than her. But I can try to stop her for a while." Enling grit her teeth and allowed Yang Kai to hold her as they fell, a burst of spiritual energy bursting out from her mind and rushing towards Saintess Nan. Yang Kai seemed to hear the sound of a song, one that seemed to originate from the depths of one's soul. Under the influence of this song, one couldn't help becoming lazy and relaxed. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly. Yang Kai secretly thought this soul skill, it should be similar to the one Enling had used in the soul battle hall and had a soothing effect. Saintess Nan was already a dead person. Only her obsession was supporting her actions. Using this kind of soul skill to deal with her was undoubtedly the right thing to do. In his perception, Saintess Nan's movements had indeed been affected, and her speed had also slowed down. Moreover, the true essence fluctuations on her body were extremely unstable, as if she was suffering a great deal. "That's it. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang with he. I won't be able to hold on for long." And Linger's pretty face paled as she said softly. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and found that she was also wearing a pained expression. Yang Kai immediately understood that with her cultivation, using a soul skill to deal with Saintess Nan would definitely result in a backlash. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he tried to think of a way to stall for time. Yang Kai had many methods at his disposal right now, but the gap between his strength and his opponents was simply too great. Ordinary methods wouldn't work at all. The Soul Battle Hall would probably work. After all, it was a saint-grade artifact. However, once it was used, Yang Kai's soul would be dragged into that white space. Engaging in a divine sense battle with Saintess Nan in such a place, Yang Kai wasn't certain he could win. The Demon Eye of Annihilation was also extremely powerful, but Saintess Nan's soul couldn't break into his knowledge sea. The Demon Eye of Annihilation was simply useless. In addition to purifying the spiritual energy that had broken into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, it could only absorb the soul of a dead cultivator. In other words, this Saintess Nan wasn't technically dead. Otherwise, the Demon Eye of Annihilation would have already taken effect. Thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't think of a way, causing him to feel anxious. At that moment, the song that had been ringing in his ears suddenly stopped. The moment the song was interrupted, Enling spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into Yang Kai's arms, gasping for breath, looking extremely weak. Without Enling's interference, Saintess Nan once again regained her previous speed, closing the distance between her and Yang Kai. Fortunately, the huge profound heavenly sword had disappeared, so until she reached a certain distance, Yang Kai was still safe. As he dove deeper and deeper, countless sea beasts and fishes swam around him, but Yang Kai didn't care about them. On the other hand, Saintess Nan, as Enling had said, wherever she passed, she cut down all life forms, killing all sea beasts and fishes. Although killing these creatures didn't take much effort, it did slightly slow down the speed of Saintess Nan's pursuit. Yang Kai had never felt time pass so slowly. Being chased by a Saint Realm master like a maggot, his life was in constant danger, making him feel like time was passing like years. When the brilliant light of the corals flashed below, Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his spirit and calling out, "We're almost there." Hearing this, Ling opened her eyes and asked weakly at this time, "Can you tell me what your name is? At the very least, if I die, I should know whose arms I died in, right?" Yang Kai frowned, really not understanding what kind of brain structure this woman had, actually asking such a boring question. However, this time he didn't give her a perfunctory answer, and instead told her his real name. And Ling pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. "If we can survive, will you follow me back to the Holy Land?" Scram. Yang Kai bluntly refused. "If you keep nagging, I'll leave you here. Heartless bastard." As they spoke, they arrived at the barrier of the ancient ruins. Yang Kai directly rushed in, but the barrier didn't stop him in the slightest. After entering the barrier, without the obstruction of the sea, Yang Kai's speed finally recovered, the wind and thunder wings behind him bursting forth with the power of wind and thunder. Yang Kai and Ling shot out like arrows from a bow towards the void corridor they had found before, leaving behind afterimages along the way. It was as if there were countless copies of Yang Kai and Ling. Less than 10 breaths after the two of them rushed into the barrier, Saintess Nan also rushed in, her tender body flickering and disappearing into the distance, her speed no slower than Yang Kai's. Under her terrifying pressure, Yang Kai could only run away. He had no intention of fighting her. As they continued to move forward, the Yang attribute energy coming from the void corridor became stronger and stronger, indicating that the two of them were getting closer and closer to the void corridor. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, not daring to relax in the slightest. Suddenly, a burst of Yuan Qi came from behind him, causing Yang Kai's expression to change, realizing that Saintess Nan had made another move. Immediately becoming vigilant, he paid close attention to the surrounding movements. In front of him, a giant net appeared and enveloped him, capturing Heaven Net. And Ling exclaimed, "Avoid it quickly, once you touch it, even your soul cannot escape." There was no need for her to remind him. Although Yang Kai didn't quite understand what this divine skill was, he was still an experienced fighter, so naturally he had already turned around and avoided the capturing Heaven Net's rain. Failing to hit him, another shocking energy fluctuation came from behind him. High up in the sky, a jade-white hand that seemed to have been magnified thousands of times slowly slammed down. When this giant hand entered Yang Kai's eyes, he couldn't help but feel as if the entire world was being covered by this giant hand. There was no escape, only darkness in front of him, no light at all. Heaven-covering hand. And Ling muttered, her face ashen, the corners of her mouth curling into a bleak smile, her beautiful eyes slowly closing, as if she couldn't escape this time no matter what. In the end she was going to die here. Become the demon race. Yang Kai's low whisper suddenly rang out, and in the next moment, the world trembled as an extremely violent demonic chi suddenly spread out from his body, transforming into demon crests and disappearing into Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai's blood force became extremely turbulent, and his aura soared madly. And Ling suddenly opened her eyes, her tender body trembling as she stared blankly at the man beside her who had not let go of her, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, she felt that Yang Kai seemed to have changed into a completely different person, full of evil, bloodthirsty, and cruel aura, but more reliable than before. That stalwart figure was like a towering mountain, and no matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, it would not budge. This towering mountain broke through the blockade of the heaven-covering hand, and before the devastating attack arrived, it found a glimmer of hope, bringing a glimmer of light. Hong. Inside the ancient ruins, countless houses collapsed, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's position, rushing out to the edge of the ruins, rolling up the seawater. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, his face pale. At the same time, Ling also felt the wetness on her face, reaching out to wipe it, only to find that it was actually the blood from Yang Kai's mouth. Obviously, he had not completely avoided the heaven-covering hand just now, but even so, he was still standing tall. Fuck. Yang Kai cursed in a low voice, quickly escaping from the scene while glancing at his abdomen. Following his gaze, and Ling looked suspiciously and couldn't help covering her mouth as she cried out, "Heaven-punishing spear!" At some point, a dazzling divine spear had been inserted into Yang Kai's abdomen. This divine spear was also one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. In the chaos and shock, not only did Ling not notice it, but even Yang Kai was unable to avoid it. His body directly pierced through. Blood dyed his clothes red, and if one looked carefully, there was a faint golden light. And Ling suddenly burst into tears, feeling that this time there was really no hope. She knew the power of the 9 heavens' divine skills better than anyone, not to mention this was displayed by Saintess Nan, not holding back in the slightest. No matter how extraordinary Yang Kai was, with such an attack penetrating his body, it was likely that his internal organs would have been crushed to pieces, not far from death. The reason why he had not fallen and was still running was because he still had one last breath left. Thinking of this, and Ling-er's heart was filled with guilt and regret. Chapter 762. And Ling-er felt that if she hadn't used her soul skill on Yang Kai back in the Soul Battle Hall, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the 9 heavens' divine skills. If he hadn't comprehended the 9 heavens' divine skills, he wouldn't have been targeted by Saintess Nan. Thinking of all this, and Ling-er was naturally filled with guilt, feeling that she had harmed Yang Kai, causing him to die at such a young age. "Damn it, you better teach me those moves. Otherwise I'll suffer a great loss this time." Yang Kai's face was as white as paper, and while enduring the severe pain in his body, he anxiously cursed. He hadn't expected that the heaven-punishing spear would be able to penetrate his body. After becoming the demon race, Yang Kai's physique had become unbelievably strong, even able to resist the Starfield storm head-on, but he had still been unable to block Saintess Nan's killing move. It was obvious how powerful this move was. If it had been any other transcendent facing this move from Saintess Nan, it was likely they would have been torn to shreds. "At this time you're still thinking about this." And Ling-er stretched out her small hand and covered the wound on Yang Kai's body, feeling the blood flowing out from her fingertips, her heart filled with panic as tears continued to fall, soaking his clothes. "Can you stop crying? You're making father feel uncomfortable." Yang Kai snorted disdainfully. "How can you women not bear the pressure?" Hearing him say this, and Ling-er quickly stopped crying, but she couldn't stop the sobbing, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Around the corner in front of them, about 10 meters off the ground, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared. Yang Kai smiled happily. "We're here." Accelerating on the spot, Yang Kai leapt up into the air and rushed into the void corridor within Ling-er. Just as he stepped into the void tunnel, Saintess Nan's killing move had already arrived. Now that he had reached the final juncture, how could Yang Kai lower his guard? Directly throwing Ling-er into the void corridor, Yang Kai turned around, accompanied by a loud dragon roar. A huge black dragon suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The dragon's maw was ferocious, facing Saintess Nan's killing move head-on. Hong long long. Energy raged and the world energy aura became chaotic. The jet-black flood dragon was only able to resist for a moment before it was scattered, allowing Saintess Nan's momentum to continue onwards towards Yang Kai, and into the void corridor. Yang Kai grinned miserably as blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. Demonic chi filled with an evil aura surged wildly as it shot out in all directions. The void corridor that had existed at the bottom of the sea for who knew how many years could not withstand such an explosion of energy. Finally, it shattered, and the void force that erupted from it dissolved Saintess Nan's attack while simultaneously sweeping towards Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, Yang Kai's to fend to the Saintess to Yang. Yang Kai nearly fainted. Forcing himself to focus, Yang Kai tried to keep his mind clear. A moment later, the darkness in front of him was swept away and a scene of white clouds appeared above his head. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the blue sky, but there was a faint heat in the air. This kind of aura, it made Yang Kai feel very comfortable. Yang Kai felt like he was constantly falling. He should have been teleported to another place through the void corridor because he could no longer feel Saintess Nan's aura around him. Moreover, before he left, Yang Kai deliberately destroyed the void corridor so that even if Saintess Nan had extraordinary skills, she wouldn't be able to find this place in a short time. Considering all this, Yang Kai breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Being chased by a Saint Realm Master really wasn't a fun thing to do. On top of that, Saintess Nan should be at least a second-order saint. She was much stronger than Isex Qianyu. In front of her, Yang Kai didn't even have the strength to fight back. His falling body was suddenly hugged by a pair of jade arms. Yang Kai turned his head and saw An Ling who had arrived ahead of him, smiling at him, her face still wet with tears. Yang Kai struggled for a moment before jumping down from her arms and landing on the trunk of a large tree. Gasping for breath as he swept his eyes around, a dumbfounded look appearing on his face. He and An Ling were currently standing on the trunk of a towering tree. They were about 300 feet above the ground, surrounded by a dense forest. In this vast forest, life was full of vitality. Moreover, Yang Kai also discovered a very strange phenomenon. The trees here seemed to be somewhat different from the ones outside. Not only were they shaped differently, but there was also a faint yang attribute energy flowing from their trunks. Simply put, these trees seemed to possess a yang attribute aura. Yang Kai was puzzled. These trees should just be ordinary trees, not some kind of precious spirit grass, so how could they give off a yang attribute aura? Looking up at the scene in the sky again, Yang Kai frowned and muttered weakly, "A mysterious small world?" Only mysterious small worlds had no suns, moons, or stars, such as the one the ancient demon clan lived in. Ah, a mysterious small world? And Ling was obviously taken aback, but her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. She had never been to a mysterious small world before, and had only heard about its existence from rumors. Coming to this place for the first time, she couldn't help feeling a bit curious. And this should be a sealed-off mysterious small world. Yang Kai nodded lightly, coughing violently as he spoke, blood flowing from the wounds on his body again. "You should rest quickly." And Ling anxiously supported him. Yang Kai's injuries this time were extremely serious. Not only had he been pierced by Saintess Nan's heaven-punishing spear, but when he had destroyed the void corridor at the last moment, he had also been struck by the explosive force of the void. His clothes were in tatters and his body was riddled with terrible scars. Even his flesh was missing a great deal, making him look extremely miserable. With such injuries, an average person would have died several times already, but Yang Kai still had the strength to speak and leisurely observe his surroundings, causing An Ling to not know whether to laugh or cry. Saying so, she took out a bottle of pills from the universe bag at her waist and handed it over. "These are my Holy Land's healing saint pills, take them quickly." Yang Kai nodded lightly, also feeling like he was about to collapse, so he took the pill bottle and poured out a few pills before swallowing them directly. Before he had time to refine the medicinal efficacies though, Yang Kai suddenly felt a hot energy shoot towards him from all directions like a rope, wrapping around him and An Ling. The two of them were caught off guard and were quickly tied up before falling to the ground. After landing, Yang Kai found that he couldn't move. Already an arrow at the end of its flight, Yang Kai directly fainted. "Damn! How did I get caught again?" With this last thought lingering in his mind, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. The 2 times he had entered a different mysterious small world, he had been caught both times. The first time he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man, and this time he had broken in on his own, but before he had time to figure out the terrain, he had encountered such misfortune. Hateful demon race people. Before Kai Yang lost consciousness, he vaguely heard a muffled curse. In front of his eyes there seemed to be a few silhouettes moving. Soon after, he lost consciousness. In the pitch-black darkness, Yang Kai slowly woke up. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't aching. Even with his powerful physique, such a wound couldn't be ignored. Not sitting up immediately, Yang Kai quickly checked his current situation. After a while, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Just as he thought, his Yuan Qi and Knowledge Sea had both been sealed. If he wanted to break through the Yuan Qi seal, it would take some effort, but it wasn't impossible. It should have been a master whose strength surpassed his. As for the seal on his Knowledge Sea, Yang Kai was confident he could easily break through it, but in order to avoid attracting attention, he still didn't dare act rashly. He didn't know where this place was nor what kind of master existed, so if he acted rashly, he would likely end up in a very miserable state. However, what made Yang Kai somewhat concerned was that this seal gave off the same aura as his Yuan Qi, a yang attribute energy. On top of that, the Yang attribute aura here was much denser than outside. The energy he felt in the ancient ruins should have seeped in from here. Yang Kai's injuries were almost healed, and from the extent of his recovery, it should have been at least 3 days since he fell unconscious. There was someone nearby, but it wasn't an Ling. Where did that woman go? This woman could be considered a heavenly beauty, so if she fell into the hands of someone with bad intentions, her fate would be worrying. Yang Kai was a little worried. His current location should be a prison cell. The walls of the prison cell were constructed with special wood, which appeared to be extremely sturdy. After a while, after adapting to the light in front of him, Yang Kai slowly sat up. The noise he made spread outside, and soon a person came over and said in surprise, "Hey you brat, you're not dead yet? How are you so tough? Where is this place? Who are you?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "You talk too much. Be careful not to pull out your tongue." The man coldly snorted, his attitude unfriendly. He opened the door of the cell and said, "Get out here, my leader wants to see you." "Leader?" Yang Kai frowned. "You'd better behave yourself, or I'll bury you right now and use you as nutrients for the divine tree." The man tilted his head and glanced at Yang Kai, then walked in front of him and said, "Follow me." Yang Kai's expression changed, but he didn't say anything, quietly looking around as he followed the man. The dark and damp corridor was surrounded by the cells Yang Kai was in before, separated from each other. There were many people in each cell, and after hearing the noise, they all looked over with strange eyes. Yang Kai's face was filled with suspicion as he secretly observed the people imprisoned here. Feeling that something was not quite right, the aura emitted from these people seemed to be different from ordinary people. Strictly speaking, there should be traces of demonic chi, and every one of them was like that. Among these people, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of an Ling, so he didn't know where she went. Chapter 763. Soon Yang Kai followed the man out of the dungeon. After arriving outside, the man glanced back at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to say something, but after seeing Yang Kai's current state, his expression couldn't help changing as he pointed at him dumbfoundedly. Your body? Is there a problem?" Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. "Weren't you about to die? How come your body?" Before, Yang Kai's body had lost a lot of flesh and blood and had even been pierced through, so his clansmen all thought that he would soon die. But now, he seemed to be completely unscathed, causing the man to be somewhat surprised and unable to accept this. "My restorative ability is much better than the average person's. That's a bit too amazing." The man stared at Yang Kai with a look of distrust before suddenly shouting coldly, "Boy, do you have some kind of healing pill or medicine? If you do, quickly take it out so you don't suffer." "I don't have such a thing." Yang Kai shook his head indifferently. The man swept his eyes over Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find traces of his universe bag. But in the end, he couldn't find anything, obviously a bit disappointed. Gritting his teeth, he pushed Yang Kai aside and led him into a large hall. There were many people inside the hall, all of them with ruddy complexions and radiant auras. These people all exuded different levels of intensity, but all of them were clearly burning hot. Everyone here, whether male or female, old or young, actually cultivated Yang attribute secret arts just like Yang Kai, and their cultivations weren't low either. The weakest among them was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, while several of them were transcendents. Inside the hall, more than a dozen people had gathered, led by an old man who exuded a powerful aura. This old man had a head of red hair and was radiating a dignified aura, giving him a youthful appearance. Beside the old man stood a young man with a square face. He wore a gray shirt. The faint yuan qi fluctuations coming from his body were also quite powerful. This young man, he should be a third-order transcendent. When Kai Yang arrived, this group of people seemed to be in the middle of discussing something. As soon as they saw him arrive, everyone cast surprised gazes towards him, no longer continuing the previous topic, instead showing a strong interest in him. "Leader, I've brought him here." The person who led Yang Kai here cupped his fist and said. The old man sitting at the head of the table nodded lightly and waved his hand. The man respectfully withdrew, but before leaving, he gave Yang Kai a warning glare, hinting that he'd better behave himself. "Ifeng, this is the human you captured?" The old man stroked his beard and nodded, his deep eyes looking at Yang Kai. As he spoke, Yang Kai clearly felt a burning aura seeping into his body, inspecting him from the inside out. Yes, leader. The young man standing to the side quickly responded, looking at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Didn't you say this human was about to die? How come he's standing here now? The old man asked again. Yifeng scratched his head and frowned. I don't know. When I captured him, he really looked like he was about to die. I thought he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. Hey little brat. What's going on with you? Yang Kai looked at him, then at the old man, frowning. From the tone of your voice, it seems you're not human? Only creatures of other races would refer to humans as such. Impudence. Yifeng's expression became cold. Answer whatever I ask. You have no right to speak here. Saying so, he waved his hand and a burst of energy shot out from his hand, striking Yang Kai like a whip. With a bang, a bloody mark appeared on Yang Kai's body. With his yuan qi sealed, he couldn't resist such an attack. Yang Kai didn't move, grit his teeth, and glared at the young man with a ferocious expression. You've got some backbone. Yifeng sneered, his yuan qi surging out from his hand, seemingly wanting to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Enough, Yifeng. The old man suddenly raised his hand, stopping him from whipping Yang Kai, turning a slightly curious look towards Yang Kai and smiling. Human, you have some skill. If I'm not mistaken, your physique isn't inferior to an average saint, right? Is that so, leader? Yifeng's expression changed as he said in surprise, but his cultivation is only at the first-order transcendent realm. He must have persisted in tempering his body, which is why he has today's achievements. He actually has such a strong body at such a young age. It's amazing. The old man had a look of praise and then asked, how did you do it? Being whipped 10,000 times a day, anyone can do it. Yang Kai grinned. It's a stupid method, but it makes sense. The old man didn't know if he knew that Yang Kai was just being perfunctory or not, but he didn't pursue the matter and simply said, because you are a human, I spared your life and didn't kill you on the spot. If you were from the demon race, you wouldn't have been so lucky. Saying so, the old man's expression became cold as he quickly said, boy, I'll ask you some questions. If your answers satisfy me, I can let you live a few more days. If not, you know the consequences. Under the eaves, Yang Kai could only nod. Do you have some kind of relationship with the demon race? No relationship. No relationship? Then why are you here? Where did you come in from? The seabed. In one of the ancient ruins there was a void corridor. My companion and I were being chased by a master, and had no choice but to enter that void corridor. After we recovered, we found ourselves here. When Yang Kai was speaking, the old man stared at him closely, seemingly wanting to see if he was lying. After he finished speaking, the old man frowned and said, tell me what happened to you in detail. Under the other party's intense gaze, Yang Kai didn't hide anything and recounted his previous encounter. This old man's strength was unfathomable and Yang Kai didn't know if he had some kind of special ability. Lying at this time could be counterproductive. Escaping from the hands of a Saint Realm master? The old man looked surprised. Your skill isn't small. It was just good luck. I almost died. The old man nodded lightly, agreeing with Yang Kai's explanation. Why do you think I have something to do with the demon race? Also, where is my companion now? What is her situation? Yang Kai asked. Boy, you ask a lot of questions. Yifeng coldly snorted. The old man also frowned, apparently not very happy with Yang Kai asking so many questions, but he still said, because only those from the demon race can enter this place, you are the first humans to arrive here. As for your companion, you don't need to worry, she is fine. Only her freedom has been restricted. Saying so, he turned to Yifeng and said, go investigate the place where you found them. See if there is another entrance. If you find one, destroy it immediately. Yifeng was about to agree when Yang Kai cut him off. There's no need to investigate. I destroyed that void corridor before we arrived. Just because you say so? Yifeng glanced over at Yang Kai contemptuously before quickly leaving, apparently taking his people to investigate the situation in the forest. After he left, the old man continued, do you cultivate a Yang attribute secret art? Yang Kai nodded. The old man chuckled. There aren't many humans who cultivate a Yang attribute secret art. But looking at you, it seems your secret art isn't bad, right? Yang Kai's expression became slightly cold, thinking that the old man was interested in his true Yang secret art. But the old man didn't seem to have any intention of asking, instead just saying, "But even if it is a good secret art, it is still far worse than ours." The old man spoke as if it was a matter of fact, while the others also wore proud looks, as if they all thought Yang Kai's secret art was trash. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he asked, "You all seem to cultivate a Yang attribute secret art. What race are you, and where is this place?" "Us?" The old man stroked his beard and muttered, "We can be considered humans, but we also aren't." Yang Kai frowned, listening to the old man's words in confusion. "Our ancestors were humans, but our generation has become somewhat different from them," the old man lightly said, not explaining further. The old man said lightly, not explaining too much, "This is where we have always lived. You outsiders should call it a mysterious small world. I saw a lot of people imprisoned in that dungeon. Those should be members of the demon race, right? What kind of hatred do you have with the demon race? Little brat, you really have a lot of questions. It seems you aren't afraid of death." The old man glanced at him coldly, but then grit his teeth and said, "The hatred between us and the demon race is absolutely irreconcilable. Sooner or later we will eradicate all the demon race. As for you, I won't kill you for the time being. Your body looks a bit different from the rest. It should be of great use." Saying so, he swept a malicious look towards Yang Kai and waved his hand. "Take him away." A person immediately rushed out from the side and took Yang Kai away. After he left, the people in the hall began to talk at once. "Leader, that little brat's physique is extraordinarily good. And what's more is that he cultivates a Yang attribute secret art. If he can be transformed into nutrients for the divine tree, I'm afraid the divine tree will be stable for a while. And the divine tree has become more and more unstable recently. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't have a place to shelter ourselves. Capturing those demon race isn't a long-term solution. What we need to do now is find a way to solve the problem of the divine tree. If the divine tree is gone, I'm afraid our clan will suffer a catastrophe." "Shut up," the old man shouted. "Do you think this old master doesn't want to solve this problem? It's just that I haven't been able to find the root cause, so how can I solve it?" Hearing this, everyone's faces became gloomy. After a while, the old man ordered again, "Suchio, you go and tell our clansmen to take good care of that little brat. Give him the best food, lift the seal on his body, and send him a fruit from the divine tree. I want him to recover his peak strength as soon as possible." "Yes." The master named Suchio quickly got up and walked out. Hearing this, everyone's spirits shook, knowing that their leader was making plans for the near future, so they couldn't help secretly looking forward to it. Chapter 764. In the same dark and damp dungeon as before, Yang Kai was brought here and locked up in another cell. Inside the cell, there was a somewhat bleak-looking figure curled up in a corner, sobbing sounds coming from inside. After hearing the movement, this person looked up and in an instant, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise as she called out, "Yang Kai?" Shouting like this, he hurriedly stood up and staggered over here, paying close attention to him. When he found that his injuries were basically healed, he also seemed a little surprised. After being brought here, Enlinger had been separated from Yang Kai. Like the others, she had thought that with the injuries Yang Kai had suffered, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled, but now that she saw him again, he was actually fine. Yang Kai signaled to her with his eyes, indicating for her to calm down. After the two outsiders who had escorted him here left, he pulled her to the corner of the cell. "How are you?" Yang Kai glanced at her and found that this little girl's clothes were neat, but her eyes were a little swollen from crying. Enlinger shook her head. "I'm fine, they didn't embarrass me. What about you?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai smiled. "Where is this place? Do you know who those people are? Why did they capture us?" "I'm not sure. But they don't seem to be from the human race, and they seem to have a great hatred for the demon race." While speaking, Yang Kai looked around the cells on both sides. Inside, there were pairs of eyes curiously looking at him and Enlinger, each of them exuding a demonic aura. These people should be members of the demon race who had been captured and brought here. "We just escaped the wolf's mouth only to enter the tiger's den." Enlinger's face was gloomy, seemingly in a bad mood. Relax, at least that Granny Nan won't be able to find this place for a while. Young Kai sat down. Compared to being chased by the previous generation's saintess, this place was much safer. At the very least, Young Kai felt that he wouldn't lose his life if he didn't use it for a while. Hearing him say this, and Ling Er's mood suddenly improved. She sat down with Young Kai and snuggled up to him. Young Kai didn't pay any more attention to her. Instead, he looked at the people from the demon race on the left and right. They should also have had their yuan qi and divine sense suppressed. Moreover, in this kind of place where yang energy was rich, their demonic qi would also be suppressed to varying degrees. There were at least a dozen people from the demon race locked up here, and their strength varied. As for what kind of cultivation they had, Young Kai couldn't feel it. Since his sea of consciousness was sealed, he didn't dare to use his spiritual consciousness to spy on others. While he was observing, a person suddenly appeared outside the cell. Young Kai's face turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. Young Kai had seen this person before. It was the one sitting in the front of the hall. He should be one of the masters here. He stood outside the cell, looking at Young Kai with an indifferent expression. A moment later, many of his clansmen came in carrying some things. "Open the cell door," the man ordered. Immediately, someone unlocked the cell door. These people filed in, bringing with them an enticing aroma. Young Kai was surprised because he found that these people were actually bringing in some very exquisite food and several pots of wine. "Boy, consider yourself lucky. The head ordered us to take good care of you." The man coldly snorted and waved his hand, sending a stream of yuan qi into Young Kai's body. In the next moment, Young Kai felt the seal on his body being lifted. The yuan qi once again flowed through his meridians, restoring his original strength. However, he did not act rashly. Since the other party had lifted the seal so easily, it was obvious they were not afraid of him causing any trouble. The fine wine and food were placed in front of Young Kai one by one, but the master just stood in place, staring at him coldly. What is the meaning of this? Young Kai frowned. The attitude of the people here towards him was not good. For no reason, not only had the seal on his body been lifted, but they had also provided him with such good treatment, so he could not help but be a little vigilant. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. "Nothing." The man sneered and slowly walked over. Flipping his palm, a pale yellow fruit about the size of a fist appeared in his hand. The moment this fruit appeared, Young Kai felt a rich yang attribute qi and a fragrant aroma fill his nose. Raising his brow, Young Kai stared at the fruit. "Humph, this is a bargain for you. Digest it properly." The man casually tossed the fruit over. Young Kai caught it and looked at him suspiciously. The man did not say anything more and simply led his people away, locking the cell behind him. A moment later, this group of people disappeared. Looking at the fruit in his hand and the fine wine in front of him, Young Kai was puzzled, but he could not understand what was going on. From the cell on the left, a burst of strange laughter suddenly came. "Human boy, you are quite lucky, being able to eat a full meal before you die. It seems you are of great value to them." Young Kai frowned and glanced sideways at the man, but the light was too dim so he could not see what this man looked like. Rolling his eyes, Young Kai chuckled and said, "Friend, we are all people in distress, so there is no need to be so sarcastic. Would you like some?" "No need, you can count on your own luck." The man snorted and no longer spoke. "Will this be poisonous?" And Ling Er asked worriedly. "You think too much." Young Kai shook his head. If they really wanted to kill him, there was no need for those people to play such a trick. Judging from the strength they had displayed, they were fully capable of killing him, so why would they put poison in his food? On top of that, the fruit that person had given him was also extraordinary. Young Kai didn't recognize what kind of spirit fruit it was, only knowing that it was at least a spirit-grade top-rank fruit, and that the yang attribute energy it contained was extremely rich. A single spirit fruit like this was enough to allow a cultivator like him to completely recover. "Eat, it won't get in the way." Young Kai smiled, picked up a plate, and stuffed it into Ling Er's hand. Yuan Qi and spiritual energy had been completely sealed, and with the previous shock Ling Er really needed to replenish her strength, so she did not hesitate and began chewing slowly. Young Kai ate like a whirlwind, quickly replenishing his strength, not even letting go of the fruit, directly eating it. Soon several drops of yang liquid appeared in the dantian. Over the next few days, someone delivered food every day. The food was exquisitely prepared and the taste was quite good. Yang Kai took things as they came, and after a few days not only had his injuries healed, but his strength had also improved a little. Cultivating the true Yang secret art in this place with rich Yang attribute energy was really a heaven-sent opportunity. Every time he and Ling received this kind of treatment, the prisoners of the demon race on the left and right side of the prison cells felt uncomfortable for a while. Although they were all prisoners, the difference in treatment was too great. They did not know what relationship Yang Kai had with the foreigners here. In the cell on the left, the demon race prisoner who had spoken before thought that Yang Kai would soon be killed, but over the past few days, not only did these people not cause trouble for him, they even continued to provide him with various benefits, leaving him speechless. About 5 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his cell, suddenly felt that the Yang attribute energy in the air was somewhat unstable, as if something had happened to the source of this energy. Frowning, he carefully examined it, but was unable to find any useful information. On the contrary, when the prisoners of the demon race on the left and right side of the prison cells felt this, their expressions changed greatly, and they all became silent. Uneasiness and irritation gradually spread, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. What happened to them? And Ling shrunk timidly beside Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Yang Kai shook his head, a dignified expression on his face. There was a soft creak, followed by a burst of rapid footsteps. Several people quickly rushed in from the outside, and at the same time, all of the imprisoned demon race people began to curse loudly. All of them were extremely agitated, and it seemed as if they were ready to fight for their lives. But with all kinds of methods used to imprison them, they did not have the strength to fight back. With a burst of banging sounds, several of the demon race prisoners were quickly caught and thrown out. With a bang, the door of the prison cell was locked again. The rest of the prisoners were still shouting and cursing, but they did not get any response. Enough, all of you shut up. What's the use of shouting here? In the cell on the left, the demon race prisoner who had spoken to Yang Kai before angrily shouted. Everyone was silent. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. This person seemed to have some reputation and prestige in the demon race, otherwise the others would not have obeyed him so much. After about an incense stick worth of time, the chaotic energy fluctuations in the air gradually calmed down and became stable. A feeling of sympathy for the death of a rabbit like the fox began to spread. All of the demon race people were dejected. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, secretly thinking that they should know more about this place than he did. Perhaps it was possible to obtain some information and clues from them. A day later, someone brought food and wine to Yang Kai's table again. Yang Kai didn't wolf down the food like before and instead walked over to the demon race man next to him and called out, "Friend, would you like to join us for a drink? The taste of this wine is not bad." In the darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened, overflowing with light. A moment later, a sneer came from the other side, revealing a sense of disdain and ridicule. Although I am a human and you are from the demon race, the relationship between humans and demons has always been bad. But there is a saying that the enemy of an enemy is a friend. What do you think? Yang Kai said with a pleasant expression on his face. The man's smile slowly disappeared, and after pondering for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Humph, you humans are treacherous, but you know how to be flexible." Saying so, he stood up and walked to the middle of the two cells, sat down cross-legged, and snatched the wine jug from Yang Kai's hand, drinking it in large mouthfuls. After a few breaths of time, the jug of wine had gone down his throat, and Yang Kai took out another jug and handed it to him. Seeing him so tactful, the demon race prisoner couldn't help but nod and say with disdain, "I look down on you humans the most, bowing to the strong and overbearing to the weak, insidious and cunning." Haha. Yang Kai was not angry. "Drink first, we'll talk later." Chapter 765. After eating and drinking for a while, everything was quickly consumed. The demon race man didn't seem to have the slightest understanding of the situation, and instead continued to stare at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was looking down on an ant, his eyes filled with disdain. "What do you want to ask?" The man snorted, clearly seeing Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai chuckled, first introducing himself before asking, "I haven't asked for this friend's name yet." The man frowned, seemingly reluctant to report his name, but after thinking about it for a while, he still replied, Go Che. Yang Kai sniffed but didn't respond, but Ling was startled for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and exclaiming, What's wrong? Yang Kai turned to look at her. You're Go Che. Ling looked at the man from the demon race with a surprised expression. Heavens, you're actually Go Che. How did you end up here? Is he very famous? Yang Kai looked at Ling in surprise and asked. Go Che snorted and curled his lips. You little human brat, you looked quite smart before. So how come you're acting like a fool now? Sorry, I've never heard of you before. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Ling pursed her red lips and whispered, Although I've heard of Go Che's name, it's not very famous. The famous one is his father. One of the 4 demon generals, Go Cheong. Your father is a demon general? Yang Kai was also taken aback. He had long heard of the demon general's name. Back in the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land's evil cavern, he had even killed a demon general's soul clone. After coming to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai learned from Shui Ling about the terrifying strength of the demon general, so he was well aware of what kind of character the demon general was. My father is my father, I am me, Go Che proudly declared, not willing to borrow his father's name. If you have such a powerful father, how did you end up being captured here? Yang Kai was also shocked. Go Che's expression became awkward as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely before sighing heavily, capsizing at such an easy task. There's no need to mention it. Once I leave here, I'll definitely gather my people and raze this place to the ground. I hope your wishes come true, Yang Kai casually said before asking, How much do you know about this place? Not much. Go Che shook his head, no longer rejecting Yang Kai as much as before. He probably also felt that the enemy of an enemy was a friend and intended to join forces with Yang Kai to see if they could find a way to survive. All we know is that the people here call themselves the Sun Clan. They seem to have originally been a part of the human race, but because of their secret art in the divine tree, their physique has become somewhat different from that of the human race, so they decided to call themselves a new race. Divine tree? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering that when he had just woken up, one of the Sun Clan's clansmen had brought him to the main hall and mentioned something about a divine tree, saying they would turn him into nutrients for it. And it's the Sun Clan's foundation. Didn't you see a somewhat different tree when you came here? The reason why the Yang attribute energy here is so rich is entirely because of that divine tree. If not for that, how could our demonic qi be suppressed? The demon race called the energy in their bodies demonic qi, which was the same reason why human cultivators called it yuan qi. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He really hadn't seen any divine tree, probably because he and Ling had entered this mysterious small world from a different entrance. That divine tree is very strange. It can produce Yang attribute energy on its own, but it's said that in recent years, the divine tree has had some kind of accident, causing it to become somewhat unstable. In order to maintain the divine tree's health and stability, the Sun Clan began to capture people from the outside and bring them in. The only entrance to this place is in my demon land. So those who are captured are all from my clan. You two are quite strange. How did you end up being captured? There's more than one entrance here. We just accidentally broke in, Yang Kai explained casually. Oh, no wonder. Go Che nodded lightly before continuing. That unusual energy fluctuation just now. Presumably you also felt it. That was the divine tree having some kind of problem. Every time this happens, the Sun Clan will capture a few people and turn their blood and flesh essence into nutrients for the divine tree in order to appease it. Then the people who were captured, dead. Go Che sneered. And it won't be long before it's our turn. As you can see, there aren't many people from my clan left here. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly. There were only about a dozen people left in the cells on either side of him, and there weren't many people in the other cells either. Every time something happened to the divine tree, they would have to sacrifice a few people as a blood sacrifice, so it wouldn't be long before everyone here died. The Sun Clan here always captured people from the demon race from the demon land, so after a long time, it would definitely attract attention and vigilance. Presumably, the demon land would also be on guard, making it impossible for them to succeed. The fruit you ate a few days ago came from their divine tree. Che frowned. Seeing you eat it with such relish, and the aura on your body is so disgusting, you should be cultivating a yang attribute secret art, right? Kai nodded lightly. Then you can live a carefree life, before everyone here is killed. They won't touch you. That divine tree likes people like you the most as nutrients, so they'll save you for the final moment. Che said, a gloating look on his face sneering meaningfully, causing Ling to shiver slightly. Many thanks for telling me. Kai cupped his fists. Che grinned wickedly as he stared at Ling meaningfully. Little brat, if I were you, I would take advantage of this moment to enjoy myself. With such a beautiful woman here, you don't seem to have any problems with her, right? You can't be like this, you'll only disappoint her. As soon as this sentence came out, the remaining demon race people burst into laughter. Kai's face went black, suddenly feeling this guy was a bit hateful. And Ling tightened her clothes even more as she glared at Che hatefully before hiding behind Kai. Oh. After talking with Che that day, Kai had learned a little about the current situation and was somewhat mentally prepared. After tasting the delicious wine, Che also became somewhat shameless. Every time the Sun Clan people came to deliver food, he would always take 2 jugs of wine from Kai. Kai didn't mind and even shared the food with him. After more than 10 days of getting along, Che was no longer as arrogant as before. Although he hadn't reached the point of calling Kai a brother yet, his attitude had become much better. However, what made Kai speechless was that this rascal would always try to instigate him to take care of Ling. Every time this happened, Ling would blush and stare at Kai with a weak expression. Being imprisoned here, they were constantly on edge, never knowing when they would lose their lives. This group of unscrupulous demon race people naturally wanted to have some fun. Over the past 10 days, Kai had felt 2 unstable yang attribute energy fluctuations, most likely caused by the divine tree. Without exception, both times a member of the demon race was captured and never returned. As the days passed, the number of demon race prisoners in the prison grew fewer and fewer, causing everyone's mood to gradually become heavy. The day of their deaths was not far away. Everyone was aware of this problem. The atmosphere was very dignified. Only Kai and Che seemed indifferent, one seemingly not worried at all while the other seemed to have completely disregarded life and death. During his free time, Kai had been cultivating, not letting go of any opportunity to improve his strength. He knew that the day he was captured would be the day he had to give it his all. In this mysterious small world, whether he could survive or not depended on a little bit of accumulation and hard work. Kai didn't put anyone below the Saint Realm in his eyes, so if he was provoked, he would release his soul-devouring insects and cause this entire mysterious small world to become a living hell. Presumably, the Sun Clan's elders wouldn't be able to accept such consequences and would use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with their masters. So Kai didn't show any panic. This was his trump card, one he wasn't prepared to reveal until the last moment. A month passed, 2 months passed, basically every 5 days someone would be captured. And as time passed, Kai felt that the frequency of the divine tree's instability seemed to be increasing. There were only a few people left in the dungeon. In addition to Kai and Ling, there was only Che and the 2 remaining people in his cell. Next time it would be their turn. This feeling of their lives hanging by a thread made everyone panic, even Che somewhat unable to remain calm. One day, while drinking with Kai, Che suddenly asked, "Friend, I can see that you're a man. If death really comes your way, won't you resist?" "Do you think I have a chance to resist?" Kai grinned meaningfully. "They didn't imprison your Yuan Qi, so your chances are better than mine. If that's the case, I certainly won't just sit still and wait for death. Good, when the time comes, Father will help you. If you can really escape, please go to my father and tell him about the situation here so he can avenge me." Saying so, Che's expression became fierce. "Let them know that the people of the demon race are not to be trifled with." Kai glanced at him thoughtfully, faintly feeling that this rascal should still be hiding some means, so he wouldn't be so powerless to resist when he was captured. However, this rascal's means should be limited. From the tone of his voice, it was clear he didn't think he had any hope of escaping. With his help, perhaps there really is a chance. Kai's brow furrowed. Just as he was speaking though, a chaotic fluctuation appeared in the air. Kai, Che, and in Ling Er's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as they glanced at each other. "It's here." Go Che took a deep breath and quickly said. The divine tree had once again become unstable. At this moment besides them there was only one person from the demon race left in the dungeon, so this time it was likely they wouldn't be able to escape. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk the sound of hurried footsteps came from the outside, accompanied by a light creaking sound as several Sun Clan members entered from the outside, their expressions cold and gloomy. Chapter 766. The one leading this group was the master who had previously lifted the seal on Yang Kai. His expression gloomy and helpless. After entering, he waved his hand and several of his clansmen immediately opened the cell doors on both sides. "Little brat, it's time for you to die," the man coldly declared. "You've enjoyed so much to eat and drink for so long. Now I want to see just how much of a role you can play." Saying so, he once again sealed Yang Kai's yuan qi and shouted to his clansmen, "Take them all away." Go Che and his clansmen immediately cursed out loud, but were met with a flurry of punches and kicks before they were taken out of the cell. Yang Kai and Ling Er didn't resist, so they were spared such a fate. Walking down the corridor of the dungeon, Go Che didn't seem to be willing to cooperate, constantly stopping here and there, resulting in him being whipped quite a few times. By the time they left the cell, Go Che was covered in blood from head to toe, but his backbone was firm and he didn't utter a single word, instead spitting out all kinds of obscenities that irritated the ears of those who heard him. The Sun Clan master sneered, "Curse all you want, you won't have a chance to do so later. I heard you're the son of some demon general? I think your father is nothing more than that. His own son is about to die yet he doesn't even know how to come and save him. If you have the guts, let me go, I'll go back and call for reinforcements so my father can wipe you all out." Go Che clamored. "Idiot!" The man spat disdainfully. As Go Che spoke, he constantly winked at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to take action. Yang Kai quickly responded, motioning him to remain calm. This was the time when the master was most vigilant. Even if Yang Kai was at his peak, he couldn't guarantee he could successfully escape, let alone now that Yuan Qi and his knowledge sea had been tampered with. Yang Kai had to wait for an opportunity, find the best time to release his soul-devouring insects, and control a large number of Sun Clan clansmen. Seeing this, Go Che no longer said anything and instead stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, wondering what he was planning to do. The more he was escorted forward, the more Yang Kai felt. The stronger the Yang attribute energy fluctuations became. The more he felt, the more uneasy he became. They seemed to be very anxious, and the speed of their feet was also extremely fast. Not long after, they came to an open field. There was nothing in the radius of a few thousand feet here, except for a giant golden tree that was 1,000 feet tall and had a lush canopy that took root here. Yang Kai could feel all the Yang energy. They all came from this giant tree. It was like a protective umbrella, its huge canopy spreading out and radiating energy into the distance, forming a semicircle visible to the naked eye that covered the Sun Clan's residence. As soon as he arrived here, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body showed signs of restlessness. His flesh and blood also began to wriggle, and many of the restrictions placed on his body were destroyed. Yang Kai's eyes lit up in astonishment. Yang Kai hadn't expected such a strange tree to exist in this world. This should be the divine tree that the Sun Clan spoke of, the foundation of their clan. Because of the cultivation method, as long as they had this divine tree, their strength would increase rapidly. They didn't need to be like Yang Kai. They needed to search everywhere for Yang attribute precious treasures in places where world energy gathered. This was simply the paradise that Yang Kai had always dreamed of. Looking up, Yang Kai could see the giant divine tree. Vaguely, there were some fruits hanging upside down, the kind that Yang Kai had eaten before. There were quite a few of them, some of which seemed to be ripe, some of which were still in their tender state. Not far from the roots of the divine tree, the Sun Clan's elders were all waiting. When they noticed the arrival of Yang Kai's group, they all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with expectation when they saw Yang Kai. The divine tree also seemed to be giving off some unusual fluctuations, actually conveying a kind of desperate message. Visible to the naked eye, pure Yang attribute energy transformed into ropes that stretched out from the divine tree and wrapped around Yang Kai's body. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits rose. The leader smiled and stroked his beard, nodding. It seems that the divine tree likes this human very much. We're saved. With this human, the divine tree should be able to remain stable for a while, giving us plenty of time to find new nutrients. Being able to become nutrients for the divine tree is your honor. The master who had escorted Yang Kai and the others here sneered. I don't think it's an honor, Yang Kai snorted, but didn't try to break free from the divine tree's energy chains. Not only did these energy chains not restrict his movements, but they also made him feel very comfortable. Continuing forward, not far in front of them, the ground was littered with bones and dark red blood. These bones were obviously the remains of the demon race members who had been dragged here as a blood sacrifice. As far as the eye could see, it was like a sea of bones. It was a ghastly sight, truly a bit horrifying. And Ling Er's pretty face paled. Thinking that she would soon become like this, her heart filled with panic. Kacha. The group continued forward and stepped on these bones, breaking them and emitting a series of bone-chilling sounds. Go Che's eyes were filled with anger as he gasped for breath. His eyes gradually turning red as an aura of resentment slowly spread from his body. These bones and dried blood were all left behind by his clansmen, so Go Che was naturally angry. As they approached the divine tree, Yang Kai's expression gradually became strange. He seemed to be able to sense some indescribable information from the divine tree, and for a time, he couldn't help immersing himself in it. A moment later, the group was escorted to the divine tree's roots. The Sun Clan didn't seem to intend to waste any time, and directly began the blood sacrifice to appease the divine tree. The leader stared at Go Che with scorching eyes and coldly said, "Let's start with him." Immediately, someone stepped forward and pressed Go Che to the ground. "Little brat, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Go Che suddenly shouted angrily at Yang Kai, his body suddenly swelling as his physique filled with explosive power, instantly shattering the seal placed on his body. Without hesitation, Go Che stretched out his claw-like hand towards the nearest Sun Clan clansman and thrust it straight towards his heart, intending to kill him in one blow. All the Sun Clan clansmen's expression didn't change as they all stared at Go Che like he was a clown. The old leader simply waved his hand and Go Che's movements stiffened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Cold sweat gradually dripped down his forehead as Go Che's red eyes flashed with unwillingness, but in the face of absolute power, he was powerless. "You seem to want to fight to the death?" The leader chuckled. "How naive, do you think I'll give you a chance? You old bastard." Go Che ground his teeth and cursed, the veins on his forehead bulging as he unwillingly circulated his yuan qi, but was still unable to escape from this predicament. His strength wasn't low, having reached the third-order transcendent realm, but in front of a Saint Realm Master he still couldn't resist. What's more, this was the divine tree's foundation, so in front of the rich Yang Qi, his demonic Qi had been suppressed to the lowest possible level. Even a Sun Clan clansman of the same level as him could easily deal with him. "Kill him," the leader coldly ordered, his face filled with impatience. The two Sun Clan clansmen who had been holding Go Che down before grinned fiercely and raised their hands, their yuan qi surging as they prepared to kill him. "Wait!" Seeing that Go Che's blood was about to be spilled, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Little brat, what do you want to do?" The leader stared at Yang Kai gloomily. "Do you want to die in his place?" As soon as this statement came out, Go Che's expression became a little strange. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully and said, "Sorry, my friendship with him isn't that deep. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me." "Then why did you say something to stop him?" "I just thought that I might have a way to resolve the current problem and appease your divine tree." Yang Kai smiled lightly. All the Sun Clan people's expressions changed, the leader's expression becoming even colder as he stared deeply towards Yang Kai. "Little brat, you're young and frivolous. I can understand if you want to show off, but if you dare play tricks on us, I'll make sure you taste a fate worse than death. Whether I'm bragging or not, just let me try." "You won't lose anything," Yang Kai said as his body shook. In the next moment the yuan qi in his body surged. "You..." The master who had escorted him stared at him dumbfoundedly, seemingly not having expected him to be able to break his seal so easily. "Don't be so surprised, it's not that I have the ability to break your seal. It's the divine tree that helped." Yang Kai chuckled. pointing to the energy wrapped around his body. Strange. The man shook his head, a puzzled look on his face. Then do you want to let me try? To be honest, if you want to kill me right now, I have no objection, at most I'll die. But if you let me try, you may find some unexpected surprises. And if it really doesn't work, it won't be too late for you to act then, it's all up to you. Seeing him speak so calmly, as if he didn't know the meaning of death, the Sun Clan clansmen began to hesitate. The main reason was that the Divine Tree's actions this time had surprised them. There had never been a precedent of the Divine Tree wrapping its energy around someone before, not even the Sun Clan clansmen. As such, Yang Kai's words were somewhat credible. Perhaps, as he said, they would find some unexpected surprises. After discussing for a while, everyone turned their eyes to their leader. The old man hesitated for a moment, his eyes staring at Yang Kai with some distrust, but after a moment of silence, he nodded lightly and said, "This old master allows it. What do you want to do? Let's hear it first." "I can't say, just watch." Yang Kai chuckled, ignoring the Sun Clan clansmen's oppressive gazes, and walked forward. "If you dare damage the Divine Tree in the slightest, I'll pull out your soul and torture you for all eternity," the leader threatened coldly. Yang Kai coldly snorted and didn't pay attention to him. Chapter 767. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai walked up to the huge divine tree. Both Go Che and Enling secretly broke out in cold sweat, not knowing what Yang Kai was planning. Standing at the base of the divine tree, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on the thick trunk of the tree. In an instant, Yang Kai's body shook. The divine tree in front of him was simply a huge treasure trove. The divine tree contained a massive amount of Yang attribute energy that Yang Kai couldn't even fathom, and it was currently flowing through the veins in its trunk like a roaring river. Listening carefully, Yang Kai could even hear the sound of flowing water coming from it. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, if he could take this huge amount of energy for himself, just what kind of strength would he be able to grow to? But soon Yang Kai secretly shook his head. After all, this was the Sun Clan's divine tree. In front of so many masters, it was impossible for him to absorb the divine tree's energy. If he really did so, he would become a corpse in the next moment. While Yang Kai was observing this, the divine senses of each of the Sun Clan's masters were locked onto him, as if the moment he made the slightest move, they would ruthlessly destroy him. However, Yang Kai acted quite tactfully and simply continued to investigate. After a long time, these people began to show impatient looks because the fluctuations coming from the divine tree were still chaotic and unstable, showing no signs of change. Yang Kai didn't waste any more time and once again shattered the seal in his knowledge sea. His soul avatar leapt out of his body and rushed into the divine tree's trunk. In a golden world, Yang Kai's soul avatar seemed to be swimming in a golden river. This river was composed entirely of Yang attribute energy, and following the source of this river, Yang Kai continued upwards. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at a mysterious place. This place should be somewhere inside the divine tree. Strictly speaking, it could be considered the heart of the tree. In front of him there was a unique mass of energy quietly floating around the golden river. This mass of energy also exuded a hot aura. However, there were some subtle differences between this and the surrounding river. At this moment, a rhythmic pulse was being emitted from this ball of energy, making it look like a beating heart. Looking at it, Yang Kai was shocked. Sure enough, he thought to himself. When Yang Kai came here and saw the energy of the tree of God coiling around his body, he sensed it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was shocked. This immediately confirmed the guess in his heart. At the same time, he completely understood why the tree of God was rioting and unstable. The Sun Clan didn't understand this, and could only use blood sacrifices to provide nutrients to the divine tree. With a light snort, Yang Kai stared ahead without blinking. That ball of energy was still moving. He revealed a thirsty message to Yang Kai. This mass of energy was currently in a chaotic state, but Yang Kai believed that if it was given enough time and nutrients, it would become a mass of conscious energy. In the boundless universe there were all kinds of strange life forms. The Jade True Spirit Yang Kai had encountered before was a kind of life form, the bone race he saw in Ice Sect was also a kind of life form, and this divine tree was also a kind of life form. However, looking at its current appearance, It seemed to be transforming into a different kind of life form, from an unconscious state to a conscious one. This mass of energy at the heart of the tree of God was the place where its consciousness converged. Once this evolution was successful, this mass of energy would become the place where the divine tree's soul converged, becoming its soul avatar. Yongkai was deeply shocked, never having thought that a giant tree could reach this point today. The instability and rioting of the divine tree was not because it was in some kind of condition, nor was it because it was nearing the end of its life, but because this kind of evolution required a lot of energy and nutrients. It was rooted here and couldn't absorb too much nutrients, so whenever it needed something, it would unconsciously riot. So when someone was sacrificed here, the divine tree would calm down for a while. After eating and drinking enough, it would naturally calm down. However, this kind of method only treated the symptoms, not the root cause, and when it once again craved something, the Sun Clan's people would be helpless. The amount of energy required to evolve was simply too great, and judging from the frequency of its rioting, Yongkai secretly felt that it wouldn't be long before the divine tree's evolution succeeded. Thinking about this, Yongkai quickly figured out the situation in front of him, but he didn't know how much the Sun Clan knew about this. Logically speaking, as long as they sent their soul avatars into this place to investigate, they should be able to figure out the situation, but judging from the uneasiness they felt towards the divine tree's rioting, it seemed they didn't know the reason for it. Yongkai was a little confused and couldn't help feeling puzzled. I need to ask them about this carefully. Thinking so, Yongkai quickly withdrew his soul avatar and returned to his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, the angry shouts of the Sun Clan masters rang out in his ears. They seemed to have become impatient and were about to sacrifice Go Che and his companions. What's the hurry? Yongkai glanced over at them and said lightly, I've already made some progress, just wait a little longer. The Sun Clan leader glared at Yongkai and coldly declared, I'll give you half a cup of tea's time. If you still can't stabilize the divine tree, all of you will die here today. Half a cup of tea's time. Yongkai chuckled, that should be enough. Saying so, his figure leapt up into the air and disappeared into the dense foliage, disappearing from everyone's sight. The Sun Clan masters weren't worried though. Although they couldn't see Yongkai with their divine senses locked onto him, they weren't worried about Yongkai playing any tricks. Atop a huge tree trunk, Yongkai estimated the distance and felt that he should be in the same place as the mass of energy his soul avatar had seen before. Stretching out his finger, Yongkai opened a crack in the tree trunk. Immediately, Yongkai released a drop of yang liquid from his fingertip and dripped it into this crack. The yang liquid directly seeped into it and disappeared. Waiting quietly, Yongkai's heart was in turmoil and he didn't have much confidence. What he was doing now was just to give it a try. He wasn't sure if it would work. He still remembered that when he was still very weak, he had used his yang liquid to cultivate yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit trees, so he knew that his yang liquid had a very significant effect on promoting the growth of such things. Spirit grasses and spirit trees that had been growing for several years only needed 1 or 2 drops of yang liquid to fully mature in half a month. Now this divine tree needed energy to evolve. Giving it a drop of yang liquid was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, Yongkai's drop of yang liquid was very different from before. The difference in energy contained within it was tens of millions of times greater. Perhaps it could meet the divine tree's requirements. It was only a possibility, but if it didn't succeed, Yongkai would have no choice but to give it a try. Waiting nervously, Yongkai's heart was in his throat, not because he was afraid of fighting with the Sun Clan, but because he was full of anticipation. He was looking forward to the effect his yang liquid would have on the divine tree. He really wanted to see what this divine tree would look like when it evolved into a sentient form. Suddenly, the divine tree's already unstable fluctuations became even more chaotic and violent, as if it had been stimulated by something, its yang attribute energy raging. A scorching hot wind swept up from the ground. Little brat, what did you do? One of the Sun Clan clansmen who had been waiting down below immediately roared and flew up to deal with Yongkai. Wait! The Sun Clan leader waved his hand to stop him. His brow furrowed as he carefully probed the situation. Leader, that little brat must have done something to the divine tree. Please let me kill him. I told you to wait. The leader swept a dignified glance over him, causing the man to immediately shut up. On the tree trunk, Yongkai heard the other party's words. However, he didn't panic at all and instead showed a happy expression. The divine tree was really thirsty for young liquid. Its riot wasn't because it was uncomfortable, but because it had tasted something so delicious and was unconsciously asking for more. The crack on the tree trunk that Yongkai had made before had actually opened up on its own. The divine tree seemed to think that it could obtain more benefits by doing this. Its consciousness was now in a state of chaos and ignorance, like a growing fetus. It was somewhat sensitive to the outside world, but it couldn't distinguish too many details. The opening of the crack on its own was a direct manifestation of its consciousness. Yongkai grinned and dripped a drop of yang liquid from his fingertip into the divine tree's trunk. A moment later, the divine tree's violent aura suddenly calmed down. At this moment, the faces of the Sun Clan clansmen all showed strange expressions. The leader's expression also changed, a cold light flashing across his eyes. As time passed, the divine tree's aura gradually stabilized, as if it was being smoothed out by an invisible hand. Everyone waited at the bottom for a while before they saw Kai Yang jump down with a pale face. After landing, Yongkai sat down cross-legged without saying a word and began circulating his secret art. No one dared to disturb him. Even the Sun Clan clansmen held their breaths and waited quietly, wondering what kind of method he had used to calm the divine tree's riot. Go Che and Enling glanced at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this time they had luckily escaped disaster. After a long time, Yongkai slowly opened his eyes. Although his complexion was a little ruddy, anyone could see that he was quite weak at the moment, and the yuan qi in his body seemed to have been completely exhausted. His expression was also quite gloomy, obviously not in a good mood. Yongkai was indeed in a bad mood. This time, in order to provide nutrients to the divine tree, he had consumed a total of 20 drops of yang liquid before finally stabilizing it. It was a big loss. Little brat, what method did you use? The Sun Clan leader quickly asked. How did you manage to calm the divine tree? Do you think I'll tell you? Yongkai sneered. Little brat, you don't know what's good for you if you don't speak. We'll let you taste all the torture in this world. Someone immediately threatened. Yongkai slowly shook his head, not showing any fear. It doesn't matter. This time's pacification was just a stopgap measure. If you don't want to completely solve the divine tree's problem, you can try to kill me. I promise you, even if I lose a single hair, the next time something happens to the divine tree, I will absolutely stand by and watch. Chapter 768. Yongkai's fearless appearance made the Sun Clan's men feel somewhat troubled. The Sun Clan leader let out a strange laugh, whether it was out of ridicule or admiration, muttering, Little brat, your courage isn't small. Do you think we won't dare attack you? You only have one life, so you'd best cooperate. Yongkai stared at him indifferently, not saying a word, making it clear that he wouldn't reveal the truth even if he was beaten to death. Now, if he wanted to take the initiative, he could only remain silent. Once the Sun Clan found out what he had done, they would likely treat him as a long-term nutrient for the divine tree, forcing him to constantly produce yang liquid and feed it to it. This was not what Yongkai wanted to see. However, listening to their tone, Yongkai faintly felt that they really didn't know the divine tree was evolving. Frowning for a moment, a thought flashed through his mind and he suddenly understood. The reason he could detect this was because his soul avatar had entered the tree trunk and could easily see what was happening. Their soul avatars obviously didn't have this ability. Inside the tree trunk, rich and hot yang attribute energy flowed, so once their soul avatars entered it, they would likely be incinerated to death. They didn't have conflagrated knowledge seas, so they could ignore this kind of heat. Considering all this, Yongkai's heart calmed down and he became more and more confident. As long as they didn't know the inside story, he could completely seize the initiative. The Sun Clan leader stared deeply at Yongkai. His brow furrowed as his expression fluctuated, but after a while, he chuckled and nodded. If you don't want to say, then don't. Even if you don't say anything, I'll still have a chance to figure it out. This was their territory and his cultivation was much higher than Yongkai's, so naturally he felt that Yongkai wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Yongkai shrugged his shoulders, not denying this. Since you have the ability to appease the divine tree, you have some value to us, so we won't kill you today. But I warn you, don't play any tricks or you'll have to bear the consequences. Young Kai chuckled, don't worry, I know my limits. As long as you don't hurt me and my companions, I will cooperate. This kid is interesting. The leader laughed strangely. Young Kai's flexible attitude was an eye-opener for him. But before that, I have a few requests that I need to tell you. Don't push your luck. You dare to make demands of us? You don't have the qualifications. Don't you know where you stand? The leader coldly snorted, his expression becoming gloomy. I'm not making this request for myself. This is for the sake of your divine tree. If you want your divine tree to recover as soon as possible, it's best that you listen to me. It's fine if you don't listen, it's up to you. The Sun Clan's people all frowned as they stared at him with some distrust. Speak, the leader said with a sullen expression. First, starting today, I want all Sun Clan members to stop absorbing yang attribute energy from the divine tree. If you want it to cultivate, stay far away. Why? I can only say that this has something to do with the divine tree's rebellion, Young Kai said perfunctorily. The divine tree needed nutrients to evolve, so he had to use his yang liquid to help it evolve. Young Kai didn't want the divine tree's energy to be divided up by the Sun Clan again, as doing so would only worsen his own consumption. What kind of joke is this? You think you can make my entire clan stop cultivating with just a few words? A Sun Clan master shouted. That's up to you to decide, I don't care. I'm just making a suggestion. How long must we stop? The Sun Clan leader asked. Young Kai frowned and asked, how long ago did your divine tree start acting up? The leader replied, about 3 years ago. At first it wasn't very obvious, but recently it has become more and more frequent. Young Kai nodded lightly. In other words, the divine tree's evolution had begun 3 years ago, so his inference was correct. As long as the conditions were met, it wouldn't take long for the divine tree to complete its evolution. At that time, it would develop its own consciousness and become a higher-level life form. If that's the case, then you only need to endure for a year at most, maybe half a year, maybe even less. Acceptable. The leader nodded and agreed to Young Kai's request. With him saying so, even if the other Sun Clan masters were somewhat unwilling, they couldn't refute. At worst, they would just have to endure for a year. Second, I need something to supplement my yuan qi, preferably the divine tree's fruits, the more the better. Young Kai said lightly. As soon as this statement came out, all the Sun Clan members wore strange expressions. The leader chuckled and said, the more the better? Do you think the divine tree's fruits are inexhaustible? Each of the fruits here has been growing for hundreds of years, even we don't have the opportunity to consume them easily. Who do you think you are, daring to ask for such a treasure? Aren't there a lot of fruits on the tree? Young Kai's face also sank. These people were really stingy. There were a lot of ripe fruits hanging from the divine tree, at least a few dozen of them, each of which emitted a strong fragrance, causing Young Kai to feel extremely envious. These are the treasures my clan has accumulated over thousands of years. How can we allow outsiders to consume them? The leader looked reluctant. Even if you don't have such fruits, yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines are fine. You should have enough, right? Young Kai said impatiently. The wool comes from the sheep's back. He was providing the yang liquid for the divine tree's evolution, so naturally the Sun Clan would have to supplement his consumption. As you can see, I need to consume all my yuan qi to appease the divine tree. If I don't replenish it, how can I recover? The leader heard this and could only nod. Good, we'll do as you say. We'll provide you with something to supplement your yuan qi. You don't need to worry about that. Thirdly, little brat, we don't have the patience to discuss conditions with you. The leader looked displeased and directly interrupted Young Kai. Young Kai chuckled meaningfully. I just wanted to say, since you need me, shouldn't you provide me with a better environment? I can't escape from here. What's the point of keeping me locked up in this dungeon? Good. There's also my female companion, and I've been getting along quite well with those 2 friends from the demon race. If it's convenient, arrange for them to be with me. Goche couldn't help glancing over at Young Kai in surprise, his expression changing slightly, seemingly a little grateful. I agree. The leader was already impatient to the extreme, his expression slightly ferocious. Your conditions. I'll satisfy you. But if you don't, you know what will happen to you. Very well. Young Kai nodded lightly, his face filled with a bright smile. Take them away. Arrange for them according to his requirements. The leader waved his hand and ordered. The master who had escorted Yang Kai and the others here immediately stepped forward and escorted them away. After they left, one of the Sun Clan's elders wore a gloomy expression. That little brat is simply rude, daring to make so many demands. Why did you agree to his demands, leader? What's wrong with agreeing? In any case, it's just a small matter. I'd like to see how he appeases the divine tree next time. Send someone to monitor them. Especially that young human. Let's see what he's up to during this time. Yes. Oh. Inside a palace, Yang Kai's group of 4 was led here. After arranging their accommodations, the Sun Clan man who had led Yang Kai and the others here left. However, whether it was Yang Kai or Go Che, both of them could feel that there were many powerful masters monitoring them from the periphery of this palace, their divine senses seeping in. Obviously, they wouldn't give them a chance to escape. Changing to a more comfortable environment. Escaping from the jaws of death again. The group of 4 felt some lingering fear. In particular, Go Che and the unknown man from the demon race couldn't understand why Yang Kai would take such good care of them. Inside a private room, the 4 people gathered together, Go Che looking at Yang Kai with a somewhat complicated expression, hesitating several times before finally asking the question in his heart. Yang Kai chuckled. It's nothing special, it's just that now that we've all fallen into this predicament, it's not a big deal. Isn't Brother Go Che thinking too much? Go Che's expression became awkward as he scratched his cheek awkwardly, suddenly saying in a serious tone, no matter what, this time I, Go Che, owe you my life. I will remember this kindness. If we can leave this place, I will definitely repay it. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's unexpected actions, he would have already been sacrificed to the Sun Clan. Brother Go Che is too serious. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. Whether or not we can leave this place is another matter altogether. If things go wrong, we may still die here. When that time comes, I'll fight them. I've already experienced that. And this palace is a bit big, you can find a room to stay in. For the time being, no one will be in any danger. I need to quickly restore myself. Then brother, I won't disturb you any longer, have a good rest. Go Che said before quickly leading his clansmen away. And Ling Er didn't leave, just staring at Yang Kai thoughtfully with her pair of beautiful eyes. What else do you want? Yang Kai asked. You lied. And Ling Er frowned. I can feel that you didn't save Go Che out of kindness, you must be plotting something. If you know too much, it's easy to be silenced by others. Yang Kai grinned wickedly. I'm not afraid of you, you're just talking nonsense. And Ling Er spat disdainfully, seemingly having already seen through Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before asking, what exactly do you want from him? What can he possibly give you? It's nothing. Yang Kai smiled. What I want is for him to be grateful. What good is that for you? Here, his gratitude can't save you. It really can't save me here, but what about outside? Yang Kai stared at her meaningfully. Outside. And Ling Er's brow furrowed, seemingly puzzled. Idiot. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. They say women have big breasts but no brains, it seems that's true. And Ling Er blushed, quietly lowering her head to look at her towering peaks, grinding her teeth as she asked, where are they big? I don't think they're small, they've developed quite well, Yang Kai said with a lewd expression. Shameless bastard. And Ling Er shouted angrily, her neck flushed red. Chapter 769. Inside the room, after listening to Yang Kai's explanation, and Ling Er finally understood what Yang Kai was planning. If his guess was correct, after leaving this mysterious small world, they would arrive at the Demon Land. The Demon Land was the territory of the demon race. Since ancient times, humans and demons had never coexisted. In Tongxian realm, except for the neutral zones, once creatures of different races met, they would inevitably fight. If Yang Kai, a human, suddenly appeared in the Demon Land, he would definitely be hunted down by the demon race. At that time, even if he had extraordinary skills, he would not be able to escape. But with Go Che things were different. This guy's father was the demon general Go Cheong, a powerful master, so as long as he could shelter Yang Kai and Ling Er, they wouldn't have to worry about such matters. That was why Yang Kai had decided to help him in order to gain his gratitude. Hearing this, Linger stared at Yang Kai with a contemptuous look. So you're trying to extort me for my kindness? Why do you have so many tricks up your sleeve? Yang Kai snorted. I'm just thinking further ahead than you. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that we can leave this place. If we can't leave, even if we become sworn brothers with that rascal Go Che, it won't help us. Can we leave? Linger pursed her red lips, her brow furrowed uneasily. I don't know, everything depends on effort. Yang Kai also shook his head helplessly. Right now, he didn't dare make any guarantees and could only say he would do his best to create a way out. I wonder how the Holy Land is doing. Linger sighed faintly. Saintess Nan had suddenly become like this, and the old Holy Master had likely fallen. It was likely that the entire Holy Land was in chaos right now. I don't know what's happening to your Holy Land, but I think your 3 Saintess sisters are most likely dead. Linger's beautiful face went pale as she exclaimed. Thinking about it carefully, she suddenly felt that what Yang Kai said was indeed possible. Because they cultivated the same cultivation method, Saintess Nan could easily find the location of the other saintesses, and Linger had managed to escape the calamity on the archipelago. However, her 3 sisters might not have such good luck. There was no Saint Realm Master in the Saintess Patrol team, nor was there anyone capable of resisting the previous generation's Saintess, who was only a second-order saint. It was very likely that before Saintess Nan pursued Linger, she had already killed 1 or more of those 3. Yang Kai's words made Linger's joy from escaping from the jaws of death instantly sink to the bottom of the valley. Her pretty face faintly paled. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The situation may not be so bad. Yang Kai secretly regretted his words. He had already thought of these things. He had just casually mentioned it, but who would have thought that it would make Linger so sad? It's all your fault. I was in a good mood. Linger glared at Yang Kai with reddened eyes. She covered her face and ran out. Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly, feeling that trouble often came from careless talk. The Sun Clan people were relatively trustworthy. Not long after Yang Kai and the others settled down, they sent him a large number of pills. Thus, he sent over a large number of spirit pills and medicines, all of which were of the Yang attribute. This place was rich in Yang attribute energy, so naturally it was very suitable for growing herbs of this attribute. The Sun Clan probably had someone skilled in alchemy, so these herbs were all refined into pills. There were a total of 10 bottles, each containing 10 pills, all of them spirit grade low rank. Not high grade but not too bad either. 10 bottles of spirit grade low rank pills. It took Yang Kai less than half an hour to swallow all of them. The Yang liquid he had consumed was basically replenished. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied and was preparing to take advantage of this opportunity. He wanted to properly extort the Sun Clan. After all, he would need to replenish the Divine Tree's Yang liquid many times in the future, so how could a trivial 10 bottles of pills satisfy him? After 3 days of peace, Yang Kai once again requested pills from the Sun Clan, causing the eyes of the Sun Clan person in charge to almost pop out of their sockets. 10 bottles contained a total of 100 pills, enough for any one of their clansmen to consume for several months, but Yang Kai had consumed all of them in just 3 days. However, under their surveillance, they also knew that Yang Kai had been meditating in his room and had not taken even half a step out. He also didn't have a universe bag storage artifact on him, so naturally it was impossible for him to hide these pills. After a series of dissatisfied scoldings, the Sun Clan person finally brought another 10 bottles of pills for Yang Kai, and advised him to use them sparingly. Even for their Sun Clan, refining these pills was not easy. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, but secretly snorted disdainfully, still swallowing these pills like they were beans. Spirit-grade low-rank pills. If he wanted to refine them now, he could easily refine 10 bottles in less than 2 days. It could only be said that the standard of the Sun Clan's alchemists was simply too low. Time passed day by day, and everyone in the Sun Clan thought that after this time's appeasement, the Divine Tree would remain stable for a while, but after 5 days the Divine Tree once again began to emit unstable energy fluctuations. When he noticed this, Yang Kai had already made preparations. Sure enough, a moment later, someone came and led him to the Divine Tree. This time Ling and the others didn't follow and instead remained in the palace. Under the divine tree, the Sun Clan's masters, led by their leader, were all waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, all of them locked their divine senses onto him, seemingly wanting to take this opportunity to figure out what kind of trick Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Even if they probed his methods, there wouldn't be any problems because in this world, besides him, there was likely no one else capable of such a feat. As such, he wasn't worried at all. Arriving here, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and directly jumped onto the divine tree's trunk, still searching for the crack he had previously opened, condensing a drop of yang liquid at his fingertips and dripping it down. Each drop of yang liquid contained Yang Kai's yuan qi, and with his current cultivation and meridian's toughness, the amount of energy contained in this yang liquid was already enormous. Even so, when the drop of yang liquid seeped into the divine tree, it disappeared and was completely absorbed by the divine tree. A burst of rapid fluctuations began to spread from the divine tree, more unstable than before, obviously in desperate need of more energy. Yang Kai didn't become anxious and continued to drip yang liquid into the divine tree one drop at a time to appease its unconscious fluctuations. The Sun Clan's masters were watching closely from below, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on and couldn't help frowning. Although they could feel a huge amount of energy leaking out, it would quickly disappear, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on. One after another, all of them frowned. They wanted to go up and take a closer look, but were afraid that Yang Kai would turn hostile, so they hesitated. About half an hour later, the divine tree's aura stabilized. Yang Kai's soul avatar flew into the divine tree and inspected it, quickly discovering that this time the mysterious energy was somewhat different from the last time. It seemed to have become more solid. Nodding to himself, Yang Kai felt that it wouldn't be long before this energy mass gained its own consciousness. When Yang Kai jumped down again, the Sun Clan's masters found that he was the same as last time, his face pale and the yuan qi in his body completely consumed. Looking at each other, all of them were very satisfied. Regardless of what method Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree, from his performance, it was clear he had done his best, which was what the Sun Clan wanted to see. After waiting for him to recover for a moment, everyone came forward. The Sun Clan's leader said, "Little brat, I heard you consume pills very quickly. Do you take my Sun Clan for fools?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, pursed his dry lips and said weakly, "I consumed so many pills, and although I had some gains in the end, the one who benefited was still your divine tree. Let me tell you this, of the energy I absorbed from those pills, 90% was fed back to the divine tree. I think you can also see this, all I obtained was a small benefit. Do you really want to bicker with me over such a small amount?" The Sun Clan's leader frowned. Although he felt that Yang Kai's words were somewhat untrustworthy, he couldn't refute them. "Since you've brought this up, I have to make a serious declaration to you. Provide me with a large number of pills, a large number, do you understand? Otherwise, the next time something happens to your divine tree, I can't guarantee I'll have enough yuan qi to deal with it." Everyone's face sank. Yang Kai's attitude being so arrogant made them feel a little uncomfortable. "If it's really for the divine tree, I can provide it to you. But your consumption is too fast. If this continues for too long, I'm afraid we won't be able to supply it." The Sun Clan's leader said calmly, "If you don't have pills, I'll refine them myself." Yang Kai took a step back. "You also understand alchemy?" The Sun Clan's leader looked at him with slight surprise. "That's none of your business." Yang Kai snorted. "Good, I'll have someone prepare it." The Sun Clan's leader nodded. "Right, why did the divine tree's rebellion come so quickly this time? Shouldn't you explain it to us?" "What do I need to explain? You don't think that after my pacification, the divine tree will stop rioting, do you?" "I don't think so, I just think the cycle should be longer." "Idiot." Yang Kai sneered, "The faster its frequency, the better. Once it reaches a certain level, it won't riot anymore. If possible, I hope to come here once a day to appease it. There's no need to wait for it to show any signs of trouble." Once a day. Everyone showed a surprised expression, their faces full of confusion. This request can be satisfied. Rest assured, as long as you wholeheartedly devote yourself to the divine tree and my Sun Clan, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. Perhaps we will even give you many benefits. Since you cultivate a yang attribute secret art, my Sun clan has some martial skills that are very suitable for you." Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's sincerity, the Sun clan's leader's expression became much more amiable, immediately promising him a great deal of benefits. Yang Kai was overjoyed on the surface, but in his heart he was disdainful. From the way they treated him, it was obvious they only regarded him as a laborer. Even if they opened martial skills to him, they would only offer him some low-end stuff. Yang Kai really didn't care about these things. Chapter 770. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai's days were quite dull. Go Che and another from the demon race had nothing to do all day while Yuan Chi's divine sense had been sealed, making it impossible for him to cultivate, so he was bored to death. Although Ling was the same in the end, she was still a woman, so her temperament was much calmer and she spent most of her time in a daze, no one knowing what she was thinking. Compared to them, Yang Kai was extremely busy. The Sun clan sent him a large number of spirit grasses and herbs. Yang Kai refined these herbs into pills while swallowing them into his abdomen to absorb their medicinal efficacies. Every day, he would go to the divine tree to provide it with a few drops of yang liquid, making his days extremely fulfilling. The grade of the Sun clan's herbs was very good, and using them to perform alchemy, Yang Kai was able to put all his previous insights into practice, allowing his alchemy skills to soar rapidly. The Sun clan members were also constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, but they were still unable to completely figure out what kind of bizarre method Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree. On top of that, from the time he insisted on visiting the divine tree every day, the divine tree no longer emitted unstable energy fluctuations like before. All the Sun clan members were overjoyed, feeling that this human really had some use, and secretly rejoiced that they hadn't directly killed him. The only thing that made them dissatisfied was that Yang Kai was consuming too many herbs, like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled no matter how hard they tried. If it weren't for them constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, they would have already asked him what was going on. Time flew by and soon 3 or 4 months had passed. On this day, after Yang Kai finished providing the divine tree with yang liquid, his soul avatar dove into the trunk as usual to examine it. Looking up, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. The primal chaos soul energy inside the trunk was pulsing vigorously at this moment, like a butterfly about to break out of its cocoon, full of vitality. Under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, it was also transmitting some subtle messages. It seemed like it wanted to communicate with Yang Kai, but didn't know how to express itself. Yang Kai's expression shook, knowing that the divine tree's evolution had reached the most critical juncture. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than 2 months before its consciousness was completely born. At that time, it would be a completely new life form. After quietly comforting it for a while, Yang Kai's soul avatar came out and weakly jumped down from the trunk. After resting for a while, he went straight to the Sun clan master who was waiting. "Yang Kai, from tomorrow onwards, I will live here." "Here?" The Sun frown on His Highness's face was, "Yes, there are some things that I'm very concerned about. I need to observe them for a while so I won't be running around. If you live here, I'll be able to find out if anything happens to your divine tree." "But why do I? God heavens gods?" Yang Tree Spirit asked. The Sun clan master stared at Yang Kai distrustfully. "I'm very self-aware. As a prisoner, I won't ask for trouble. You think too much," Yang Kai chuckled. "Boy, you're smart, but I'll have to report this matter to the leader first and see what he has to say." The Sun clan master nodded. "As soon as possible, I'll wait for news from you," Yang Kai said before walking straight towards the palace. Returning to the palace, Yang Kai explained his plan to Ling, causing her to suddenly look a little uneasy. "If you leave, what will I do? Go Che and the others are still living here." Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as he fell into deep thought. Although Go Che didn't look bad, no one could guarantee that without Yang Kai's protection, he wouldn't act lustfully towards Ling. Even if Go Che had some self-awareness, there was still another member of the demon race. The members of the demon race were a group of violent and cruel people who acted based on their own preferences. Trying to reason with them was pointless. "Then you can come with me. I'll tell them I need someone to take care of me. I don't think they'll embarrass me in this regard." Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, En and Ling nodded quickly, her expression relaxing. The next day, the Sun Clan master came to the palace and informed Yang Kai that the leader had agreed to his request. Yang Kai took this opportunity to bring up the matter of En Ling. The Sun Clan master pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, no longer needing to report to the leader. After saying goodbye to Go Che and the others, Yang Kai took En Ling and left the palace. Under the divine tree, En Ling temporarily settled down. The Sun Clan didn't allow her to fly to the top of the tree like Yang Kai, only allowing her to stay under the divine tree. However, as long as she wasn't too far away from Yang Kai, En Ling felt relieved. She also knew that the reason she was safe and sound right now was entirely because of Yang Kai's protection. If not for Yang Kai, she would have either become a blood sacrifice or become a plaything for the Sun Clan, neither of which was the outcome she wanted to see. Atop the divine tree, Yang Kai began to observe the reaction of the chaotic soul energy after injecting it with a few drops of yang liquid. Just like yesterday, the divine tree still wanted to communicate with him, but was unable to express itself clearly. Yang Kai's soul avatar sent out waves of soothing energy, calming the divine tree's impatience and guiding it bit by bit. Miraculously, after such a long supply of yang liquid, the divine tree had developed a very strong sense of dependence on Yang Kai, so after being comforted by him, not only did it immediately calm down, it even showed a sense of comfort. As time passed, everything returned to normal. Every day Yang Kai, in addition to communicating with the divine tree through his soul, spent most of his time accompanying En Ling. In order to ensure that the divine tree could evolve as quickly as possible, Yang Kai didn't even dare to circulate his true yang secret art, lest he absorb energy from it and delay its evolution process. No one noticed the divine tree's little by little changes, except for Yang Kai, who tried to communicate with it all day long. However, the chaotic soul energy seemed to have reached a limit and was about to undergo some unimaginable changes. More than a month after Yang Kai and En Ling lived next to the divine tree one day, when Yang Kai once again sent his soul avatar into the trunk, the divine tree's soul energy suddenly burst out with a joyful fluctuation, as if it had been waiting for Yang Kai's arrival for a long time. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt that the divine tree's soul energy in front of him had given birth to a small consciousness. A look of shock appeared on his face as Yang Kai carefully released his spiritual energy and slowly approached the divine tree heart. The moment his spiritual energy came into contact with the divine tree's soul energy, the divine tree suddenly burst out with a scorching aura. In an instant, Yang Kai's soul avatar was wrapped up in this aura. There seemed to be some unusual sounds in the depths of his soul, like a baby who had just learned to speak and was acting coquettishly in its parents' arms, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, his soul avatar contained the conflagrated spiritual energy, otherwise, being wrapped up in the divine tree's soul would have been enough to shatter anyone's soul. He hurriedly transmitted his thoughts, and the aura that wrapped around him hesitated for a moment before reluctantly retreating. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, feeling that this divine tree's soul was no different from an ignorant baby, instinctively trying to get close to the person it thought it was close to. On top of that, at this moment it shouldn't have completed its evolution and was still at the final juncture, only one step away. Perceiving its disappointment, Yang Kai quickly poured his divine sense into the divine tree's soul, instantly causing it to become lively again. 2 hours later, the divine tree's soul gradually calmed down and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, no longer emitting any spiritual energy fluctuations. Yang Kai gently exhaled and released his soul avatar, an unimaginable wave of fatigue washing over him. Dealing with such an unevolved life form was even more difficult than fighting a Saint Realm master. It didn't understand anything at all, and Yang Kai's emotions could completely affect its mood swings. In order to avoid any accidents that would alert the Sun Clan's people, Yang Kai had been coaxing it from beginning to end like he was coaxing a child. However, the current situation was somewhat beyond Yang Kai's expectations. The reason he had poured yang liquid into the divine tree was to stall for time so that he and Ling and the others wouldn't be sacrificed by the Sun Clan, and also to see what the divine tree's new form would look like. However, after pouring yang liquid and comforting it with his divine sense for so long, the divine tree had developed a sense of dependence and trust towards him. Perhaps it had mistaken him for its own family. Just like some creatures, they would feel a sense of closeness to the first living being they saw when they were born. The divine tree's current situation was similar. Young Kai couldn't explain it clearly, but it shouldn't be a bad thing. After resting for a while, Young Kai gradually recovered. After this round of fun, the divine tree seemed to be very tired because Young Kai had sent his soul avatar into its trunk for the next few days. But the divine tree didn't respond at all, remaining completely silent. After a full 5 days, the divine tree finally woke up. This time though, its consciousness was much clearer than last time. Not only was it able to play with Young Kai's soul avatar, but it was also able to transmit some vague information to him. The information it transmitted was quite confusing and Young Kai couldn't figure out what it was trying to say. It was like it was talking to itself, full of curiosity and exploration about everything around it. Young Kai smiled bitterly and could only grit his teeth and continue to accompany it. After such a long time, Young Kai was both physically and mentally exhausted. Time passed by, and every day the Sun Clan's people would come to observe the situation to confirm that Young Kai wasn't playing any tricks. They would also observe the divine tree's changes, but to no avail. The divine tree would also wake up every few days, and each time it would show a different change. After playing with Young Kai for a while, it would go back to sleep, appearing somewhat carefree. As time passed, the divine tree's need to sleep became shorter and shorter. At first it slept for 5 days, but gradually it became 4 days, 3 days, 2 days. From its consciousness, the information it conveyed gradually became clearer. Young Kai knew that the divine tree's consciousness was about to be completely born, and suddenly his heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 771. In the heart of the divine tree, Young Kai repeatedly transmitted his divine sense, guiding the divine tree's consciousness to perfect itself. After a long time, he began to treat the divine tree as a real life form. It had its own emotions, its own thoughts, and its own judgment, not just a simple towering tree. Under this premise, the divine tree became more and more friendly to him, opening its heart to him without the slightest bit of precaution. Its weak consciousness was like that of an ignorant and naughty baby. Every time Young Kai's soul avatar entered the heart of the divine tree, it would show great joy, wrapping him up, pulling him along, shuttling through the trunk of the divine tree, as if it wanted to show him its own body. At this moment its consciousness was very pure. It was completely like a piece of white paper that had not been stained. All of its emotions could be completely expressed. When Young Kai came it would be happy, but when Young Kai left it would feel sad and reluctant. Many times, even when it fell into a deep sleep, its spiritual energy would tightly wrap around Young Kai's soul avatar, unwilling to let him leave. This made Young Kai very happy, and he began to like this pure and subtle life form from the bottom of his heart. Its purity and simplicity made Young Kai feel ashamed. While it was playing and communicating with Young Kai, the divine tree's consciousness also grew rapidly. One day later, when Young Kai's soul avatar entered the heart of the divine tree, an incomparably clear divine sense suddenly appeared in front of him, welcoming his arrival. Soon the divine tree's consciousness rushed over, suspended in front of Young Kai, and wrapped him up affectionately. Young Kai was stunned for a moment, and after a long time, he tried to send a message to the divine tree. He hadn't expected it to respond so quickly. Although its expression wasn't very clear, at least Kai Yang was able to understand what it wanted to say to him. Young Kai grinned as the divine tree's consciousness was finally born. After such a long supply of yang liquid, the divine tree had successfully evolved into a new life form. The emergence of this new life form was largely due to Young Kai. Although the divine tree could still evolve without him, it was undoubtedly much earlier. A strong sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. It was like watching the child that he had nurtured finally stand up and grow from babbling to learning how to walk. However, it still had a lot to learn. Young Kai immediately began to teach it. He taught it how to express its emotions and how to communicate with itself normally. However, the little girl was too naughty. Compared to these, she seemed to be more willing to play with Young Kai. God knows how much she learned. After a long while, Young Kai's soul avatar emerged from the heart of the tree and rubbed his aching forehead. Just as he was feeling helpless, suddenly many tree branches extended from the side. At the same time, a strand of divine sense surged into his mind, transmitting a message. Young Kai was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the branches that extended over, only to see golden fruits growing on them. For me, Young Kai quickly responded. The branches trembled slightly, seemed to be nodding. Young Kai laughed involuntarily and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't take these fruits. There were still many Sun Clan masters watching from below, so if Young Kai really took these fruits, he would inevitably be in trouble. Although he had always been envious of these fruits filled with rich Yang attribute energy, from the beginning until now Young Kai hadn't tried to pick them. But the divine tree refused to back down. It seemed that if Young Kai didn't accept it, it wouldn't give up. It stubbornly stretched out its branches in front of him. No matter how Young Kai tried to persuade it, it was useless. In the end, the fruits actually fell from the branches and into his arms on their own. Young Kai's face went black, feeling like he couldn't explain himself no matter how he tried. The divine tree, on the other hand, seemed to have done something extraordinary and took back its branches, letting them flutter in the wind. Young Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the 6 or 7 fruits in his arms, he didn't know whether to put them away or not. After thinking about it for a moment, Young Kai jumped down from the tree trunk and shouted. Immediately, a few Sun Clan masters who had been watching nearby came over, and were about to ask what was going on when they suddenly saw the fruits in Young Kai's arms and became angry. Boy, you dare steal the divine tree's fruits? You're courting death. One of them was furious, his yuan qi surging as he spoke, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Young Kai looked at him coldly and frowned. I didn't steal them, they fell on their own. Nonsense, even if the divine tree's fruits have been here for hundreds of years, as long as they aren't picked, they won't fall. Boy, your ability to lie through your teeth isn't small. I said I didn't steal them, I didn't steal them. If I did, I would have eaten them long ago. Young Kai was too lazy to waste words with them and directly threw the fruits in his arms at them. The Sun Clan masters hurriedly caught them and glared at Young Kai. The Sun Clan master who had just spoken coldly snorted. Don't think you can escape punishment like this. We'll report this matter to leader and see how he punishes you. Young Kai curled his lips, a look of indifference on his face. At that moment, a terrifying burst of energy suddenly erupted, filling the air with a frenzied aura as a series of golden whips shot towards the Sun Clan masters from the front, enveloping them in an attempt to envelop them. Perceiving the impending crisis, these Sun Clan masters' expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly leapt up in an attempt to avoid these attacks. But these attacks were incredibly fast, and not only were there many of them, the range of their attacks was also quite large. Before these Sun Clan masters could escape, these attacks had already struck their bodies. A series of light bangs rang out, interspersed with bursts of muffled groans, and all of the Sun Clan cultivators were sent flying while coughing up blood, unable to resist these attacks. One of the weaker Sun Clan clansmen was directly reduced to a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. Young Kai was stunned, and even Ling who was hiding behind him, couldn't help trembling as she stared blankly at the scene in front of her. The Sun Clan masters who had been sent flying and coughing up blood didn't even understand what had happened before the overwhelming golden light once again descended upon them. Even if they were prepared, they still couldn't resist such a violent and indiscriminate attack. Asterisk pa 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 asterisk light bangs rang out incessantly as each Sun Clan cultivator was struck at least 100 times, and in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 of them died on the spot, none of them surviving. Young Kai turned around and stared at the giant divine tree behind him with trembling eyes. At this moment there was no wind around them, but the divine tree was still rustling noisily as its lush branches and leaves writhed madly. From the crown of the divine tree, visible golden energy drooped down. These energies were like thick and long whips, incomparably sharp. The dead Sun Clan cultivator were all struck by these light whips. The ground was littered with blood and dismembered corpses, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Young Kai clearly felt that the divine tree was emitting a violent and hysterical mood, seemingly angered by the attitude of these people towards Young Kai just now. Young Kai was completely dumbfounded, never having expected such a sudden turn of events. He had only returned those fruits because he didn't want to cause any trouble. After all, he wasn't sure if he could escape from this place, let alone find a way to escape. Although he knew better than anyone that the divine tree had developed its own consciousness and was very different from before, He hadn't expected that it would act on his behalf and attack him in such a violent and direct manner. There was no need for any kind of strategy in its attacks. The massive amount of energy that was born from its body was the sharpest attack in the world. And Ling Er's tender body trembled as she tightly clutched onto Yang Kai's clothes, her beautiful eyes widening as a look of confusion appeared on her face. Yang Kai regained his composure and quickly transmitted his divine sense to the divine tree, its furious mood gradually calming down. The energy whips dropped down and picked up the fruits that had fallen to the ground before delivering them to Yang Kai. Why does it seem to have a consciousness? And Ling Er's mind was in chaos as she stared blankly at the divine tree behind her. How should I explain this? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. While they were talking, the energy whips of the divine tree retracted and picked up all the fruits on its branches, handing them to Yang Kai in a fit of pique. There were a total of 60 to 70 fruits, each one filled with an unimaginable amount of energy. Yang Kai took a deep breath, feeling that this time he wouldn't be able to resolve this peacefully. The divine tree was only showing him good intentions. In its opinion, killing those people wasn't a big deal at all. It was simply helping Yang Kai. However, its violent attacks also caused Yang Kai's eyes to light up. Each of the nearby Sun Clan cultivator was a transcendent, but they still couldn't resist the divine tree's indiscriminate bombardment and were instantly killed. A sharp light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as a cold light flashed across his eyes, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. This time perhaps there was an opportunity. I'll lift the seal on your body, you take care of yourself. Yang Kai quickly said to Ling Er, sending his Yuan Qi and divine sense into her body at the same time. Yang Kai hadn't placed the seal on Ling Er's body in his eyes. It was only because he didn't want to attract too much attention that he didn't lift it, but now that things had developed to a point where it was difficult to resolve, he had no choice but to take a gamble. In the blink of an eye, Ling Er felt her Yuan Qi begin to flow again and the seal on her knowledge sea shattered, allowing her to regain her freedom. In the next moment, countless figures rushed over from all directions. The divine tree's riot had obviously alarmed the Sun Clan, so the cultivator who had rushed over all had powerful auras and was clearly not weak. At first glance, seeing the blood and broken corpses all over the ground, these cultivators were immediately enraged. None of them had any intention to greet Yang Kai and instead rushed over, their murderous intent filling the air as their Yuan Qi surged. Yang Kai chuckled and calmly stored the divine tree's fruits into the black book space before sending out a burst of spiritual energy. Amidst this burst of spiritual energy, the soul-devouring insects had already hidden themselves. Chapter 772. The last time he had wreaked havoc in Ice Sect, Yang Kai had already tested the power of his soul-devouring insects and determined that no one below the Saint Realm could resist them. Although the first batch of Sun Clan members who had arrived wasn't weak and there were quite a few of them, none of them had reached this level of strength. A tidal wave of spiritual energy bombarded these people, and although none of them were injured, the soul-devouring insects had silently infiltrated their knowledge seas, waiting for Yang Kai's divine sense to attack and destroy their knowledge seas within 3 to 5 breaths. At the same time as Yang Kai made his move, the divine tree once again launched a violent attack, sending out streams of energy that were as heavy as 1,000 caddies, each of them sweeping across the ground, creating a series of giant gullies. A series of rumbling sounds rang out as the Sun Clan cultivator suffered greatly, but none of them were able to get close to Yang Kai. All of them swept away by the divine tree's barrage of attacks, those who were unlucky enough to die on the spot. Taking the initiative, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. A tyrannical pressure suddenly spread out from the distance, and as this pressure approached, the Sun Clan's leader and several of the elders Yang Kai had met before finally arrived. Leader, there's something wrong with the divine tree. The cultivator who had luckily escaped the divine tree's attack before quickly shouted. The leader's expression became gloomy as he stared at the divine tree in a daze. A cold light flashing across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression filled with shock. The other masters were even more shocked as they screamed, "How is this possible?" All of them were Saint Realm masters, so with their divine senses, they could naturally perceive that there was a consciousness inside the divine tree at this moment. This consciousness seemed to be quite disgusted with their spying, and was repelling them with a strong hostility. The divine tree. Does it have its own consciousness? The leader stared at Yang Kai with a pair of deep eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai chuckled, kind of. Did you do it? I just helped it. It can't be considered my contribution. Yang Kai shook his head. So that's why it's so kind to you while rejecting my clan? The leader was a shrewd man, and although he had never been clear about the inside story, after seeing the scene in front of him, he was certain. He quickly deduced the truth of the matter. A divine tree's consciousness. It would only ever be kind to those it felt familiar with. The divine tree is my clan's, you little thief. The Sun Clan leader's anger in his heart. I didn't want to steal it, it was close to me, what could I do? I really should have killed you then. As Yang Kai's expression, Yang Sex Yang Kai, S Yang Kai's Yang. If you didn't act at that time, you won't have the chance now. Yang Kai raised his brow, his face brimming with confidence. If that's what you think, then you're gravely mistaken. The Sun Clan leader smiled grimly. A trivial first-order transcendent dares act presumptuously in front of this old master. You really don't know how high the heavens are. As he spoke, suddenly, a subtle spiritual energy burst out from the leader's mind. Before Yang Kai had time to react, he felt a sharp pain in his knowledge sea and his whole body felt like it was being torn apart. His face distorting as his body trembled, large drops of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yang Kai didn't know what this leader's true cultivation was, but facing him, Yang Kai felt even greater pressure than when he faced Saintess Nan. This leader's strength was at least a second-order saint. This was a divine sense attack released by such a master. Even Yang Kai couldn't afford to underestimate it. Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dizzy and even had a feeling of nausea. The moment the leader released his divine sense attack, the several masters around him rushed up and used their killing moves on Yang Kai. A willow-like branch fell from the sky and wrapped around the leader before these attacks could reach him. Even Ling who was standing beside Yang Kai and supporting him, was swept up into the air. Ling cried out in alarm, and by the time she reacted, she had already landed on one of the divine tree's branches. She and Yang Kai were completely wrapped up in the dense foliage around them. At the same time, the energy fluctuations hanging down from the divine tree's crown turned into thousands of attacks and met the Sun Clan masters head-on. These people's expressions changed greatly, as if they hadn't expected such a turn of events. Just as they were about to chase after Yang Kai, they were hindered by the divine tree and worried that their attacks would damage the Sun Clan's foundation, causing them to feel extremely uncomfortable. After resisting for a while, they quickly withdrew. Leader, the divine tree seems to be protecting him. One of the masters said with an extremely ugly expression. I saw it, the leader's face was also like a storm, his expression extremely complicated. Not only was the divine tree protecting this little thief, but it was also attacking his own clansmen. These attacks were not inferior to the methods of a Saint Realm master, so it was obviously difficult to break through the divine tree's defenses. The Sun Clan leader felt an inexplicable sense of shame and unwillingness in his heart, as if the treasure he had spent his entire life guarding and raising had been taken away by a shameless bastard. But it doesn't matter, after taking one of my attacks, he shouldn't be able to live much longer. The Sun Clan leader coldly snorted, letting out a deep breath. With his cultivation, dealing with a young man like Yang Kai was as easy as pinching a snail, so he was certain that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. As soon as these words came out, a burst of deep and tragic laughter rang out from the divine tree's trunk. Everyone's faces went pale as they looked up, just in time to see Kai Yang staring at them with a pair of scarlet eyes through the countless branches. Not dead. The Sun Clan leader's brow furrowed as he cried out, impossible. Even if this young man had an extremely high-grade soul-type artifact, he shouldn't have been able to resist his divine sense attack, and from the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, it was clear that this young man's soul had indeed been damaged, but he was still alive and well. Asterisk dong 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 dong. Asterisk a rhythmic and dull sound suddenly rang out from inside the divine tree, causing everyone to feel that something was wrong. The consciousness contained within the divine tree seemed to have suddenly lost all reason because of Yang Kai's attack. A violent aura began to spread outwards. The strength of this newly born life was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Yang Kai, who was immersed in the pain in his soul, was stunned for a moment. discovering that he had greatly underestimated this divine tree. With the roots of the divine tree as the center, the earth cracked open and a dense yang attribute energy swept out in all directions. Everything that was enveloped by this energy was incinerated into ashes. Even the masters from the Sun Clan had to circulate their yuan qi to resist this burning sensation, causing everyone's skin to turn red and their veins to bulge. The branches of the divine tree danced wildly, and the energy that hung down from its crown also lashed out randomly, creating a series of explosions in the air. Kacha. The huge divine tree swayed to the left, then to the right. Gradually, the frequency of the swaying became faster and faster. After a dozen breaths of time under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the divine tree that had been rooted in this place actually broke free from the soil, its yang attribute energy visible to the naked eye transforming into a pillar that acted like a human's legs, supporting its huge body as it walked on the ground. Its roots were well developed, each of them sparkling like crystal, exuding a dazzling golden light. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai covered his forehead with his hand and laughed wildly towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder, filling everyone's ears. This time too many things had happened outside of his expectations. Even he hadn't expected the divine tree to have such an ability. Yang Kai didn't even care about the damage to his soul. With the nourishment and assistance of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, it wouldn't take long for him to recover from this injury. As long as it wasn't an attack that could shatter Yang Kai's knowledge sea and destroy his soul in a single blow, he wasn't afraid. The Sun Clan's leader obviously didn't have this ability. In contrast to his arrogance, all the Sun Clan members who had been stunned by this sudden attack, all of their expressions changed greatly. Seeing the divine tree rush straight towards them and unleash an unbridled attack, all of them hurriedly retreated. Letting the divine tree vent its emotions, Yang Kai patted its trunk and said, all right, just teach them a lesson." Yang Kai also saw that the divine tree's actions were very clumsy, and although its ability was good, it was still somewhat unrealistic for it to kill the Sun Clan's top masters. As long as these people stayed far away, they would be able to rest easy. Moreover, because the divine tree was the foundation of the Sun Clan, none of the Sun Clan's masters attacked Yang Kai, as if they were afraid of harming it. Now that he had the divine tree's protection, Yang Kai's first thought was to quickly leave this place. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. After listening to Yang Kai's words, the divine tree calmed down a lot, but the energy whip still lingered around it, warning any Sun Clan members who tried to approach. "Little thief, if you get down here now and beg for mercy, I may spare your life, but if you wait until my clansmen capture you, you won't have the chance to do so," the Sun Clan leader shouted from below, his old face twisting in anger. "I'm so scared." Yang Kai stood on the trunk of the divine tree with a frightened look on his face, infuriating the Sun Clan members below. "Do you think you can escape? Wishful thinking, daring to bewitch the divine tree into opposing my clan. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will tear you to pieces. Whatever you say, I'll treat it as a fart." Yang Kai curled his lips. Behind him, and Ling was still a little nervous, as if she was in a dream, her thoughts in chaos, but when she heard Yang Kai's words she couldn't help laughing. Yang Kai glanced over at her, his mood greatly improving as he shouted down, "Old dog, how about I discuss something with you? Do you think you're qualified to discuss anything with this old master?" The Sun Clan's leader glared at him as if he wanted to eat him alive, wanting nothing more than to cut him into 1,000 pieces and drink his blood. Chapter 773. Although the Sun Clan's masters were somewhat hesitant to act, they really didn't put a cultivator like Yang Kai in their eyes. In their minds, as long as they could find the right opportunity and take advantage of the divine tree's moment of weakness, they could take Yang Kai's life in one fell swoop. So after hearing Yang Kai's words, the Sun Clan's leader refused without hesitation. A great humiliation. In his own home, the divine tree, which was regarded as the foundation of the Sun Clan, had actually been bewitched by an outsider brat. This was simply a disgrace to the entire Sun Clan. So if he didn't kill Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai simply sneered. Under the protection of the divine tree's branches, he was extremely safe, looking down at the Sun Clan's leader and lightly saying, "I think I have the qualifications. As he spoke, a mysterious divine sense burst out from his knowledge sea. This divine sense didn't carry any murderous intent, nor did it have the slightest offensive power, but when this divine sense swept over the several Sun Clan members, they all screamed miserably, all of them clutching their heads and tumbling to the ground. After 3 breaths, these people's movements stiffened, their vitality drained away, and they all died, bleeding from their 7 orifices. The remaining Sun Clan members all paled while the leader stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Even he hadn't been able to detect what kind of trick Yang Kai had used, but these few Sun Clan members who weren't weak had directly died. A chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart, as the eyes of those who were still alive towards Yang Kai became somewhat different, filled with panic. "Little brat, you're trying to provoke me," the Sun Clan's leader said in a low voice, his murderous intent so thick it was tangible. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head and smiled. "I just want to prove to you that I have the capital to negotiate with you." Saying so, his voice suddenly became cold. "I don't have enough patience. Old dog, give me a reply as soon as possible, otherwise everyone here, except for the Saint Realm, will die." Hearing this, 80% of the remaining Sun Clan members retreated a few steps in horror. They seemed to think that this would make them safer. Little did they know that the soul-devouring worms had already invaded their spiritual sea, and were dormant. The Sun Clan leader took a deep breath. His eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Yang Kai. Only after a long silence did he finally ask, "What do you want?" "Let us go. That's my only request," Yang Kai shouted. "Leader, we can't let him go. Our clan has suffered such heavy losses. How can we let him leave? Isn't this letting him off too easily?" Immediately, someone raised an objection. "That's right. If I don't kill this kid, I won't be able to calm my anger. Kill him, we must kill him, even if it means harming the divine tree." The several Saint Realm masters began to discuss amongst themselves. He looked like he had to kill Yang Kai. It seemed like there was no room for negotiation. Yang Kai chuckled and shouted towards the crowd below, "Your losses are indeed not small, but have you thought about the great gains you've made? Your divine tree has already developed its own consciousness and is completely different from before. As long as I leave, you can try to get closer to it, gain its approval. In the future, you can obtain unimaginable benefits." As soon as these words were spoken, the huge divine tree trembled. A dissatisfied divine sense was transmitted from the divine tree's heart, as if it had been wronged by Yang Kai's decision to abandon it. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he quickly released his divine sense to comfort it. "But if I were to stay, the situation would be different. Because I was the one who gave the divine tree this form of life, it is now very close to me. As long as I have enough time, I can make it belong to me forever. When that time comes, even if you want to take it away, you won't be able to. This won't take too long, perhaps a few days or so. So if I were you, I would send this person who threatens the interests of our clan away as soon as possible." The Sun Clan's people all frowned. Yang Kai's words were spoken from their standpoint, and although there was some suspicion of fraud, it was undeniable that what he said was reasonable. The divine tree having undergone such a huge change was a pleasant surprise. If the previous losses were ignored, such a change was undoubtedly a great thing for the entire Sun Clan. A divine tree with wisdom and soul, this was something the Sun Clan had never even dreamed of. "We can still kill you and pull up the roots." The Sun Clan's leader seemed a little tempted, but thinking of the losses his clan had suffered, he still wasn't willing to let Yang Kai live, gnashing his teeth and saying, "As long as you die, the divine tree will still belong to my clan." "Yes," Yang Kai chuckled, "you people indeed have the ability to kill me, and I don't think I can escape from so many of you, but I can at least drag a few of you down with me. You'll have to be able to afford this price. Besides, if you want to kill me, you'll have to damage the divine tree. If you hurt it, do you think it will accept you? This little guy's mind is very simple right now. If you hurt it, it will remember it for the rest of its life. Old dog, don't try to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. If that happens, you'll suffer a double loss. Where will you put your old face then?" Yang Kai's arrogant speech caused the Sun Clan's leader's face to darken, his expression filled with both anger and helplessness. The people who had just been clamoring to kill Yang Kai also frowned, secretly feeling that the situation had become a bit tricky. If the divine tree didn't have wisdom and soul, even if it had to suffer some damage, they would still have to kill Yongkai. However, the divine tree had its own thoughts, so none of them dared to act rashly. They were all worried that the divine tree would hold a grudge against them in the future, and not allow them to absorb any Yang attribute energy, which would be the end of the entire Sun clan. Turning their eyes to the leader, they waited for him to make the final decision. At this time, none of them were willing to easily voice their opinions. The Sun clan's leader pondered for a while before glaring at Yongkai coldly and shouting, "Can you guarantee that after you leave, the divine tree will accept us? Why would I promise you anything? You'll have to work hard. It's best if you treat me more kindly now. The way you treat me so fiercely will make it very unhappy." As if in response to Yongkai's words, the divine tree's branches and lush leaves shook violently, like an angry giant. Many of the Sun clan's masters couldn't help frowning, feeling a burst of bitterness in their hearts. One or two of them quickly restrained their hostility, but their expressions were still extremely ugly. "Good, let's just smile a little more. Meeting is fate, we're all good friends, right? Boy, don't push your luck." The Sun clan's leader's old face pulled a long face, extremely unhappy. Yongkai spat disdainfully. "Good, I'll let you go, but I hope you don't let me see you again in the future," the Sun clan's leader shouted. Tactful. Yongkai looked at him approvingly before adding, "Not only do you have to let me go, but also my female companion. Oh right, also those two from the demon race." The Sun clan's leader frowned. "You want to take those two from the demon race away? They have nothing to do with you. I'm a kind-hearted person who enjoys helping others. I can't bear to see others suffer." And Ling who had been hiding behind Yongkai, heard this and quickly rolled her eyes. "In any case, your divine tree has already completed its evolution and has gained sentience and sentience. There's no need to use the demon race as a blood sacrifice," Yongkai continued to persuade. The Sun clan's leader nodded lightly and shouted, "Go and bring those two from the demon race here." Immediately, a few people hurriedly left in the direction of the palace. Yongkai stood on the tree trunk and waited for a while before the Sun clan's leader escorted Go Che and the other from the demon race over. Go Che's face was gloomy as he continued to resist, but this resistance was counterproductive. By the time he arrived here, his face was bruised and swollen. It seemed he had suffered quite a few beatings. "Brother Go Che," Yongkai shouted from the tree trunk. Go Che frowned, his expression becoming somewhat strange as he nodded slightly but didn't say anything, instead glancing around suspiciously. He could feel that the atmosphere at the scene was somewhat tense, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. At this time it was best to remain silent, otherwise it would be easy to say something wrong. "Pull them up." Yongkai patted the divine tree and ordered. The next moment, two long whips of energy flew towards Go Che and the other from the demon race, and before they could react, they were lifted into the air and gently placed on the tree trunk. After landing, Go Che quickly asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's the situation now? I'll take you out of here." Yongkai chuckled. "Out of here?" Go Che's expression changed slightly. "Where?" "Out of here." Go Che was dumbfounded, quietly glancing down and whispering, "Did they agree?" "They had no choice but to agree. Don't worry, I've already negotiated with them." "How come it doesn't look like they want to kill you? How could they possibly let you go?" Go Che was completely confused. Yongkai nodded, not explaining too much, instead shouting down, "Where's the exit?" The Sun clan's leader wore a cold expression as he took a deep breath and pointed in a certain direction. Yongkai looked over and patted the divine tree. In the next moment, the huge divine tree slowly began moving, accompanied by a series of muffled thumps that caused the earth to tremble as it carried Yongkai's group of 4 towards the exit. Behind them, a group of Sun clan masters followed closely. Go Che couldn't help widening his eyes as he stared blankly at the giant tree, calling out in shock, "Brother, what kind of method is this? Why is this tree walking on its own?" "Haha, the divine tree has developed its own consciousness and wisdom. It can understand what I'm saying." "Unheard of." Go Che wore a look of disbelief as he stared at the divine tree in amazement, discovering that it really was walking on its own, the energy it exuded forming pillars that supported its huge body like human legs. In an instant, Go Che felt like his horizons had been broadened. The other from the demon race also felt the same way, remaining silent for a long time. somewhat absent-minded. The divine tree's movements were relatively clumsy, neither too fast nor too slow. After walking for half a day, young Kai finally felt a trace of void force fluctuations in front of him. Chapter 774. The power of the void was very special. It would only be emitted from the void corridor. The presence of void force meant that there was a void corridor in front of them. Young Kai's eyes lit up as he stared into the distance. After a while, a dark hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes, about a few dozen kilometers away from where the Sun Clan people lived. No wonder I didn't notice the existence of void force until now, young Kai thought to himself. A moment later, the divine tree stopped in front of the void corridor. This void corridor was about 10 meters in diameter and could accommodate several people at the same time, but with the divine tree's massive body, it was impossible for them to enter. If they tried to force their way in, there was a high chance they would destroy the void corridor and be torn to pieces by the chaotic void force. Brother Goche, do you have any impression of this place? Young Kai asked solemnly. Goche looked around for a while before nodding lightly. And after we were captured, we were brought here from here. Good. Young Kai nodded with satisfaction. Although he had negotiated with the Sun Clan people, no one knew if they would take him to another void corridor. If the world on the other side wasn't the demon land, but instead a dangerous zone or even unknown place, all his efforts would be in vain. Little brat, you're quite cautious. The Sun Clan leader sneered. Since this old master agreed to let you leave, he won't go back on his word, and there is only one entrance here. There are no other void corridors. It's better to be safe than sorry. Young Kai didn't mind, his expression becoming serious again as he turned to Goche and the other demon raceman and said, You take in Ling-Er and leave first, I'll catch up later. Goche and the demon raceman's Yuan-Chi divine sense had been sealed, so apart from having a slightly stronger physique, they were no different from ordinary mortals, so there was no point in staying behind. Hearing this, both of them nodded. The demon raceman didn't say a word. Directly jumping into the void corridor and disappearing, Goche quickly exhorting Young Kai, Brother, you must be careful. I'll wait for you over there. Young Kai smiled and nodded. Goche left with Ling-Er, their figures disappearing into the void corridor. And Ling-Er glanced back worriedly towards Young Kai, seemingly worried that he would not be able to escape. After the three of them left, Young Kai took a deep breath. Not only did he not leave, he even sat down cross-legged on the tree trunk. The Sun Clan's brow furrowed as they stared at him vigilantly, fearing he was up to no good again. Kid, why haven't you left yet? I've already fulfilled all your requests. The Sun Clan leader stared at Young Kai like he was some kind of plague, wishing he could send him far, far away. This time they had suffered a big loss, but as long as they could obtain this sentient divine tree, the price they had to pay was worth it. What's the rush? Let me rest for a while. Young Kai chuckled. Seeing that he was really circulating his Yuan-Chi, he began to regulate his breathing. His mind was already silently immersed in the tree trunk. His soul avatar manifested in the heart of the tree. With the divine tree's protection, Young Kai didn't need to worry about the Sun Clan masters secretly attacking him. Feeling Young Kai's arrival, the divine tree immediately began to rejoice. The divine tree immediately rejoiced, the energy flowing through its trunk becoming much more rapid. Don't be so happy. Young Kai quickly transmitted his divine sense. I want to ask you, I want to leave this place now. Are you willing to come with me? The divine tree's soul energy immediately wrapped around Young Kai, expressing its eagerness to leave. That means you're willing. Young Kai grinned. Very good, although I've never tried it before, this method should work. I hope it does. Remember, if it doesn't work, you'll probably have to stay here for a while. I promise you it won't be long before I come back and take you away. Young Kai's message was a bit complex, and the divine tree didn't seem to understand it for a while. But from Young Kai's mood, it was still able to sense some information. It was a little unhappy for a moment, but it soon cheered up again, seemingly having recovered from Young Kai's promise. Then it's settled, I'll brand you first. Young Kai said, not hesitating to consume a huge amount of spiritual energy to leave his brand on the divine tree's soul. This way, even if he couldn't take the divine tree away today, He would be able to sense its existence through this subtle brand. This method was different from subduing and Linger's soul brand. One was to receive while the other was to give. In other words, if the divine tree's soul was damaged, Yongkai's soul would also be injured. But if Enlinger was injured, Yongkai would be fine. After communicating with the divine tree, Yongkai's consciousness flew out of the divine tree's soul and returned to his body. In front of everyone's eyes, Yongkai slowly stood up and stared down at the Sun Clan masters below indifferently, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he stood tall and straight like a javelin, his expression firm and cold. The Sun Clan leader's heart clenched as he coldly shouted, "Not good, this little brat didn't keep his word. He's probably trying to play some kind of trick." Yongkai laughed loudly and shouted, "I'm not trying to play any tricks. I'm just giving you a little surprise before we part." Saying so, Yongkai's spiritual energy burst out from his knowledge sea and directly wrapped up the divine tree. Inside his body, where the wordless black book was hidden, a huge suction force suddenly appeared. Dong. Kai Yang's heart suddenly contracted, and a muffled sound like the beating of a drum rang out. His face instantly became white as paper and his body began to sway. At this moment, Yongkai felt the aura of death wash over him. However, in front of everyone's eyes, the huge divine tree actually transformed into a stream of light and strangely disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded, and for a moment they were all dumbfounded. Yongkai forced himself to remain conscious, not allowing himself to pass out on the spot, turning around and leaping into the void corridor, the several killing moves he had prepared for this moment suddenly bombarding the surrounding area. Yuan Qi fluctuated wildly as the energy fluctuations around it became chaotic. Hong Long Long. A loud explosion rang out and the void corridor began to distort and distort. Chaotic void force burst out from the black hole and the void corridor rapidly shrank, disappearing from the Sun Clan's line of sight. At the same time, screams rang out one after another from all directions. The moment Yongkai left, the dormant soul-devouring insects were no longer restrained and suddenly attacked, killing all the cultivators below the Saint Realm. The Sun Clan leader and the other Saint Realm masters all grimaced, none of them able to speak. Their minds went blank. The divine tree had mysteriously disappeared. The void corridor had been destroyed, and countless of their clansmen had been killed or injured. All of this was simply unacceptable to them. The destruction of the void corridor was within their expectations. The Sun Clan masters had long seen through Yongkai's intentions, but none of them had tried to stop him. In any case, they had all lived in this mysterious small world for their entire lives. Outside was the demon land, so it wasn't safe for them to enter and exit. The destruction of the void corridor was one thing. The deaths of their clansmen were also understandable. This little brat's methods were mysterious. He had silently killed several of their clansmen before, right under their noses. Now, he was probably using the same trick again. However, what they couldn't understand was how the divine tree had disappeared. The void corridor wasn't big enough to support the divine tree's escape. Its shape was simply too large, making it impossible to squeeze through. But in front of everyone's eyes, the divine tree had indeed mysteriously disappeared. "Little bastard, I'll tear you to 10,000 pieces." The Sun Clan leader suddenly roared hysterically, his red hair fluttering wildly, making him look like a mad demon. The other Sun Clan masters also swore vows of vengeance. But there was no one left to vent their anger on. Oh, in a sea of sand, Yongkai's body fell heavily onto the hot sand. Go Che and the others who had arrived here ahead of time quickly rushed over. After seeing Yongkai's current state, Enlinger immediately panicked. Yongkai's face was pale and his lips were blue. His Yuan Qi was in chaos and his spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. From the outside, although he didn't show any signs of injury, his body was extremely cold, as if he was nearing the end of his life. A slow but powerful heartbeat could be heard coming from his chest. Even when he was chased down by Saintess Nan last time, Yongkai had not fallen into such a miserable state. Enlinger didn't know what happened inside that mysterious small world after she left, but Yongkai's current state made her feel extremely anxious. Brother. Go Che also hurried over and shook Yongkai's arm, but didn't get any response. After carefully examining Yongkai, Go Che found that his pupils were dilated and his soul was scattered. It seemed that his knowledge had suffered a great deal of damage. It's hopeless. The other demon race master slowly shook his head, his expression somewhat sad. Although he didn't have much friendship with Yang Kai, this time it was all thanks to Yang Kai that he was able to survive. Seeing Yang Kai like this, he couldn't help feeling a bit bitter. Goche pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but seeing Ling Er's sad appearance, he couldn't bear to say anything. They still had a lot of pills on them, but inside that mysterious small world, even their universe bags had been taken away by the Sun Clan. So even if they wanted to rescue Yang Kai, they were powerless. Yuan Qi and his soul had been sealed, so there was no way they could help. No, he won't die, and Ling Er shook her head. And Ling Er kept shaking her head as she hugged Yang Kai's upper body and placed his head on her lap. Her trembling hands gently wiped the dust off Yang Kai's face, carefully lest her movements hurt him. Last time he suffered such a serious injury but didn't die, so this time he won't die. Dong. Another strange heartbeat sounded from Yang Kai's heart, and after this heartbeat, Yang Kai's life aura seemed to weaken significantly. And Ling Er burst into tears, her heart filled with pain. Sister, don't cry, Goche called out. Goche muttered, isn't your true chi not sealed? Quickly try and see if you can save him. Hearing this, Ling Er awoke from her stupor and quickly used all of Nine Heaven's Holy Land's mysterious divine skills in an attempt to restore Yang Kai's vitality. But no matter how hard she tried, Yang Kai showed no signs of improvement, causing her to be at a loss for what to do. Goche sighed heavily, feeling sorry for Yang Kai. Originally, Goche had wanted to find an opportunity to repay him for saving his life, but now of the four of them, 3 had successfully escaped from that mysterious small world while Yang Kai had become like this. Chapter 775. During the day the desert was unbearably hot, but at night it was bitterly cold. Under the full moon, a burst of cold air visible to the naked eye seemed to emerge from the sand like a ghost, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill. As far as the eye could see, the entire sea of sand seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. It was sparkling and translucent, and when the moonlight shone down it was reflected, making everything look so beautiful and magnificent. Somewhere in the desert, Ling Er was hugging Yang Kai, her yuan qi surging as she used her own body temperature to warm Yang Kai's gradually cooling body. Yang Kai seemed to be really dead. Since escaping from the mysterious small world during the day, he hadn't moved even once. At first, there was still some warmth and heartbeat, but as time passed, his body became colder and colder, and his vitality became more and more subtle, like a candle in the wind and rain, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. And Ling Er carefully guarded him, never leaving his side. This was the future master of the Holy Land. Even if Ling Er was dead, she didn't dare harm him, her beautiful face filled with unwavering determination. Not far away, a rustling sound rang out, causing Ling Er to raise her head and see Goche, who had left to explore the way, return. Even with his strong physique in this desert at night, he couldn't resist the cold, shivering as he ran, his hair covered in ice. Ling Er's beautiful eyes flashed a look of vigilance. When Yang Kai was still alive, she had some contact with Goche and knew that this demon race youth was a bit of a pervert. Now that Yang Kai's fate was unknown, she felt she had to be on guard against Goche. However, thinking that the other party's yuan qi and divine sense had all been sealed, Ling Er relaxed a lot. How is he? Goche came up to Ling Er and hurriedly asked. Ling Er slowly shook her head. It seems he really can't be saved. I won't allow you to say that, he's still alive. Ling Er immediately became annoyed, her almond eyes widening. Good, I won't say it, but the world is unpredictable, you should be mentally prepared. Why is Brother Yang's life so hard? Goche sighed. Seeing that Yang Kai had suffered such misfortune in order to help them escape, Goche's tone towards him became much warmer. If he can come back to life, that would be for the best. Father was thinking of taking him to Qingliao City and entertaining him. As he spoke, he sat down on the sand with a pained expression on his face. Suddenly, he chuckled meaningfully. I've found that you humans are quite interesting. I've caught many humans before, but none of them are as amazing as little brother Yang. Those guys, as soon as they encounter danger, they immediately flee. So he knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. His face was so ugly. Brother Yang, you have a backbone. You have the same courage as the people of the demon race. You would rather die than submit. That's a real man. Go Che's bragging attracted Ling Er's attention and she quietly glanced over at him. He said softly, "The humans you captured. Where did they go?" Go Che calmly gestured with his hand, causing Ling Er's pretty face to go black. She immediately turned her head away and refused to talk to him. The desert was extremely quiet at night, with only a few scorpion-like creatures shuttling through the sand. Go Che casually grabbed a few of them and ate them with relish. As he ate, he commented as if it was the most delicious food in the world. Later in the night, the desert became colder and colder. Yang Kai's last remaining vitality was also rapidly fading away. Noticing this, whether it was Ling Er or Go Che, both of them couldn't help secretly observing him nervously. Half an hour later, that last bit of vitality was suddenly extinguished. Ling Er's beautiful eyes suddenly lost focus and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Go Che also sighed heavily, lamenting that the heavens were jealous of such a talented individual. While the two of them were immersed in their grief, Kai Yang's body suddenly burst forth with a burst of vitality. This vitality was like a raging flame, rapidly increasing in intensity. His originally cold body suddenly became scorching hot, his true qi rapidly flowing through his meridians, emitting a gurgling sound. **** with a soft sound, Yang Kai's entire body burst into flames, the yuan qi that had seeped out of his body quickly melting the nearby sand into magma. Ling Er was startled and hurriedly dodged. But even so, she was nearly scalded. Go Che also stared dumbfounded at this moment. Yang Kai, a scorpion tail quietly falling from the corner of his mouth. With a loud cry, Yang Kai coughed up a dark blood mist, quickly withdrawing the yuan qi that had burst out of his body. Quickly standing up, Yang Kai glanced around blankly. After seeing Ling Er and Go Che's shocked expressions, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and gradually withdrew his vigilant divine sense. Slowly sitting down on the ground, Yang Kai adjusted his heartbeat and breathing, the scenes before he fell unconscious flashing through his mind, quickly understanding his current situation. His body didn't show any abnormalities, but his knowledge sea was in extreme pain. Unable to restrain himself, Yang Kai let out a groan as he clutched his head, his body twitching uncontrollably. After a while, Yang Kai gradually stabilized, but the pain in his head didn't diminish in the slightest. "Where are we?" Yang Kai raised his head and asked in a low voice. His face was distorted by the unbearable pain, making him look extremely terrifying. "The Demon Land's desert." Go Che was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, immediately asking with concern, "Brother Yang, are you dead or alive?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced over at him weakly. "What do you think?" "Haha." Go Che laughed. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Who just said he couldn't be saved?" Ling Er shot him a cold look. Go Che's expression suddenly became awkward and he didn't say anything. "How do you feel now?" Ling Er turned her eyes to Yang Kai and asked nervously. "Not good." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Even now, his soul was still in turmoil and extremely unstable. "Then you should quickly rest." Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer speaking, sitting down cross-legged on the ground and calming his mind before sending his soul avatar into his knowledge sea to carefully examine it. His entire knowledge sea was desolate and the burning seawater that was originally stored here had almost dried up. This was a sign that his spiritual energy had been overdrawn. Inside his knowledge sea, the world was also very chaotic. From time to time, the wind would blow and lightning would flash, as if it had reached its limit and was on the verge of collapse. The reason for this, Yang Kai knew that it was because he had placed the divine tree into the black book space. He had never thought that doing so would cause him to walk through the gates of hell and almost lose his life. In the past, the things he had stored in the black book space were all very small, the largest only 1% the size of the divine tree, so even if he consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, it wouldn't consume much. But this time, Yang Kai's spiritual energy had been completely exhausted, so after placing the divine tree into the black book space, his entire body had collapsed. After all, the divine tree was different from the things he had stored in the past. Not only was it massive, but it also contained an unimaginable amount of energy, so it was understandable that he had to pay such a price. But it was worth it. Being able to take away the divine tree, Yang Kai felt that even if he had to pay an even greater price, it was worth it. This way he wouldn't have to worry about not fulfilling his promise to the divine tree. Yang Kai was a man of his word. His spiritual energy could be replenished by cultivation, and with the assistance of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, it wouldn't be long before his spiritual energy was restored to its peak. Moreover, in this incident, the six-colored soul-warming lotus had played an indelible role. If it hadn't protected Yang Kai's soul from destruction, Yang Kai would likely have already died. Considering all this, Yang Kai rejoiced. His soul avatar slowly withdrew from his knowledge sea and entered the black book space. As soon as he entered, Yang Kai was dazzled by the golden light that filled his eyes. The divine tree now stood here, its roots, branches, and leaves all exuding a brilliant golden light, illuminating the black book space. On top of that, the scorching aura exuding from its body greatly alleviated Yang Kai's pain, causing him to feel warm and comfortable. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the divine tree's branches and leaves danced as it sent out a call from its divine sense. Yang Kai smiled lightly as his soul avatar rushed into the divine tree's heart. The divine tree's soul immediately wrapped around him. It should also know that Yang Kai was very weak at the moment, so it didn't recklessly drag his soul around like before, instead carefully wrapping around Yang Kai. The next moment, a powerful burst of energy poured into Yang Kai's soul, quickly replenishing his spiritual energy. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised but didn't try to stop it, instead just standing there leisurely, allowing the divine tree to display its means. After an hour or so, Yang Kai's previous weak appearance was replaced by one of high spirits. His dried-up knowledge sea once again restored to its previous full state. All of his internal injuries had been healed. After communicating with the divine tree for a while, Yang Kai informed it that he might need to stay in this space for a while. After receiving a response, Yang Kai left, but he also promised that as long as he had time, he would come back to accompany it. The divine tree was reluctant to part with him, but it didn't try to stop him. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, the darkness had receded and daylight had once again descended. After frowning and contemplating for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. He estimated that before he reached the Saint Realm, it would be very dangerous to take the divine tree out of the black book space. Only after reaching the Saint Realm would he be able to do so unscathed. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Now that he was in the demon land, even if he released the divine tree, there was no place to put it. Yang Kai needed to find a good place for it. Soaring Heaven Sect's serene resplendent peak was a good place for it. Seeing Yang Kai open his eyes, Go Che and Ling who had been paying close attention to him all night, also relaxed. "Brother, why do I feel like you've recovered so quickly?" Go Che asked curiously. More than an hour ago, Yang Kai looked like he was on the brink of death. Even if his ability to recover was fast, it shouldn't be this bad. And Go Che hadn't even seen him take any kind of pill. It was really strange. Chapter 776. I've only recovered a little. Yang Kai smiled. Although he had rescued Go Che and another member of the demon race from the Sun Clan, Yang Kai didn't intend to make friends with someone like Go Che. Rescuing him this time was simply out of necessity. Yang Kai wanted to borrow his strength to traverse the demon land unimpeded. Therefore, he didn't tell Go Che the truth. Subconsciously, he was still somewhat wary of the people from the demon race, and he also felt that if Go Che didn't take him seriously, even if he had saved him, he wouldn't care. "Brother Go Che, you said before that this is the demon land's yellow sand sea? Are you familiar with this place?" Yang Kai asked again. Go Che frowned and shook his head. "The yellow sand sea is very dangerous. Even my demon race members don't easily set foot in this place. Here, even if you have extraordinary means, you won't necessarily be able to use them. I only know that this is the yellow sand sea, but I don't know which direction we should go. We can only pray that we find the right direction and that we don't encounter too much danger along the way, or that we don't get lost. If we do, I'm afraid we'll never be able to leave this place." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai and Ling Er's hearts tightened again, both of them quickly realizing that their luck had been quite bad recently. being chased by Saintess Nan on the outer islands and forced to flee into the Void Corridor, falling into the hands of the Sun Clan. Only after narrowly escaping death did they end up in the Demon Land's Yellow Sand Sea. The ups and downs of life really made one feel helpless. Just as he was speaking though, Yang Kai's brow suddenly furrowed as he stared in a certain direction and shouted, "Someone's coming." Probing the source of this sound, Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a light sigh, turning a strange look towards Go Che. "It's that clansman of yours." "Oh." Go Che raised his brow. "So that guy didn't die. He didn't return last night, so I thought he must have died outside. His life is quite tenacious." His tone was light and indifferent, as if he didn't care about his companion's life at all. Whether he lived or died had nothing to do with him. Yang Kai secretly frowned. A moment later, the man from the demon race who was rescued by Yang Kai from the sealed world bead really returned with a look of joy on his face. "I found a way out." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, Go Che hurriedly asking, "Really?" The man smiled and nodded. "I can't be wrong. I came to the Yellow Sea once before and saw an oasis. I even chopped down a tree, and there are still traces of it. Moreover, our luck is not bad. This is the periphery of the desert sea, not too deep. We only need to walk in that direction for a few days, and we will be able to leave the desert sea." While that person was speaking, his face was filled with excitement and joy, and he seemed to be extremely happy. Yang Kai and Enling also let out a sigh of relief, a feeling of joy after extreme misfortune. These days his luck was already bad enough. If it continued, Yang Kai would have to consider whether he should find a place to go into seclusion for the time being. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, father here's dying of thirst." Go Che waved his hand and rushed off in that direction. The man from the demon race didn't speak any nonsense. He immediately led the way. "Let's go too," Yang Kai said to Enling. The latter nodded slightly and kept up with Yang Kai's pace. The two of them walked side by side. As the two men from the demon race rushed forward in high spirits, Enling glanced over at them and suddenly whispered, "Yang Kai, you have to be careful of this Go Che. Don't treat him with sincerity, otherwise you'll suffer a loss." "Do I need you to remind me?" Yang Kai chuckled. "I didn't intend to form any kind of friendship with him. However, we are now in the demon land, so if we want to leave safely, we really need to rely on his strength." Enling nodded lightly and sighed. "Fortunately, he didn't see much of your true strength in that mysterious small world. Otherwise, this trip might have been really dangerous. If he knew your identity, we would also be in danger." Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he secretly warned, "Don't reveal your identity, and don't use your Nine Heavens Holy Land's divine skills again." "I'm not a little girl, how could I be so careless?" Enling smiled. "Hurry up, Brother Yang, what are you waiting for?" Go Che suddenly turned his head and shouted to Yang Kai, "Coming." Yang Kai responded, turning to Enling and saying, "Let's move faster." The demon race man's ability to identify directions was quite amazing. Walking through this endless sea of sand without any reference point, he was still able to accurately find the right direction. This was especially true now that his Yuan Qi and divine sense were both sealed, so he could only rely on his own instincts to lead the way, making him even more valuable. After walking for about 3 hours in the distance, in the middle of the endless sea of sand, a bright green color appeared in everyone's eyes. An oasis. It was the only magical place in the desert that had water and plants. Almost every desert had such a place. No one knew how an oasis was born, let alone how it existed in this vast expanse of sand. Large oases could even be preserved for hundreds or thousands of years without change, providing a place for travelers to rest. In the eyes of desert travelers, oases were often life-saving places. Seeing the oasis in front of them, the two demon race men ran even faster and soon rushed in. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai and Enling also arrived. Unlike the heat outside, this place was quite cool, with huge cacti and poplar trees growing all over the oasis, and a gentle breeze blowing through them, making them feel very comfortable. At the center of this oasis, there was also a sparkling lake. This lake's water was clear like a bottomless spring, and there were many strange plants growing around it. When Yang Kai and Enling arrived, they found that Go Che and the demon race man hadn't entered the water but were instead hiding behind a rock on the shore. both of them holding their breaths as they stared out towards the lake. Both of them appeared to be very cautious, both of them wearing lustful expressions on their faces. Feeling Yang Kai's arrival, Go-che quickly turned around and gestured towards him, a strange expression appearing on his face. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what Go-che was up to, so he quietly led Ling over to the rock but couldn't see anything. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked softly. "Look over there." Go-che quietly pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai and Ling looked in the direction Go-che was pointing and suddenly narrowed their eyes. On the shore, some neatly folded clothes were placed there, and from the style and color of these clothes, it was obvious they belonged to a woman. The clothes were here, but the person was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she was swimming at the bottom of the lake. Go-che and the demon raceman hiding here obviously wanted to peep at the moment this beautiful woman came out of her bath. Yang Kai suddenly understood. "Scoundrel!" And Linger's cheeks flushed red as she ground her teeth and cursed under her breath. Her beautiful eyes filled with disdain as she tugged at Yang Kai and angrily said, "Don't associate yourself with them." Yang Kai curled his lips. "I've always kept myself clean. I wouldn't do such a dirty thing." Saying so, he glanced towards the lake's surface a few times. Go-che saw Yang Kai's small movements and grinned. Little brother Yang really is a kindred spirit. At this moment, Go-che felt like he had found a kindred spirit and found Yang Kai much more pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai said seriously, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be like this? If you're discovered, so what if she discovers me? Can she eat me?" Go-che snorted, not showing the slightest worry. Although he couldn't use his strength right now, in the end his identity was still there. The average demon raceman really wouldn't dare attack him, so even if he was caught peeping he wouldn't care. "Brother Go-che, you don't lack women, why do you need to do such a thing?" Although Yang Kai also knew that this man's mentality was very subtle, he still faintly felt something was wrong and quickly tried to persuade Go-che to leave. Go-che grinned wickedly. "Naturally I don't lack women, but this is more exciting." The demon raceman next to him also nodded, agreeing with Go-che's point of view, his two pairs of eyes staring towards the lake's surface, secretly looking forward to the moment the woman at the bottom of the lake would appear. Yang Kai was helpless and didn't waste any more words. At that moment though, a layer of bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake, causing the two demon racemen's breathing to stagnate as their eyes bulged. Shio shio shio. The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out as a series of water arrows shot out from the bottom of the lake. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Yang Kai and Ling reacted quickly and hurriedly dodged. But Go-che and the demon raceman weren't so lucky. In order to see more clearly, the two of them had to stick close to the rock, so when the water arrows struck, they simply couldn't avoid them. With a loud bang the rock shattered, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. These stone fragments contained a ferocious force, causing Go-che and the demon raceman to howl miserably, unable to open their eyes. In just a flash, the two men were covered in wounds, their flesh lacerated. Yang Kai saw a wisp of white light shoot out from the bottom of the lake, faintly discernible and graceful. But before he could see clearly, he lost sight of his target, causing his expression to go cold as his pores opened wide. After everything stabilized, Go-che suddenly cursed, "Fuck, that bitch actually dared to attack father?" As soon as these words left his mouth, a loud bang rang out as Go-che was sent tumbling through the air several times before landing heavily on the ground. When he stood up again, his cheeks were swollen and his brow furrowed in anger, as if he was about to go all out and fight for his life. Not far in front of him, a beautiful woman who had just come out of the bath stood mid-air, staring coldly at Yang Kai's group of four. Her figure was full and mature, her legs were long and slender, and she wore a light blue palace dress that accentuated her ample bosom and half of her shoulders. Perhaps because she had just come out of the bath, her clothes were tightly clung to her body, accentuating her graceful figure. Just standing there, she was extremely beautiful. Chapter 777. However, at this moment, her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, and her yuan qi was like a poisonous snake, exuding a dangerous aura, causing anyone who saw her to shudder. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he silently cursed Go-che for being such a fool, For no reason at all, he had actually provoked such a woman. When he arrived here, he didn't dare to release his divine sense to investigate carefully, but it wasn't until this woman took action just now that he realized Go Che seemed to have provoked a powerful master. The other party had clearly noticed that someone was spying on her, so the moment they left the lake, she had taken action. Go Che, on the other hand, had a reckless look on his face as he shouted, "Smelly woman, you dare hit me? So what if I hit you?" The woman glanced over at Go Che coldly. "If you dare speak rudely again, I'll kill you. Do you have such courage?" Go Che grinned wickedly. "I dare you to lay a finger on me." As soon as these words were spoken, a sharp energy beam suddenly shot towards Go Che, piercing through his shoulder while he was completely unprepared. Blood spurted out like a fountain as Go Che's face went pale as he stared blankly at the woman in the sky. He hadn't expected that the other party would really attack him without saying a word, and the sharp pain in his shoulder caused him to panic a little. Although he was a rogue, lecherous, and somewhat reckless, he wasn't stupid. Judging from the methods this woman had used over and over again, even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to resist. With a bloody hole in his shoulder, Go Che became much more obedient. Although his expression was still angry, he didn't dare to speak casually, instead just staring at the woman with hatred. "Humans?" The woman curiously glanced over at Yang Kai and Ling her brow furrowing slightly. "When did the demon race and the human race start colluding together? Interesting." Yang Kai's expression darkened as he silently shielded Ling behind him, his yuan qi surging as he prepared to act at any moment. "Humph." A disdainful sneer burst from the woman's delicate nose as she walked down from the sky, flicking her wet hair as she glanced over at Go Che and the demon race man. "Your yuan qi and divine sense have been sealed. Was it this human boy's doing?" Go Che didn't say anything, but the other demon race man slowly shook his head and explained, "It wasn't him. We were just trapped in a certain place and had our strength sealed. It was thanks to this human that we were able to escape." "Useless." The woman's expression became cold. "You think my demon race men need to rely on a human's means to survive? What qualifications do you have to live with you?" With that said, he flicked his slender fingers and several bursts of energy shot out. Xiao xiao. Several bloody holes immediately appeared on the demon raceman's body as he let out a muffled groan. The man half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with panic and horror. The woman didn't kill him, seemingly just dissatisfied that he had borrowed Yang Kai's power and punished him slightly. "So you have some skill?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with interest as she sent a cold wave of spiritual energy over Yang Kai's body, examining him from head to toe. "You're not that strong." The woman disdainfully withdrew her attention from Yang Kai. After pondering for a while, the woman sneered and said, "Daring to be rude to me, your courage isn't small. You should be taught a lesson, but I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you for the time being. Come back with me." Saying so, with a wave of her jade hand, a chariot-like artifact appeared out of thin air. In the middle of this chariot was a huge bed wrapped in a pink curtain that gave off a delicate fragrance. The woman lightly stepped onto the chariot and sent out 2 bursts of energy through the curtain towards Go Che and the demon raceman. The next moment, the two of them felt the seal on their bodies being lifted and couldn't help smiling happily. "Little human girl, come on up." The woman lay on the bed, her graceful curves exposed, a lazy look on her face as she beckoned to Ling. Ling was extremely vigilant, glancing over at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai nodded lightly, allowing Ling to step onto the chariot and stand there cautiously. "You 3 carry it, do you need me to teach you how to do it?" The woman said lazily, her voice soft and pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Go Che angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are? You actually want father to be your bearer? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, if you don't want to die obediently, I don't mind sending you on your way." A cold light flashed across the woman's beautiful eyes, her true chi pulsing from her slender fingers, as if Go Che dared to refuse again, she would directly kill him. Go Che's eyes went bloodshot, but in the face of absolute power, he had no choice but to submit, silently walking forward and placing the chariot on his shoulder. Yang Kai and the other demon raceman glanced at each other before helplessly walking up. Following the direction the woman pointed out, The three coolies flew forward at an extremely fast speed. On the bed in the carriage, and Ling Er sat upright, her back as straight as a thorn. While observing the surroundings, she followed the woman's instructions and massaged her shoulders. The woman didn't seem to have any intention of communicating with her, simply lying there with her eyes closed in a relaxed manner. A delicate fragrance scattered along the road, causing Yang Kai to feel annoyed. Originally, he had wanted to use Go Che's strength to safely leave the demon land, but now it seemed that wasn't going to happen. This guy couldn't even protect himself right now, so Yang Kai had no choice but to think of a way out. Half a day later, a huge city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This city was located near the Sea of Sand. The tall city walls were completely molded by sand, and the entire city showed a kind of earthy yellow color. Inside this city, countless people from the demon race came and went. When the chariot arrived here, Go Che's eyes suddenly bulged as he called out, "Sand City, so you're—" "Shut up." The woman's eyes didn't open as she shouted softly. Go Che's head shrank back as he hurriedly shut up, seemingly extremely afraid, no longer displaying his previous arrogance. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Soon, the chariot arrived above Sand City, and following the woman's instructions, the group quickly arrived at a huge palace located in the center of the city. The construction of this palace was extremely special, as if it was sitting atop a mountain, several thousand meters above sea level. Flying up to this palace, standing at its highest point and overlooking everything below, the entire city was clearly visible, giving off a wonderful feeling. The style of this palace was also somewhat incongruous with the rest of the city. The floor of the palace was made of white jade, and the buildings were decorated with dragons and phoenixes. Precious crystals could be seen everywhere. When the chariot arrived, a powerful man from the demon race immediately walked over and respectfully said, "Master, you've returned?" The woman nodded lightly and stepped down from the chariot. "These people are—" The man looked at Yang Kai and the others suspiciously, but when he saw Go Che, a trace of suspicion flashed across his brow as he stared at him, a trace of familiarity flashing across his eyes. "Send someone to deliver a message to Go Cheong. Tell him that if he wants to see his son safe and sound, he should prepare enough ransom for his release." The woman glanced over at Go Che and lightly ordered, "And report the other three to him as well. Whether he redeems them or not is up to him." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, only now understanding that this woman had long since seen through Go Che's identity. Even if she did, she still dared to treat Go Che in such a manner. Inferring from the way she addressed Go Cheong, this woman's identity was obvious. Go Cheong was one of the 4 demon generals. The only one who dared not put him in her eyes was a fellow demon general's master. Among the 4 demon territories, there was only one woman, Xueli. Her name was delicate and beautiful, her appearance was beautiful, and her figure was voluptuous, but her personality was also quite ruthless, cruel, and violent. The woman he had inadvertently encountered was actually a demon general. Go Che even didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and provoked her, even attempting to spy on her naked body. Yang Kai couldn't wait to cut Go Che into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Subordinate thinks that Go Cheong won't care about the life or death of these 3. Xueli's subordinate smiled gloatingly as he glanced over at Yang Kai's group, clearly taking pleasure in their misfortune. "Just report it to him. Right, tell Go Cheong that this human brat is his son's savior," Xueli ordered. "I'd like to see how Go Cheong will treat this matter." "Oh, that's quite surprising. The son of a dignified demon general was actually saved by a human brat. Interesting. Subordinate will report to him immediately. Go." Xueli waved her hand. Master Xue. Go Che quickly called out. "What's the matter?" Xueli glanced over at him. "Can we discuss this matter again? The ransom you want, I'll find a way to get it for you myself. There's no need to trouble my father." Go Che wore an embarrassed expression as he pleaded, apparently afraid that Go Cheong would blame him and make him suffer. "That's not up to you to decide." Xueli coldly snorted, no longer paying attention to him, turning around and walking into the palace. Immediately, another member of the demon race walked over and led Yang Kai's group of 4 inside. Each of them was assigned a room. Only Ling Er was placed next to Xueli. Unlike in the Sun Clan, Xueli seemed to be quite confident in herself. Not only did she not restrict the freedom of Yang Kai and the others, she even delivered them 3 meals a day on time. The food was also quite good, clearly not mistreating them in this regard. Although there was no one guarding him, Yang Kai still behaved himself and didn't show any signs of wanting to escape. In front of Shueli, he felt that he couldn't escape at all. What's more, Ling was still bound to her side. So Yang Kai couldn't just abandon Ling and focus on escaping. Go Che also seemed to realize his mistake this time and spent all day listlessly, no longer showing any of his previous arrogance. Shueli had already sent someone to deliver a letter to Go Cheong and didn't give any face to the demon general, directly demanding a large ransom. Yang Kai estimated that Go Cheong wouldn't care whether he or Ling lived or died. At most he would just ransom Go Che and the other member of the demon race. Chapter 778. Yang Kai had heard some rumors about the 4 demon general before. These 4 were the top masters of the demon race, each of them possessing unfathomable abilities and tyrannical strength. The 4 of them were stationed in the north, south, east, west, and north of the demon land, guarding its foundation and ensuring the peace of this part of the world. They generally didn't interact with one another, but for some reason, as the only woman among the 4, Shueli didn't seem to have a very good relationship with the other 3 demon general. There were even rumors that the demon commander didn't like her very much. As such, the place she was stationed in was a relatively desolate location. Whether it was the richness of the world energy or the richness of the earth's resources, it couldn't compare to the other 3. Yang Kai couldn't remember where he had heard this rumor, but now it seemed that it wasn't baseless. Shueli's city was Sand City, located near the Yellow Sea, so it was indeed quite desolate. On top of that, her relationship with Go Cheong was as bad as the rumors said. However, since she was able to sit firmly in the position of Demon General, she had her own unique skills and means. Such a woman couldn't be taken lightly, so Yang Kai didn't dare to take her lightly in the slightest. Staying in the palace all day long, Yang Kai didn't show any ill intentions. Go Che recklessly tried to escape, but before he could leave the palace, he was caught red-handed and beaten by the masters around Shueli until he was on the verge of death. After more than a month of recuperation, Go Che finally showed some signs of improvement. Learning from his mistakes, Yang Kai became more and more cautious. More than a month later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his room, suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside. His expression becoming slightly cold as he slowly opened his eyes and stared towards the door. A moment later, the door opened and the master from the demon race who had delivered the letter to Go Cheong pushed open the door and called out to Yang Kai. "Get out here, master wants to see you." Yang Kai stood up and followed him out. As the man walked, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Seeing this, he couldn't help chuckling. He seemed to have encountered something very interesting, and there was a different meaning in his eyes. Yang Kai frowned as he instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he didn't ask because he knew that as a prisoner, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him even if he asked. He might as well not go looking for trouble. Not long after, the man brought Yang Kai to a large hall. At the front of the hall, there was a spacious chair covered with a thick velvet blanket. The dark red color of the blanket made it look elegant and luxurious. Shueli was reclining on the chair, her delicate and soft curves on full display. She rested her chin on her hand and closed her eyes to rest. In the center of the hall, high-grade spices were burning, causing the entire hall to be filled with a fragrant aroma. And Ling dressed as a maid, stood beside Shueli with a restrained expression. Seeing Yang Kai arrive and Ling beautiful eyes lit up. She hurriedly cast a concerned look at him. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He signaled that he was safe. Since being captured and brought here, the 2 of them had not seen each other again. Yang Kai had been in his room all this time while Ling had been with Shueli. In this palace in Sand City, she was the only human, so Ling had naturally placed all her hopes on Yang Kai, fearing he would encounter some kind of accident. Now that she saw him safe and sound, Ling couldn't help quietly breathing a sigh of relief, secretly smiling towards Yang Kai, not daring to make the slightest sound. Yang Kai looked around and found that Go Che and the other man from the demon race were also standing here, both of their expressions filled with fear and dread, like mice seeing a cat trembling in fear. Master, everyone is here, Shui Li's subordinate reported softly. Shui Li nodded lightly, slowly opening her beautiful dreamy eyes and glancing around, slowly straightening her body and stretching her waist. With this action of hers, the short shirt on her upper body was pulled open, revealing her flat and fair belly and delicate navel. Spring filled the air. Besides Yang Kai, who had been staring at her, no one dared to look at her. Shui Li's sharp eyes immediately turned towards Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had been burned. Yang Kai instantly felt some pain on his face, but his expression didn't change, remaining calm. Shui Li didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing such a trivial matter, simply opening her mouth and saying, "Go Cheong has replied." Go Che's body trembled as he pursed his dry lips, looking up at Shui Li, his face twitching as he asked softly, "What was his attitude?" "Haha. You're his son now that you've fallen into my hands. What attitude do you think he would have? And your old man paid enough ransom to redeem you." Hearing this, Go Che's expression changed, a mix of relief and panic. Relief was that he could finally leave Shui Li's place, but panic was that when he returned home, he would inevitably be beaten again. This kind of contradictory mood was intuitively displayed on his face, making his expression look particularly interesting. "What about me?" the other demon race man asked in a low voice. "You were also redeemed." Shui Li nodded lightly, smiling as she stared towards Yang Kai meaningfully. "You were also redeemed, as well as this little human girl. Go Cheong redeemed all of you." And Ling froze for a moment before a happy expression appeared on her face. On the other hand, Go Che and the other demon race man both showed a surprised look upon hearing this, glancing towards Yang Kai before lowering their heads, their expressions complicated. Yang Kai frowned, not only not showing the slightest joy, his expression instead becoming gloomy as he muttered, "Are all you demon race people so generous?" Shui Li's brow rose as she stared at Yang Kai, suddenly smiling. "Go Cheong isn't generous just this once. The ransom you asked for isn't small, right?" Yang Kai stared at her deeply, even facing one of the 4 demon generals. He didn't show the slightest fear, instead maintaining a calm expression. "It's not much, but it's not a small amount, enough for Go Cheong to be annoyed for a while." Shui Li smiled and nodded, staring at Yang Kai with interest. In front of her, few people could be as calm and natural as Yang Kai. Even Go Cheong's son was somewhat timid. Comparing the two, Shui Li suddenly felt that this human was quite interesting. At the very least, his courage was great, even better than many of the demon races. Yang Kai nodded lightly before suddenly turning to Go Che and asking, "Brother Go Che, this time Senior Go Cheong has gone to great lengths, what do you say?" "Ah." Go Che froze for a moment, not daring to look straight at Yang Kai, his eyes flashing as he muttered, "I have nothing to say." As he spoke, his expression became a little guilty. "Does Brother Go Che really have nothing to say?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer as he asked aggressively. Go Che slowly shook his head. The demon race man next to him also lowered his head, not saying a word. Inside the hall, Ling stared at him suspiciously, not understanding why Yang Kai's attitude towards Go Che had suddenly changed, seemingly becoming somewhat cold. Shui Li and her subordinate, on the other hand, were all smiling as they watched the show, not showing any intention of interrupting. "Good." Yang Kai grinned, "Then Brother Go Che, let's part ways here. Haha, our friendship was truly short-lived." This sentence caused Go Che to feel even more ashamed, his face turning red. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him and instead turned to look at Shui Li, asking seriously, "Senior, if I said that I refused the ransom Go Cheong paid for me, would you kill me?" "Oh." Hearing this, Shui Li's beautiful eyes couldn't help flashing a look of approval and surprise as she muttered, "You refused? You actually refused?" "Yes, I refused." "Haha." Shui Li giggled, her chest shaking as she giggled. Her subordinate also smiled as he stared at Yang Kai with a meaningful look on his face, as if his vision had been broadened. A moment later, Shui Li's smile gradually faded as she softly said, "It stands to reason that you refusing Go Cheong is equivalent to depriving me of some benefits, so naturally I will kill you. After raising you for so long, wouldn't I have suffered a loss? However, once the ransom is here, there is no reason for anyone to take it back, and since you've slapped Go Cheong in the face for me, I'll spare your life." Yang Kai's face went black as his expression became gloomy. Shui Li's words were insidious. directly pushing him to the opposite side of Go Cheong. Although this was only a trivial matter, for a master like Go Cheong, it was likely a loss of face. He had kindly offered to pay a ransom for Yang Kai, but he had been decisively refused. If word of this spread, it would only cause the world to laugh at Yang Kai for looking down on him. As a demon general, being looked down upon by a mere human, Go Cheong would definitely be furious. Even if the truth wasn't so. "I'll agree to your request." Shui Li's expression became solemn as she quickly waved her hand towards Go Che and the man from the demon race. "Scram, if you don't get out of the range of my divine sense within half a stick of incense, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as these words fell, Go Che and the demon race man turned into streams of light and disappeared from the palace without looking back. In the blink of an eye, they were already a few thousand meters away and were using their full strength to flee. Shui Li wasn't joking. Her divine sense had indeed been locked onto Go Che and the man from the demon race. If she could still sense them when the time was up, she really would kill them. This was a woman with a heart as vicious as a snake. "You humans really are quite shrewd," Shui Li said sarcastically. "But since you refused the ransom Go Cheong paid for you, you need to prove that you have value in living. My sand city doesn't raise trash. You really won't let me go?" Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Let you go?" Shui Li sneered. "Humans who enter my sand city only have one path to walk, and that is death. It's just that you seem a bit different from the rest, so I don't want to kill you right now, but don't disappoint me, otherwise I'll make you experience something worse than death." Saying so, Shui Li stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. "Senior." And Ling hurriedly called out, a pleading look flashing across her beautiful eyes, "Can you give us some time to talk?" Shui Li frowned but didn't object, simply leaving, seemingly acquiescing. Chapter 779. After Shui Li left, her subordinate chuckled a few times and said, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't make me wait too long, my temper isn't good either." Saying so, he also walked out of the palace. Only Yang Kai and Ling were left in the hall. The Saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land hurriedly came over and asked Yang Kai about his well-being. Her concern evident in her words. Yang Kai repeatedly assured her that he was fine and then asked about her current situation. And Ling smiled bitterly and said, "That senior didn't embarrass me. She just placed me by her side to take care of her. So you don't need to worry about me. But you, why did you refuse the ransom Go Cheong paid for us?" "Do you think I shouldn't have refused?" "I don't know, but that Shui Li isn't a good person. I was afraid that if I stayed here too long, something bad would happen." "She isn't a good person, and Go Cheong is even worse," Yang Kai coldly snorted. "The reason I refused was because I wanted to find a way to survive." "Ah, what do you mean?" And Ling was confused. Yang Kai explained carefully, "If I accepted his ransom, it would be tantamount to owing him my life, so if he had any excessive demands, I wouldn't have been able to refuse. But you also saved Go Che's life, so in that case, one for one, shouldn't that cancel each other out?" "Are you stupid?" Yang Kai knocked her forehead lightly. "That's the biggest problem." And Ling rubbed her forehead and said aggrievedly, "Explain it clearly, I don't understand." "Ha!" Yang Kai shook his head and looked at her, sighing, "It really wasn't easy for you to grow up. It's all thanks to your Nine Heavens Holy Land that you were raised in the sect. If you had come out alone, who knows how many times you would have died already." And Ling pouted. "I saved Go Che, and this life-saving grace should have been the basis for us to leave the demon land, but now it has become a fatal problem. Think about Go Che's identity. His father is Go Cheong, the demon general. Didn't Shirley say this before we came here? The son of the demon general was saved by a human. What he means is that he shouldn't have been saved by me. At the very least, he shouldn't be a human. If I had really followed Go Cheong's wishes and let him redeem me, I would have died on the road in just a few days." "Ah!" And Ling cried out in alarm and covered her mouth. "Go Cheong won't allow news that would harm his reputation and dignity to spread. The best way to do this is to silence everyone. That way, no one will know that his son was once saved by a human," Yang Kai said with a cold smile, a shrewd light flashing in his eyes. "That's just your guess, isn't it?" And Ling still didn't quite believe him. It's not a guess, it's a fact. Yang Kai concluded. Go Cheong is an ambitious and ruthless character. How could he be so kind as to redeem his son while also bringing you and me along? You should know that the ransom he paid wasn't small at all. He clearly has some kind of ulterior motive. If I'm not mistaken, on the way home, Go Che already had masters waiting in ambush for us. Once we showed up, what awaited us was a ruthless slaughter. And Ling Er's tender body trembled slightly as she couldn't help feeling a sense of relief that she had just escaped death. This point Shirley is also well aware. But she didn't show any signs of wanting to wake me up. That woman really is insidious. Yang Kai ground his teeth. No wonder when you refused just now, she smiled so strangely. So that's how it was. And Ling Er suddenly realized and couldn't help feeling a deep sense of admiration towards Yang Kai. If it had been up to her, she would have happily left together with Go Che, perhaps even fantasizing about how Go Cheong would thank her for saving his son, but never would she have imagined that the murderous intent would be hidden on the other side. A trace of fear welled up in Ling Er's heart as she angrily shouted, "That Go Che is an ungrateful dog. He should have understood his father's temperament, right?" "Humph, he couldn't be any more clear," Yang Kai sneered. "Then we shouldn't have brought him out of that mysterious small world before." And Ling Er angrily said, "It was my miscalculation. At that time I only wanted to borrow his identity and status, but unfortunately my own cleverness backfired on me. However, he did play a role. At the very least he brought us out of that desert. If it weren't for him, we might have been lost in there for the rest of our lives. Even if we managed to escape from that desert, we would have been chased down and captured by other members of the demon race, not having the opportunity to come to Sand City." Everything had its pros and cons. It all depended on one's perspective. Go Che was indeed ruthless, but Yang Kai had no intention of truly forming a friendship with him, so there was nothing to be disappointed about. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Enough of that. What we need to consider now is how to survive from Xue Li's hands. You stay close to her and pay attention to her surroundings. See if there is anything we can use to our advantage. Perhaps an inadvertent discovery will allow us to find a way out of this mess." Anne and Ling Er nodded heavily, inexplicably feeling as if she and Yang Kai were depending on one another. After talking for a while longer, Xue Li's subordinate called out from outside the hall, prompting Yang Kai to bid farewell to Ling Er before being led back to his room. Time passed by and everything was peaceful. Since the day Yang Kai refused Go Cheong's ransom, he seemed to have been forgotten by Xue Li, and for a full 2 months, no one paid him any attention. Yang Kai was also happy to be idle, spending all day meditating and cultivating, while communicating with the divine tree. After 2 months, the divine tree's sentience had grown rapidly, and it was now able to use its divine sense to carry out simple conversations with Yang Kai. From Yang Kai, the divine tree had learned a lot, and its wisdom had also grown rapidly. Now it had the IQ of a 6 or 7-year-old child, and besides being a little naughty, everything else about it was fine. The divine tree had now taken root in the black book space, so Yang Kai could replenish his yang attribute energy from it at any time, and even his spiritual energy could be replenished. It could be said that he was carrying a huge energy warehouse with him, convenient and fast to the extreme. After 2 months of cultivation, Yang Kai's strength had also greatly improved. On this day, when Yang Kai's soul avatar entered the black book space, he suddenly found something wrong. The precious ores he had stored in his black book space seemed to have disappeared 1 or 2 times at a time. These ores were collected by Yang Kai when he entered Starfield last time. After the Starfield storm swept through the Starfield, a lot of these ores had been left behind, each of which was quite rare and precious. Yang Kai had wanted to use these ores to create some artifacts, but he hadn't had the time nor could he find a suitable artifact refiner to do so. Yang Kai wasn't too clear about the quantity of these ores, but he was keenly aware that they had indeed disappeared. In their original places there were some scattered stones left behind. These stones were completely useless impurities, in other words, the original essence of the ores had all disappeared. Yang Kai was puzzled, so he sent his soul avatar into the divine tree's heart and asked the divine tree. He originally thought that the divine tree had secretly absorbed the essence of these ores, but unexpectedly, the divine tree shook its head, indicating that it had nothing to do with it. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and didn't ask any more questions. The divine tree's intelligence was only equivalent to that of a child, so lying at this age was normal. Yongkai naturally didn't blame it, and if the divine tree needed these ores, Yongkai was willing to give them all to it. Good, if these stones are useful to you, just use them. If they're gone, I'll look for more. Right, there's also that drop of spirit liquid over there. You can absorb a drop every day, it may be helpful to your growth. The divine tree suddenly rejoiced, immediately stretching out a branch and carefully absorbing a drop of the myriad drug liquid. A moment later letting out a satisfied sigh. Yongkai looked at it with a smile, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed that someone was approaching him. Quickly notifying the divine tree, he released his soul avatar. Just as he opened his eyes, the door to his room was pushed open and Xue Li's subordinate beckoned to Yongkai, indifferently saying, "Come out, master wants to see you." Kai Yang furrowed his brow and followed behind the man as he was told. Yongkai didn't know what this person's cultivation was, but from the degree of importance Xue Li placed on him and the pressure this man put on him, it was very likely he was a Saint Realm master. However, the demon race generally lived longer than the human race, so from his appearance this man didn't look very old, probably only around 30 years old. He was quite handsome, and from time to time he would reveal a frivolous look. Only when facing Xue Li would this man show a serious expression, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Friend, how should I address you?" Yongkai suddenly asked. The man turned his head and glanced over at Yongkai, chuckling. "Master said you have courage, boy, and now it seems that is indeed the case. You don't seem to have the slightest awareness of being a prisoner." Yongkai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Although I am under house arrest here, you haven't done anything to me for so long, which means I still have some value to you. What kind of awareness do I need to have?" "Boy, you're smart enough, I like it." The man grinned, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Call me Umo. You demon race people all have strange names." Yongkai shook his head. "I think you humans have strange names." Umo smiled lightly. "Why does your master want to see me this time?" Yongkai asked again. "I don't know, maybe he thinks you have no value and wants to kill you," Umo said with a gloating look, whistling frivolously. "So you'd best be mentally prepared, or else you may not be able to die in peace." Yongkai's mouth twitched, but his expression didn't change. Umo observed Yongkai's expression and nodded, thinking that this little brat was really different from the rest. If it had been an ordinary person hearing this news, they would have been scared witless, but this boy didn't seem worried at all. Chapter 780. Inside the same hall as before, Xue Li was waiting quietly while Ling was nowhere to be seen. Umo brought Yongkai here and respectfully reported his arrival before standing aside and watching with cold eyes. Xue Li nodded lightly before glancing over at Yongkai and saying lightly, "I've raised you for so long. Have you prepared yourself to create some value for me?" Yongkai frowned. "What are you talking about?" Xue Li chuckled lightly before standing up and softly saying, "I told you my sand city doesn't raise trash. Since I allowed you to live, naturally I won't raise you for nothing. And a first-order transcendent among the human race, reaching such a cultivation at your age is not an easy feat. You should be a core disciple of some great force, right?" Yongkai didn't comment and didn't answer. "But that has nothing to do with me. I don't care what force you come from. Since you've fallen into my hands, you need to be obedient and do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare disobey in the slightest, you know the consequences." Saying so, a cold light flashed across Xue Li's beautiful eyes. "Then what do you want me to do now?" Yongkai asked in a deep voice. "Kill. Or be killed." Xue Li chuckled, waving her hand. "Umo, tell him in detail. It's time for him to make an appearance." Xue Li sat back down in her chair and lazily reclined as she stared at Yongkai. Umo stood in place and declared, "The land around my sand city is barren and Master Xue Li's other territories aren't very rich. Even the world energy here isn't. On top of that, this place is adjacent to the Yellow Sand Sea and there are no merchants passing through here. It stands to reason that Master Xue Li's territory should be very poor." "Is that not the case?" Yongkai tilted his head and looked at him. Umo smiled faintly. "Not only is that not the case, it is the exact opposite. My sand city's riches are incomparable to any other city in the demon land. The amount of wealth that flows in and out of here every year is unimaginable. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Umo looked at Yang Kai smugly. He originally thought that this kid would ask why. But even after waiting for a long time, he still didn't say anything. Feeling bored, he pursed his lips and explained, because my Sand City has a place that can attract all kinds of people from the Demon Land, and this place is Sand City's biggest source of income. Even the other 3 Demon General will send people to this place. Oh, Yang Kai's interest was piqued. What kind of place can attract so many people? Death Arena. Umo grinned. To put it simply, a cultivator with a similar cultivation level would enter the place and fight to the death. Those master beings would bet a large amount of crystal stones or resources on one person based on their own judgment and preferences. If that person wins, they would be able to reap a certain amount of benefits. Since the odds are different, the profits obtained will also be different. If one's luck is good, it is extremely possible to obtain a profit that is several times or more than 10 times. Isn't this a gamble? It's a gamble. The dealer is your Sand City, right? If that's the case, you'll always be the winner. Yang Kai smiled. We also need to cultivate, and to do so we need resources. Our territory is poor, so we can only find a way to take them from the pockets of those master beings. You need me to fight to the death, right? Originally there were a few people here. But recently they were all killed, causing us to lose a lot of crystal stones. You're a first-order transcendent, although there's nothing interesting about fighting. As long as we operate properly, we can still recover a lot of our losses. Umo nodded slightly. Then what benefits do I get? Yang Kai asked. You want benefits? Umo heard this and was startled. Of course I'm gambling with my life. Do you think I don't get any benefits? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly. Interesting, Master. What do we do if he wants benefits? Umo looked up and asked Shueli. Just give him a little bit of benefit. Umo lowered his head and nodded, turning to Yang Kai and saying, Since Master says so, as long as you can help us win, we'll give you 5% of the profits. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. Good. Turning to Shueli, he asked, If I can collect enough ransom in this way, will you let me go? Shueli opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai coldly before closing them again and saying lightly, That depends on my mood. If you're honest and obedient, there's still room for discussion. But if you dare to nitpick again, I'll immediately kill you. Umo, test his ability. Don't let him be a piece of trash who only knows how to talk. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst from Umo's body and enveloped Yang Kai in an attempt to suppress him. Yang Kai's body shrank and he almost fell to his knees. Perceiving the tyrannical power contained in this pressure, his expression also changed greatly. Yuan Qi circulated madly through his meridians to resist the pressure coming from Umo. Umo was suddenly surprised. He had long been dissatisfied with Yang Kai and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to teach him a lesson, so he hadn't shown any mercy. He had intended to force this boy to his knees with a single blow to grind down his sharp edges, but he hadn't expected this little brat would actually be able to survive. His expression becoming cold, Umo once again increased his strength. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his body gradually shrank, his knees bending as his face flushed red. Gritting his teeth, he glared towards Umo as his flesh began to writhe. Kacha. The white jade on the ground suddenly shattered and a shockwave spread outwards from Yang Kai. Cracks of varying lengths appeared on the walls of the entire hall, making it seem as if they would collapse at any moment. Shueli also finally opened her beautiful eyes and stared deeply towards Yang Kai, her pretty face filled with expectation, as if she wanted to see if Yang Kai could withstand Umo's methods. Under the terrifying pressure of Umo's aura, Yang Kai's body trembled and his veins bulged, but after 10 breaths of time, he seemed to have adapted to this kind of pressure and his lowered body slowly straightened up. Umo's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of how much strength he had just released. Under such pressure, let alone a first-order transcendent, even a second-order transcendent cultivator wouldn't be able to resist. Only a third-order transcendent cultivator would barely be able to resist. But this little brat had actually managed to resist, even though it seemed extremely difficult. Coldly snorting, Umo increased his strength for the third time. Ka. Young Kai's feet sank into the ground all the way up to his knees. At that moment Young Kai moved, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bow, Yuan Qi surging from his hands as he rushed towards Umo like a bolt of lightning. Before he even arrived, a giant golden sword appeared in his hand and he slashed down towards Umo. Murderous intent flashed across Umo's eyes as his Yuan Qi flickered like a snake, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Enough! Xueli's faint voice resounded throughout the hall. An invisible shockwave passed through and Yang Kai's body suddenly came to a halt, the profound heavenly sword in his hand disappearing into a streak of light and falling heavily to the ground. Umo also quickly withdrew his strength and frowned as he stared at Yang Kai, who had just gotten up from the ground, coldly asking, "Little brat, did you want to kill me just now?" Seeing this, Kai Yang smiled sinisterly. True Yang Yuanqi, what a hateful aura. Xueli frowned, seemingly a little displeased. Although her cultivation wasn't suppressed by Yang Kai's Yuanqi, just like fire and water, the demonic qi in her body naturally rejected this kind of true Yang Yuanqi. Your strength isn't bad, this queen has underestimated you. Xueli nodded slightly. Xueli nodded lightly. Being able to resist Umo's power for so long, even daring to counterattack at the last moment, seemingly determined to kill him, this human brat's combat strength and willpower far exceeded his current cultivation. Xueli was a Saint Realm master, so she still had some insight. Master, we can make good use of this. Umo swept his eyes over Yang Kai indifferently, his expression becoming somewhat restless. Good, it's time for those bastards to bleed out. Xueli sneered coldly. Xueli smiled coldly. Arrange a battle for him tomorrow. I want him to win it with great difficulty. Subordinate understands. Umo grinned wickedly, staring at Yang Kai like a wolf staring at a lamb. I have one more request. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and before Xueli could become angry added, one last request. Speak. Xueli shouted unhappily. Give me an artifact that can change my appearance. I don't want my appearance to be seen by too many people, otherwise, there will be many people from the demon race hunting me down in the future, Yang Kai said. Xueli was startled but quickly reacted, smiling lightly. You're thinking quite far ahead. As long as Xueli operated properly, Yang Kai could bring her a lot of wealth. Those people from the demon race who had lost so much wouldn't dare to be angry with Xueli, so naturally they would focus all their resentment on Yang Kai. When that time came, even if he obtained freedom from Xueli, he wouldn't be able to leave the demon land. Yang Kai had such an artifact given to him by Du Wan. However, he didn't dare to use it. After all, he had used this artifact to change his appearance to participate in the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. Once he was recognized, it would cause even more trouble, so he could only ask Xueli for help. I don't have such an artifact on hand, it's too precious. Xueli shook her head. But I can provide you with a mask, just a little bit of concealment. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Take him away. Rest well tonight, don't die tomorrow. Xueli chuckled. Umo brought Yang Kai back to his previous room, but before leaving, he directly injected a few strands of Yuan Qi into Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the flow of Yuan Qi in his body become much slower, and even his reaction speed became somewhat sluggish. Do you know why I'm doing this? Umo asked. Yang Kai gently nodded, not resisting. From what Xueli had just said, it was obvious she wanted him to put on a show tomorrow in order to fool those from the demon race and interfere with their judgment. This way, when he fought in the future, they would underestimate his combat strength and not be too optimistic about him, placing their bets on the wrong person. If it weren't for Umo's methods, Yang Kai would likely have been exposed. Those who had placed their bets on the demon race weren't blind, all of them had sharp eyes. Chapter 781. The Death Arena was Sand City's greatest feature. Many great figures of the demon land would bring their own cultivators or cultivators they had captured, arranging them into the Death Arena to engage in life or death battles with others, all for the sake of profit. There were no restrictions. As long as one was a member of the demon race, they were eligible to enter and participate. For the cruel demon race masters, this was undoubtedly very attractive. They could enjoy the blood-soaked battles in the Death Arena, and while doing so they could also gamble their wealth. As a result, The business of the death arena had always been quite booming. For this reason, Sand City would gather a large amount of wealth and materials every year. Among the 4 demon general in terms of wealth, Xueli was undoubtedly the wealthiest. This was an undisputed fact. Umo briefly explained the situation of the death arena to Yang Kai before leaving. After a silent night, Yang Kai decided to conserve his strength. At noon the next day, Umo came again and led Yang Kai out. Leaving the 1,000-meter-tall palace, the two of them flew towards a certain location in Sand City. A moment later, a huge circular arena appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. This arena covered a large area and was surrounded by a variety of mysterious barriers and barriers. At this moment, the high platforms were packed with people. Countless members of the demon race were sitting on them, watching the battle between the two cultivators. The strength of the two cultivators wasn't very high, but their battle was quite fierce. Both of them were covered in blood and had broken limbs. Glaring at each other with hateful eyes, they repeatedly used their artifacts and martial skills, dyeing the battlefield red with blood. As the battle reached its climax, it attracted a burst of cheers from the high platforms. Yang Kai casually glanced over a few times, his expression indifferent. Umo glanced over at him and sneered. "You'll be fighting here soon. Your opponent's cultivation is similar to yours, but unlike you, he can use his full strength while you can only use half. Be careful, although I don't care if you die or not. Master still hopes you can bring her some wealth." "I got it." Yang Kai nodded. When the two of them arrived, a cold glare fell upon them from somewhere on the high platform. Yang Kai turned around and saw Xueli sitting there with Ling by her side. Their eyes met, and Ling couldn't help but cover her mouth. She seemed to be calling out to Yang Kai, but Shirley immediately glared at her. Ling didn't dare to say anything. Yang Kai also shook his head at her, indicating that she shouldn't be too agitated. Flying over the death arena, Umo led Yang Kai into an underground tunnel. After walking for a long time, they finally saw some light. In front of the tunnel was the inside of the deathmatch arena. Xueli's subordinates were already waiting here, so when they saw Umo arrive, they all respectfully greeted him. "Master Umo, will this human brat be the one to fight this time?" a yellow-skinned man asked. "And all the information has been submitted and the odds have been set." Umo nodded lightly. The yellow-skinned man grinned meaningfully at Yang Kai and snorted, "Little brat, you need to keep your eyes open. Your opponent won't be easy to deal with. He's already fought 3 times and won all 3 times. Among the cultivators in the same realm, no one can last more than an incense stick worth of time against him. Don't die too miserably. Let's wait until he can last more than an incense stick worth of time," Yang Kai said indifferently, not showing any signs of panic. "Oh," the yellow-skinned man was suddenly taken aback. Where did this human brat come from? Acting so arrogant. This master wants to see how you'll kill him in an incense stick worth of time. Umo also glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, obviously thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting. Although he had tested Yang Kai's depths and knew that his strength wasn't ordinary, right now he could only display half of his strength. Just being able to survive was already good enough, so spouting such boastful words was a bit too much for his own good. Yang Kai no longer said anything and just waited quietly. Inside the deathmatch arena, the battle between the two cultivators had already come to a conclusion. One was dismembered while the other was crippled. Immediately, someone went to clean up the battlefield. Although the one who was crippled survived, he was also struggling at death's door. When the person who went to clean up the battlefield saw this scene, he asked the spectators on the high platform how to deal with the situation, and after receiving an answer, turned around and directly killed the victor. Blood dyed the ground red. But from the stands there was a burst of cheers. After waiting for a while, Umo nodded to Yang Kai and said, "It's your turn. Remember what Master said yesterday." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he put on the mask that Umo had prepared for him and stepped forward. From the opposite corridor, another person slowly walked out. This person was tall and burly and his upper body was bare. His muscles bulging, each one filled with explosive power. In terms of height alone, he was more than twice the size of Yang Kai. As he approached, a towering murderous aura rushed towards Yang Kai, as fierce as a storm, seemingly wanting to tear him apart. However, Yang Kai remained motionless, like a 10,000-year-old reef. When this murderous aura reached him, he took the initiative to part to the left and right. In the stands, many people showed interested expressions, thinking that this life or death battle would be very exciting. And Ling who was standing next to Shueli, clenched her fists and watched nervously. A moment later, the two stood about 10 meters apart and stared at each other. The burly man opposite them should be a human, but for some reason he had been captured and brought to the demon land. According to what Umo had said before, most of the cultivator who entered the death arena were like Yang Kai, captured and forced to fight to the death in order to preserve their lives. There were also some who took the initiative to seek refuge under the master of the demon race in order to obtain benefits and status. There were also some who were personally trained by these masters. But no matter what the reason was, the ultimate goal of entering the death arena was to kill the enemy. Little brat, hiding your head but showing your tail, are you afraid to show your true face? Haha, kneel down and kowtow to this grandfather 3 times and this grandfather will spare your life, how about it? The burly man suddenly shouted, his voice like a clap of thunder, resounding in Yang Kai's ears. This angry shout not only had the intention of deterring the enemy, but also secretly mixed in a trace of divine sense attack. If one was careless, they would lose the will to fight in an instant. At that time they would be chased by this strong man without any strength to fight back. However, such tricks obviously didn't work on Yang Kai, so after hearing this, he didn't say anything and simply stared at his opponent indifferently, slowly moving his body and adjusting his yuan qi to check his condition. Thanks to Umo, Yang Kai's current yuan qi circulation speed had been greatly reduced, and his reaction time had also become much slower. If he didn't lift the seal on his body, he wouldn't be able to display his peak strength. However, this should be enough to deal with this burly man. Little brat, are you deaf? Not receiving a response, the burly man roared again. As soon as his voice fell, he saw Yang Kai's figure flicker and a murderous intent suddenly appear from the side. The burly man's brow flashed a cold light as his lips slowly curled upwards, showing no intention of dodging. Kong. With a muffled bang. Yang Kai's palm struck his opponent's waist but found that his opponent didn't move at all. His opponent's body was as hard as a sheet of iron and the force of the rebound caused his arm to go numb. His opponent's strength also seemed to be quite good. Yang Kai immediately understood. Being able to win 3 consecutive battles in the death arena. This burly man's combat experience and ability were obviously superior to ordinary people, otherwise, he would have died long ago. Seeing his attack fail, without waiting for Yang Kai to withdraw, the burly man grinned, silently and mysteriously lifting his palm and condensing all of his yuan qi into it before slashing downwards. His true essence surged and transformed into the shape of a giant hammer in the air. Before this attack even arrived, the ground around the death arena stage had already caved in, showing just how terrifying this blow was. Yang Kai's expression flickered as his reaction was somewhat clumsy, and he didn't have time to withdraw his hand. In the next moment, the palm directly chopped down on Yang Kai's arm. With a crisp sound, Yang Kai's arm broke and drooped down softly. Only then did he reluctantly retreat and open up a distance between him and the burly man. In the stands there was a burst of boos. The spectators of the demon race had originally seen Yang Kai wearing a mask and appearing calm, so they thought he had some special ability, but they didn't expect that after just one exchange of blows, his arm would be broken, which really disappointed them. Ah! And Ling cried out, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Shirley narrowed her eyes and stared at Yang Kai below, pursing her lips into a smile. In the death arena, Yang Kai, whose arm had been broken, had just stabilized himself when the burly man rushed in front of him like a bolt of lightning. His 2 thick arms suddenly flashed with black arcs of electricity, making them look ferocious and terrifying. The burly man's body exuded a bloody and brutal aura, and traces of cold light that made people's hearts tremble suddenly appeared, pouring into his hand in an aggressive manner. Immediately, 2 black lightning-like balls of energy appeared in his palms, the size of wash basins and filled with murderous intent. With a wave of his hands, the burly man directly wrapped Yang Kai in them. Lightning surged. He wanted to use this attack to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no strength to resist, and under the attack of the black lightning, he could only move left and right, but he couldn't avoid it at all. Countless palm prints appeared all over his body, causing blood to spurt out, making him look extremely miserable. The boos from the stands grew even louder. What they wanted to enjoy was a blood-boiling battle, not a one-sided slaughter like this. Yang Kai's performance was truly despicable. Those demon race people who had placed their bets on Yang Kai even began cursing and swearing at him. Their words extremely unpleasant to the ears. Even Shueli frowned slightly, a cold expression appearing on her face. She wondered if Yang Kai's performance before was an accident. In fact, his true strength wasn't that great. Otherwise, how could he be so weak when facing a cultivator of the same realm? He couldn't have survived such an attack. Another piece of trash. Shirley coldly snorted in her heart, gradually losing interest in Yang Kai. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.